following is an exclusive presentation of Milligan Sports and the Georgia Southern Radio Network. From the beginning, the foundations were laid. The expectations were set.
I don't think there's any way that any of our people could be thinking about anything than doing what they've got to do to win this football game.
There would be no cutting corners. Success would be earned through hard work and sacrifice.
Ability, talent, that's all great, but I think hard work is the most significant ingredient of all. We call it a bad case of the wants, and winners always have a bad case of the wants.
In 1985, on a national stage in Tacoma, Washington, this legend was born.
Frankie Johnson. Frankie Johnson on the quick post pattern, but the ball game is over. And Georgia Southern, after being down 28-6, has climaxed a tremendous comeback.
And now, for over 3 decades, Georgia Southern has been identified with plain uniforms, yellow school buses, beautiful Eagle Creek, and little me. Big team.
I'm going to say it one more time. We're Georgia Southern. Our colors are blue and white. We call our offense the Georgia Power Company.
But most importantly, winning.
Eagles are the champions. Irk Russell rides high yet another time.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Georgia Southern as national champions for 1999.
And Georgia Southern has won the national championship of 1AA football. Back-to-back titles.
On the horizon, a new chapter will begin. But the mission will remain the same.
We've had a rich football tradition, a history that's unlike most college football programs anywhere in the country at any level. And the expectations at Georgia Southern are extremely high.
To play this game is a privilege, not a right. And the spirits of football past fill this hallowed place we call Allen E. Paulson Stadium.
Peterson is all the way down to the 30. He's still on his feet. Peterson still on his feet. Peterson down to the 10. Oh, my.
Number one goes down. Number one goes down. Number one goes down.
We play for Georgia Southern University. We play for Irk. We play for the blue and the white. We play for the Eagle Nation. And we play to win.
52 is more than 36, and we'll take it every time.
We're supposed to win. Not down. We're supposed to win the game. Newsflash. Georgia Southern is supposed to win this game.
It's time to G-A-T-A.
Hey, fellas. Hey, ladies. Hey, gentlemen. Hey, everybody. One more time for the greatest team in America.
Georgia Southern football is on the air.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern.
From Milligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Presented in part by Cambridge at Southern, off-campus living that is a Southern tradition. By BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. By the University Store, you shop, we give. By Bud Light, here we go. By the Georgia Lottery, celebrating 20 years. Today could be the day. By Verizon, official wireless provider of Georgia Southern Athletics. By 111 South, your campus neighborhood. And by Georgia Power, official power supplier to Eagle fans everywhere. Georgia Power, a Southern company. Coming up, join head coach Jeff Monken, the voice of the Eagles, Chris Blair, Terry Harvin, and Ryan Chambers as they lead you up to kickoff.
To the 10, to the 5. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern.
From Milligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Today's broadcast is an exclusive copyrighted presentation of the Georgia Southern Radio Network through rights granted by Georgia Southern University. The accounts and descriptions of this broadcast may not be retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Nelligan Sports. Thank you for listening and enjoy today's game.
Less than 5 minutes to go till boot meets ball. The University of Florida band on the field as both teams get prepared to run out here on Florida Field in front of about a quarter capacity of this stadium. About mid-80s degrees today. It's almost time for kickoff. And with that, let me kick it off to the voice, Chris Blair. Chris?
Thank you, Terry. Welcome, Eagle fans, to Ben Hill Griffin Stadium on the campus of the University of Florida as Georgia Southern finishes the 2013 season against the Florida Gators out of the SEC. Gators come in 4-6 overall, 3-5 in the Southeastern Conference, while your Georgia Southern Eagles come in 6-4, 4-4 in Southern Conference play. Much like the Eagles, Florida has had a rash of injuries this season, and both teams look very different from their September versions. This will be the third all-time meeting between the Gators and Eagles on the gridiron. Florida winning both previous meetings 38-14 in 1986 and 62-14 10 years later in 96. So find your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage as we get set for Georgia Southern and Florida here in Gainesville. As we continue from Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification, so great stations across the state of Georgia can identify themselves from Nelligan Sports on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Welcome back inside the Verizon broadcast booth here at the Swamp in Gainesville, Florida. Chris Blair, Terry Harvin, Ryan Chambers, Russ Brown, our engineer Colin Lacey, and the straw stirring the drink back at network control, Miss Christy Maxwell. Gators make their way onto the field here. Eagles will be coming out momentarily. But let's go down on the field. Ryan Chambers will have the live toss of the coin.
All right, gentlemen, here's my coin with the heads. Okay, the SEC logo is heads. The pinwheel logo is tails, okay? It's your call. What's your call? Call is heads. All right, back up. Give me a little bit of room. Heads is the call. It is tails. You won the toss.
We want the ball.
You want the ball. What goal do you want?
Florida has won the toss, and they will receive.
So the Gators want to get started on offense here. Something they've struggled with really down the stretch since those injuries early on in the season. We talked about it, Terry. You talked about it. Florida's certainly able to move the ball. This is Coach Muschamp, a disciple of Nick Saban, is dedicated to running the football. You think of Florida over the years, and you think of a pass-happy offense, starting back with Steve Spurrier, who really put Florida on the map after his playing days when he returned as a head coach. But this year, they like to line it up. They like to run the football. They did that against South Carolina last week. Unfortunately, couldn't find the end zone in that loss to the Gamecocks. The final score, 19-14. But Georgia Southern going to try to stop the run. That's what they do each and every week. The big concern has to be the size of Florida up front, as you mentioned, the biggest offensive line the Eagles will tackle with all season.
Speed. It's all going to come down for speed across our defensive line. We've used to face big teams like this before and done quite well. Gift Smith comes to mind. Always outsized, but could outrun everybody. You talked about Florida's running backs. Kelvin Taylor, you know that name? Well, his dad is Fred Taylor, famous running back for the Florida Gators. Calvin, a freshman. They didn't expect him to play this year, but because they've had so many injuries, Calvin's gotten on the field, and I think he's a good one. He might be the starter from here on out for the Gators, but you're right. They like to control the clock, or they attempt to, but they seem to lack the killer instinct of the Gators' offensive and excitement that they've had in the past, Chris, and that's really some of the criticism Muschamp has gotten this year.
How about a shout out to Eagle Nation making their way here to Gainesville, across the way from us here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. A lot of blue and white. We noticed it when we arrived here earlier this afternoon, as well as the team getting a great welcome as the buses arrived here at the Swamp. And if the Eagles are able to muster something offensively, defensively, on special teams, we will certainly hear the Eagle Nation make their presence known.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I tell you what, they're also excited to see is we have so many great seniors on this team who have been through a lot. Think about that. 3-time semifinals is some of these seniors. Jarek McKinnon comes to mind. His brother Lester Norwood played for the Florida Gators, and this will be the last time we see Jarek on the field. He's had injuries this year towards the end. Whether we see him today or not, I don't know. Yesterday he was in a boot, but they're telling me he's going to play today. And if he's anywhere near full speed, then we got a shot back there. We need Kevin Ellison not to play like a redshirt freshman, but to play like a junior. That'd be a good thing.
Teams break from their respective huddles near side. They make their way on the field. Georgia Southern dressed in their road white tops, white bottoms, blue numerals, Georgia Southern blue helmets. Florida Gators in their home royal blue tops, white pants, white numerals with orange trim. No better looking team in America than the Georgia Southern Eagles. Keep your team looking its best by taking your clothes to Greener Cleaners in Statesboro. Revolutionary and environmentally friendly dry cleaning process. Check them out online at burrowgreenercleaners.com. It will be Solomon Patton back deep for the Gators as Alex Hanks will tee it up at the 35-yard line. First half kickoff presented by Heritage Bank of the South. 20 locations across the state of Georgia. 2 convenient locations in Statesboro. Do business with people you know. Heritage Bank of the South. There for you then, here for you now. Find out more by logging on to eheritagebank.com. Those hidden yards and special teams going to be key in this matchup today for Georgia Southern. Try to extend the field for the Florida Gators. Patton on the season, the leading receiver. A lot of speed at 5'9", 171 pounds. Hanks has really done a great job this season on pinpointing where the kicks are. Has the ability to put it deep, as well as put it down near the goal line. We'll see what he offers up here. 15 minutes up on the board.
Just going to say, Patton has had 1 touchdown return this year, averaging almost 28 yards per return.
Boot meets ball. Going to be a short kick. Fielded at about the 11-yard line. Gators go far side, near side, break a tackle at the 20, up to the 25-yard line before being spilled down there. As Purifoy fielded the kick as an up back. Tay Hicklin in on special teams for the stop. And the Gators will start first down and 10 at the 27-yard line of their very own.
Good initial down there. William Bussey got down there, made first contact. Wasn't able to make the tackle. Hicklin able to wrap up. Not a bad strategy for Hanks and the Eagles.
It'll be Skyler Morningweg, the freshman, 6'2", 208-pound quarterback out of Philadelphia. He'll be under center. Offset I formation, 2 receivers, 1 to each side. First down and 10 from the 27-yard line. Morningweg takes the snap. Quick toss coming to Kelvin Taylor around the left end. Makes a couple of moves to miss a tackle up across the 30 near the 32 before Kyle Olbeck makes the stop.
Good pursuit by Edwin Jackson as well, the junior out of Atlanta. Very good job of following him, not biting on the juke.
Place the ball between the 31 and 32-yard line. Pick up a 5. It'll be second down and 5. Just beyond the 31-yard line. Florida attacking left to right on your dial, working from the far side hash. Morningweg, 2 receivers sent out wide to the left, short side of the field. Offset I with a fullback to the right. Give to Taylor up the middle, and Taylor finds a hole up to the Florida Gator 40-yard line. Picks up a first down for the Florida Gators on the run, just right up the front. Offensive line opens up the channels. Alapio and Trenton Brown giving running room for Kelvin Taylor, freshman out of Belle Glade, Florida. 83 carries coming into the game, 391 yards. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns on the season. Just underway here in the first quarter, 13:53 and counting. First down and 10. Just shy of the 40-yard line of the Gators. Now they'll step into the gun. Morningweg with a back to each side, twin back set, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Swing pass near side. Coming up to about the 45, maybe the 44. That's Valdez Showers before he's bounced out of bounds.
Raphael Hardy looks like he's down. And the sideline going to make the tackle. The Eagle trainers rush over to attend to him. Thought we initially had good pursuit on the play. We came in on the outside with Darius Jones on a blitz out of Woodruff. The freshman needs to get his hands up, try to knock that ball down, Chris.
So Raphael Hardy down at the Florida Gators sideline. Training crew over to take a look, and Hardy's had a tremendous season so far this year. The freshman, 6'1", 270 pounds, 20 tackles on the year, and has been very effective up front on a very young defensive front for Georgia Southern. As time is now called, and we'll take one with them. 13:34 remaining, first quarter here from the Swamp. Second down, 6 at the 44. Florida Gators with the football. No score early on here between Georgia Southern and Florida. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
On the air, online, and on your phone. Listen live online at gseagles.com.
Fans, remember Walker Pharmacy. Free in-town delivery, online refill options, and even text alerts letting you know when your prescription is ready. It's your town, your pharmacy, your choice. Walker Pharmacy. 3 locations to serve you, the official pharmacy of Georgia Southern Athletics. Welcome back to the Swamp here in Gainesville. 13:34 to go, first quarter. Florida takes the opening kickoff. They move it up to their own 44-yard line, looking at 2nd down and 6. Raphael Hardy, the freshman out of Kingsland, Georgia, shaken up on the play before, now helped off to the far sideline. Looks to be favoring his left knee, left leg, but he'll be marched off over there. Tough shot for Hardy, who's had a sensational season thus far. Ryan, while we have a moment, let's go down to you for the Knox Pest Control sideline report. We saw Hardy go out, but health-wise, how are the Eagles coming into the matchup?
Pretty good. Some good news and bad news. We'll start with the bad news. Lavelle Westbrook's out. That was touched on, I know, in the pregame a little bit. Concussion, which is unfortunate for the Southern defense. Also unfortunate for him. A lot of scouts. He's got a lot of people talking about may have an opportunity at getting drafted, so unfortunate for them. William Banks has been cleared, which is good to add to the B-back spot, and we'll find out more about Raphael Hardy, I guess, here in a moment.
2nd down, 6 at the 44. The Gators attacking left to right on your dial. Morningweg now under center. Again, the offset eye, the handoff. Taylor going left, looking for room. Not much there as he crosses the 45 up to about the 47-yard line. We'll have a 3-yard pickup. It'll be 3rd down and 3 upcoming for the Florida Gators.
Eagles coming out with a traditional 4-3 defense, walking the safety up. Jonathan Battle making the initial hit. Gephardt able to get in there on the tackle alongside Carlos Cave. Again, going to bring up 3rd down. The Gators on the year, 42% on 3rd down, Chris.
The lineup send Dunbar out wide to the near side. Ball middle of the field on 3rd down and 3 at the 47-yard line of the Gators. This time they'll put Skylar Morningweg out wide to the left. Direct snap coming to Kelvin Taylor. And Taylor going to run downhill near side. He's got room inside Eagle territory. Down inside the 30. Eventually brought down at the Georgia Southern 19. They'll mark it at the 20-yard line. Huge first down pickup. And get deep into Eagle territory. It'll be 1st down and 10 at the Georgia Southern 20.
That's one of those things where you know what they're doing. It's no secret. They're telling you what we're going to do, and they just go out and do it. They take it around the right-hand side, around Brown, the big tackle out of Albany, Georgia, who's 6'8", 363. He leads the way. Like a Mack truck leading it for you.
Darius Safford eventually makes the tackle. It'll be 1st down and 10. Now at the Eagle 20-yard line. Toss coming right side. Taylor dropped down in the backfield. Edwin Jackson cuts him down at the 21-yard line, a loss of a yard. Great pursuit by Jackson. One of the leaders defensively, the junior out of Atlanta.
Showing his speed, 5'11", 230. Comes into today's ball game, 82 tackles.
3rd down, 11. Now with the ball at the 21. 2nd down, 11 at the 21-yard line. Send 2 receivers out wide to the left, 2 receivers short side of the field to the right. Morningweg will set up in a gun. He's got Showers on a wing to his right side. They'll motion a receiver right to left. Trip receivers to the left as they'll set up. Showers again, swing pass, breaks a tackle at the 21, makes his way down near the 16-yard line before he's crashed down there by Dobson and Blake Riley.
Darius Safford in position to make the tackle on the screen play. He read it well. Just did not wrap up.
Mark the ball just outside the 15-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 6 for the Florida Gators inside Eagle territory on the opening drive. Looking for the 8th play here for the Florida Gators. Again, on the season, 80% in the red zone, only 52% of the time do the Gators find the end zone. 3rd down, 6 inside the 16-yard line. Morningweg back under center. I formation, give to Taylor. Big hole, right side, cuts farther and dropped down at about the 12-yard line. Good pursuit. 4-yard pickup by Blake Riley, along with help from Edwin Jackson. It'll be 4th down and a long 2. And Florida making the decision to bring in some more beef up front on the offensive line. It looks like they'll go for it here on the season. 62% on fourth down for the Florida Gators. So Coach Muschamp rolling the dice here. Georgia Southern's defense back to the wall at the 12-yard line. Morningweg under center on fourth and a little more than a yard. Give to Taylor. Hit at the line, but second effort's going to get him near the 10. Georgia Southern says he's shy. Will depend on the spot. The officials run in quickly. No indication just yet. They're going to determine the spot upcoming.
What a great job we did of penetration there. Actually driving the Big Hogs backwards. They ain't look like they're going to give it to him there, Chris. Well, hold on.
Saw the indication from our referee. It will be a first down for the Florida Gators with the nose of the football at the 10.
Very good job of penetration there. Able to make the stop. It was our linebackers that got in there with Kyle Olbeck that made the initial hit.
First down, goal to goal, ball at the 10-yard line. Florida's opening drive, 9:35 to go. Two receivers to the left, one to the right. Taylor taking the ball to the left now, cutting back to the right. He'll be dropped at the 10-yard line by Kyle Olbeck. Cut to the left, nowhere to go, did not have blockers in front of him. Faded it back to the right. Kyle Olbeck brings him down at the knees. It'll be second down, goal to go from the 10.
Get good speed. Josh Rowe checking out of the ball game, bringing in Darius Jones, the freshman out of Woodruff, South Carolina. Josh Rowe, one of the seniors today. Special day for him.
9:02, first quarter action. Second down, goal to go from the 10. Morningweg will step into a gun. One receiver short side. Trip receivers left side. Morningweg on the shotgun snap. Looks to throw right side of the end zone. Nearly picked off. Couldn't hold on. Darius Safford stepped in front of the receiver. It's incomplete. Sets up third down and goal from the 10. They were looking for Solomon Patton. Great coverage by Safford. Got right inside the receiver. Ball thrown a little low. The only man to make a play would be Safford. And that time Patton had to become a defender. Mugged him at the top. But it's incomplete, sets up third down, and goal to go from the 10.
Safford, you mentioned, was in great position. He's got to go up like a basketball rebounder and just muscle that thing down and not give him the opportunity to take it out of his hands. Great position. Poorly thrown ball, but great position.
This time on third down, goal to go from the 10. They'll have trip receivers lined up to the left. Here's the shotgun snap. Morningweg looking left. Gets out of pressure. Stretching. Throws across the middle. Broken up and incomplete. Left corner of the end zone. Again, the Eagles in great coverage. Baldon Cooper swats it away. Nearly a chance for another interception, but it sets up fourth down, goal to go from the 10. And they will bring on Francisco Velez, the junior place kicker out of nearby Ocala.
Oh, back-to-back times they hit the Eagles in their hands. Safford first and then Val Cooper. Oh, big misses for the Eagles there. Major end zone interceptions would have been key and saved 3 points here.
Sun comes out brightly here in Gainesville. As Velez has struggled this year, is 4 of 5, but this kick is up, and it is good. So the Gators, after marching down the field, put together the opening drive, but inside the 10, the drive stalls. They have to settle for a field goal, and they lead 3-0 over Georgia Southern with 8:34 remaining here in the first quarter. We'll return in just a moment. Eagles get the football when we come back from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
Listen live and tweet the broadcast crew at GA Southern Radio.
Back here at the Swamp, 8:34 remaining, first quarter action. Florida marches down the field, has to settle for a field goal. They take the early lead, 3-0. But Terry, a stat that stands out to me, as I mentioned, Florida on the season, 80% inside the red zone. Just 52% of the time have they been able to cross pay dirt. Kudos to the Georgia Southern defense.
There's a reason why the Florida team is 4-6 this year. 13 play drives, 63 yards, 54 of that on the ground, 9 through the air, ate up 6 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. A lot of give by the Eagle defense until they got inside the red zone. Very, very pleased with the way the defense manned up there and was able to stop them. The Domino's Pizza Drive Delivery, presented by Domino's Pizza, proud sponsor of Georgia Southern Athletics. The Georgia Southern Domino's is open really late, so you can call them at 912-681-4326 in Statesboro. As always, you can go to Domino's.com, Chris.
Georgia Southern football proudly supported by Zaxby's and your neighborhood Zaxby's restaurant. Zaxby's indescribably good for over 20 years. Gators getting set to kick it back. It'll be Austin Harden to tee it up at the 35-yard line. Contrell Showers and Matt Breida back deep for the Eagles, who will receive the football for the first time this afternoon. Ryan, real quickly, Raphael Hardy goes down in that opening drive. What's the latest?
It's a left knee, and he is out and done for this ball game. And it was a tough moment. I think when they leaned in and told him, he was not very, very upset. And obviously the opportunity to play, but these are young guys with sometimes serious injuries. But left knee, and he is out for the remainder of this ball game.
Harden lines up the Gators. Here's the approach at the 35. Kick is away, high and deep, but will be fieldable at about the 2-yard line by Matt Breida. Up the far side, cutting back to the hash, bounces off a Gator up across the 20 and dropped at the 21-yard line. That's where the Eagles take over their first possession of the game, and Jerick McKinnon, one of the first Eagles to walk off the far sideline. He will be in the offense after not playing a week ago. And as we told you, in that ball game against Elon, he was cleared to play, but did not see action. And we'll be back out there for the first time in 2 weeks.
Looks like he's going to be in a slot role as Nardo. Govan is in the B role as Ellison, your quarterback, Chris.
Kevin Ellison, the redshirt freshman out of Cornelia, Georgia. Take the reins of the offense here in the opening possession. First down and 10 with a ball at the 21-yard line of their very own. Eagles attacking right to left. They'll have Nardo, Govan, Jonathan Bryant, and as the aforementioned Jerick McKinnon in the slot. A receiver to each side on first down and 10. The give to Govan, and Govan able to move the pile up to the 25-yard line. Pickup of 4. It will be second down and 6 as the Florida Gators come crashing in. Ronald Powell, the middle linebacker, the junior out of Moreno Valley, California, helping to make that stop.
Breida just returning the kickoff to the 21-yard line, fielded on his own 1 or 2. Got to do a better job of doing that. It wasn't a high hang time kick. Eagles need to take this ball and ensure they can possession as well, as the Eagles ate up over 6 minutes on the clock in theirs.
Fry, McBurnett, St. Amour, Lonis, and Dorian Bird up front for the Eagles here. Second down, 6 at the 25-yard line. Ellison under center in the flex. Takes the snap. This time pull. Pitch coming near side. Bryant got a good block at the 30. Near side 35. Bounced into the boundary at the 37-yard line. Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Jerick McKinnon outlaying blocks on the near side to spring Bryant free.
Jerick McKinnon. Can't say enough about this man. He's your quarterback. He's your B-back, your slot receiver. And then he turns around and throws a vicious block for Bryant to pick up the first down. Great play by Ellison. Sucked in the Gator defensive end. Released the ball just in time.
Ellison is so much improved running this offense, making great decisions. Last week doing about 17 of 19 on the reads. First down 10 at the 37-yard line of their own. Again, Ellison will pull. Go right side across the 40. Ellison makes his way to the 45-yard line. Great pickup by Ellison before Cody Riggs able to bring him down. But a nice pickup on first down. And Ryan, we've said it all year. Third down efficiency is great, but it starts with good first down yardage.
Absolutely. And you're seeing some mix up there, moving Bryant into the slot there in the second place, spreading the Florida defense a little thin. But what is really exciting to see is how much they've gotten with Nardo up the middle. That's a very good sign. He keeps getting 4 yards, and that exterior, the outside, is going to be there.
McKinnon on that far side in the slot, making a great block as well for Ellison. Second down 2 now at the Eagle 45-yard line. Far side hash, the give, Govan right side. Crab walks his way across midfield. Still stays upright, makes it to Gator territory. Brought down at the 47-yard line. A Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Georgia Southern staying on schedule, keeping the ball on the ground.
Govan came on the last 3 games running hard. He can get a little swope in him, and what I mean by that is fall forward, and that's exactly what he did there. He's a big body, 250 pounds. Put your head down and roll over people.
Frank Sokowski said it best. He will match up well in size with the linebackers of the Florida Gators. First down 10 at the 47 now of Florida. Playing on the Gator side of the field for the first time this afternoon. Ellison will have Trey Butler. Jerick McKinnon, your slots. Govan, your B-back. First down 10 at the 47. And we have a flag down in the backfield of Florida.
Coach Monken obviously not very happy with that call. With his own team, I'm saying. You got to pay attention, stay on the clock.
Yeah, after picking up the first down, that will drive a coaching staff crazy to pick up a delay of game. The Eagles slow to get lined up. Some discussion in the backfield between Kevin Ellison and Trey Butler and Nardo Govan. And the play clock dwindles down to 0, so it backs the Eagles up. First down, 15. Now at the 48-yard line, back on the Eagles side of the field. 3-0 our score. Florida opening drive field goal. Ellison under center. Counter option pitch coming inside to Bryant. Bryant across midfield. Bryant tripped up at the 44-yard line. It was Jared Davis, the freshman out of Kingsland, Georgia, to get to him. But a nice seal out there on the left edge to give Bryant some running room. Gets back some of those penalty yards. It'll set up 2nd down and 6 now at the Gator 43.
Wow. Talk about speed. Jared Davis, the freshman, as you mentioned, 6'2". I thought Bryant had it wide open. It was going to be a lot of pasture in front of him. And then all of a sudden, here comes Davis flying in there. 12 tackles on the year for Davis. That's just it.
A very important 2nd down and 6 now at the 43-yard line of Florida. Ellison in the flex. Sets up option. Florida right there with coverage, and they will bring him down. It was Dante Fowler, the sophomore out of St. Petersburg, untouched at the snap. Ellison nowhere to go, trying to run down the line right side, and big loss on the play. Will set up 3rd down and 10. Not where the Eagles want to be now at the Gator 47-yard line.
Yeah, the big linebacker just shot the gap. They walked him up on the line with a 4-man front. He shot the gap, was able to get to Ellison, and the key there is the tackle did a good job of pushing us back, which changed the trajectory of Ellison, so he had to widen it more.
3rd down, 10 at the 47. Opening drive for the Eagles, trailing 3-0 to the Florida Gators. 2 receivers out wide to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Under center is Ellison. Govan, the lone back. And Govan going to get the carry on the dive. And Florida not fooled as Damian Jacobs able to come in and make the tackle at about the 46. Interesting play call there. Will set up 4th and about 8. And the Eagles will send on the punt unit.
Look for Luke Cherry to come in here and punt. This drive's going to stall after 7 plays. This is the 8th play of the drive. Very unfortunate there. Florida just clogged it up the middle. Didn't have anything going. I was a little bit surprised with that. Luke Cherry, the senior punter out there, stands on his own 39-yard line.
Purifoy back deep for the Gators, stands at the 10-yard line. Mishandled on the snap. Cherry in trouble. Cherry going to be dropped, ball loose. Eagles pick it up, and they will be dropped at the 34. Oh, my goodness. Cherry just took his eye off the snap, hit him right in the numbers. And misfortunate play will set up the Gators inside the Eagle 35-yard line. That's the miscue you can ill afford when you step up to play the SEC. Shealy picked up the loose ball, had nowhere to go. He was one of the upbacks, and Cherry just missed it.
And he tried to pick it up and kick it again.
Missed it on the attempt on the almost rugby style.
But Patton had gotten back there so quick on Cherry, wasn't able to do it. And that's what you're trained to do, is run to your right side and try to punt it on the run if you can. Wow.
Setting up the Gators in fine fashion here. 1st down and 10 at the Eagle 34. Morningweg with a handoff. Taylor running right side. Stopped at about the 32. It's actually Mac Brown, the junior out of Lithonia, Georgia, on the carry. His 9th, or rather his 130th of the season. Jackson and Glover there to make the stop.
I didn't do anything, dude. It's back. 2nd down and 8. Florida has the ball. Hand it off to Showers around the left side. Technical difficulties here in the booth at the University of Florida. Blair will be back with us in just a minute. Close to the 1st down as they spot the ball. Going to bring up 2nd down, Chris. 3rd down, check that.
Thank you, Terry. Technical difficulties here in the booth. 3rd down and 2 at the 26. 3-0 Florida with the lead. Miscue on special teams sets up the Gators inside the 35-yard line. 2nd possession of the game, and as they line up, a penalty in the backfield defensively. We'll see what it's all about.
Still 3rd down.
Officials might going out on us here. Let's wait and see.
Foul is illegal substitution. 12 players in the formation on the defense. The 5-yard penalty results in a 1st down.
So 12 men on the field will set up the Gators' 1st down inside the red zone. Down 3-0 with 2:05 to go here in the 1st quarter. Under 2 minutes to play, first quarter. Florida lines up first down and 10 now at the 20-yard line. Morningweg. Offset I formation, had 2 men in the backfield moving, but no whistle as Morningweg steps back to throw across the middle, near side. It's broken up at the 15-yard line. Edwin Jackson doing a great job in pass coverage. Again, looking for Solomon Patton. It's incomplete. Sets up second down 10 at the 20-yard line.
Good position again for Edwin Jackson to be in there. Almost a pick six for him, one step shy, and he would have been down the sidelines. And Jackson has the speed to do it.
1:42 remaining, first quarter, 3-0 Florida with the lead. Second down 10 at the 20-yard line. Not a capacity crowd here at the Swamp. But as I mentioned, a great contingency in blue and white across the way. It'll be second down 10 at the 20. Morningweg, shotgun snap. The give right side to Mack Brown, trying to find something between right tackle inside the 20, down around the 16-yard line before Jonathan Battle able to make the stop with help from Edwin Jackson. Jackson has been such a stalwart defensively this season. In on just about every play. If he's not in on the tackle, he's in the vicinity of the football. Something the coaching staff of Georgia Southern really talking to every defensive player about. It's Edwin Jackson setting the bar. 1:07 to go. Third down 7 at the 17-yard line of the Eagles. Morningweg, quick toss coming right side. Mack Brown, he's going to be dropped at about the 17, maybe the 18-yard line. Kyle Olbeck, great open field tackle. Eagles in the vicinity and nowhere to go for Mack Brown. He is dropped down, and that will set up yet another opportunity on 4th and 7 at the 17-yard line. They'll send on Francisco Velez, who hit a field goal on the last drive. This time, looking at a 34-yarder near side hash. Kicking left to right. Here's the snap. Places down. Blocked! Georgia Southern blocks it. Ball high into the air and will be downed. Georgia Southern picks it up. Coming around the right side up across the 15-yard line. Thank goodness Valdon Cooper got his hands on it to block the field goal attempt. And the Eagles able to secure the rock. And the field goal block no good. Score remains 3-0 with 18 seconds remaining here in the first quarter.
Coming in from the outside, great pressure there. He was able to lay out. Very good job by Valdon Cooper. He just got his hands out there, knocks the ball up in the air. It looked like Jackson was able to get to the ball too.
The Eagles able to turn away the Gators.
Glover.
And Antonio Glover picked up the ball, secured it for the Eagles, and we got a timeout on the field. Score remains 3-0. Georgia Southern trailing Florida. We'll return to Gainesville in just a moment. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football. Georgia Southern football proudly presented by Georgia Farm Bureau and your Georgia Farm Bureau agent since 1959. Serving the interest and insurance needs of Georgia residents and Georgia residents only. In other words, they're from your street, not Wall Street. Georgia Farm Bureau, proud supporter of Georgia Southern Athletics. 18 seconds remain here in the first quarter from the Swamp in Gainesville. And Georgia Southern, after giving the Gators a gift, doesn't come back to bite them, pardon the pun, Terry Harvin, as they miss on the field goal as Valdon Cooper got in to make the block. Georgia Southern will take over possession first down and 10 at their own 16-yard line.
Now Luke Cherry back there, the punt. Literally, the ball goes right through his hands, and then he does a compounding mistake. He tries to kick it on the run. Florida does a good job of stopping, but the defense, particularly those linebackers, Jackson Olbeck, they come up huge, and then Val Cooper comes in there and blocks the field goal attempt.
So the Eagles back on the field, their second possession of the game, able to cross midfield. Delay of game penalty really bogged down. The Eagles set up a 3rd and 10. The dive play on 3rd and 10 did not work. They had to punt it away. As Terry mentioned, that one completely blown up. It'll be 1st and 10 now at their own 16-yard line from the far side hash. Ellison under center. Motion Bryant back behind the line. Here's the option pitch. Bryant covered up, lost the football, still on the ground, and it looks like Florida has it down at the 14-yard line.
Oh, goodness.
Bryant was absolutely shell-shocked in the chest after making the catch. Didn't realize where the ball was, but Michael Taylor for Florida able to jump on it, and back-to-back miscues 2 turnovers, and the Gators now start inside the red zone at the Georgia Southern 14.
Florida defense played that perfectly. They had 3 men in possession or in position to make the play. 1 on the quarterback, 3 waiting for the pitch, and there he was right there. So as soon as he got hit, he coughed the ball up, and the Gators are all over it. So back-to-back crucial mistakes by the Georgia Southern Eagles. Let's hope this one doesn't hurt us.
10 seconds remain first quarter. First down and 10 at the Eagle 14-yard line, trailing 3-0. And Florida's offense back on the field. Morningweg lines up I formation. 1 receiver just off the line to the right side. They go to a heavy set up front. The give to Taylor running right side. Taylor hit at the line of scrimmage, but able to move forward down to the 10-yard line and pick up a 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Olbeck and Dobson, along with Bernard Dawson in the vicinity, eventually getting Taylor down. That's the end of the first quarter. Georgia Southern trailing Florida 3-0. They'll switch sides of the field. Second quarter coming your way next. From the Swamp in Gainesville, from Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football. Start of the second quarter here from the Swamp in Gainesville. Florida leading 3-0. Georgia Southern 2 penalties, 2 turnovers. Outside of that, Ryan Chambers, this game moving quickly. Both teams dedicated to running the football.
Yeah, the one thing that Southern wanted to do, if you look at it statistically, the entire sample size of possessions, Georgia Southern wanted to keep that number very low, which means that Georgia Southern was holding on to the football. Maybe keep Florida under 8 total possessions, so they could try to figure out that these mistakes don't help your cause. The Southern defense has been able to bow up and keep them out of the end zone, and you almost feel if you can hold to another field goal that you picked up another victory. But the number of possessions are growing, and you're taking a team in Florida and did very good offensively, and you're going to give them more an opportunity and more possessions. SEC talent eventually will find a way to get in. Got to find a way to keep those turnovers down and keep the ball in your own hands.
15 minutes upon the board as we begin the second quarter. Now Florida starts to attack the end zone to our left here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. Both teams back onto the field as they start the second quarter. It'll be Skylar Morningweg, the freshman quarterback. Right now, the Gators 69 yards on the ground. Just 2 of 5 passing. The Eagles have done their job covering receivers for the Gators thus far. An offset I formation on 2nd down and 6 from the 10-yard line. Around the corner on the end around, Solomon Patton is forced out down around the 3-yard line. Shot out of a cannon going left to right. Turned it upfield, and but for a saving tackle by Valdon Cooper, that is a touchdown for Florida.
Yeah, he came all the way across, following his receiver, doing a good job, locked up in man, able to knock him out of bounds. The Eagles coming out with basically a 5-man front here against Florida as the ball's going to be spotted on the 3-yard line. 1st and goal for the Gators. The start of the second quarter with the ball at the 3, thanks to a gift of a fumble on the 14.
Gators break the huddle, working over the ball on the right side. Far side hash. It'll be Morningweg under center. Traditional straight I formation. Motion the tight end right to left. There's the give. It's going to be Lane. Hit in the backfield, but bounces off. Goes left to right, looking to spread the field, and he will be dropped just inside the 3-yard line as the Eagles able to get to him. Josh Gebhard on the tackle, but Lane blown up right at the line of scrimmage. But again, physical ability as Gebhard actually got to him first, but he bounced off that. Came around the right edge. It was up to the defensive secondary to make the tackle for Georgia Southern.
Actually lost a yard on the play, so a very good job by the Eagles to stick with it.
2nd down, goal to goal, just beyond the 3-yard line of Georgia Southern. Just underway here in the second quarter. Again from the far side hash. Gators will reset, offset I. Lane dots the I. Or rather, Taylor dots the I. Morningweg wanting to throw into the end zone. Incomplete. No hankies, and right corner, it was Matt Dobson with great coverage on Hunter Joyer, the junior out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. That one looked like a catch, and credit Dobson. Timed it perfectly along with Edwin Jackson to shake the ball loose, but did not interfere on the receiver. Quick fire, right corner of the end zone, got his hands on it. Dobson drops him to the carpet. Ball comes loose.
Big play here. 3rd down and goal. You can stop him here. Muschamp's got to think about kicking a field goal. What does that say about your offense if that happens?
3rd down, goal to goal, just beyond the 3-yard line, just inside the 4. Morningweg will set up in a gun. Has Showers on a wing to his left. Morningweg wanting to throw, now runs to his right, has some daylight, now will toss back of the end zone. Catch is made. Touchdown Florida. It's Solomon Patton I mean, only about a step left in the back right corner. But a rifle throw from Morningweg, and the Gators find the end zone. It's 9-0 with 13:31 to go in the second quarter.
He climbed the ladder to bring that ball down. I actually thought he overthrew him. Thought good play, good pay by the Eagles, putting pressure on him. But he fired that in there, right? You said, right at the last minute. And boy, did he jump up. Wow, did he jump up to get that ball.
What a vertical by Patton. And now it'll be Velez on for the point after. Snap, set, kick is down, kick is on its way, and the kick is good. So Florida extends the lead 10-0 with 13:31 to go here in the first half. Eagles get the football, try to find a way to protect it. Two big miscues. They were able to hold on a blocked field goal, but this time the Gators able to find the end zone. 10-0 they lead. We'll return to Gainesville in just a moment. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
Russ Brown back with you at Van Hill Griffin Stadium, Florida, leading Georgia Southern 10-0 with 13:31 to play in the second quarter. Checking Southern Conference scores. Clemson up on the Citadel 52-3 with 10 minutes to go in that one. Furman up 27-14 over Wofford with 6:41 to play in that one. And Alabama out to an early 7-0 lead over Chattanooga, just underway in the second quarter there. Chris?
Thank you, Russ. 13:31 remaining here. 10-0 Florida with the lead over Georgia Southern. Coaches talked about it. Ryan touched on it a few moments ago. The Eagles needed to protect the football, move the chains, use the offense as a defense here today. But a costly mistake on special teams on a flubbed snap to Luke Cherry. Able to set the Gators up. The Eagle defense would hold on a blocked field goal. But then Jonathan Bryant coughs up the football just inside the 25. And the Gators this time able to get into the end zone in the early moments here of the second quarter. So the Gators up 10-0. Big loss on that punt snap has the Eagles with just 16 yards of total offense here. Actually struggling after picking up some good plays. Jonathan Bryant, 3 carries, 19 yards. Nardo Covan at the B-back, 3 carries, 13 yards. The Gators now 76 yards on the ground. Total of 88 yards here, and have had a short field to work on a couple of occasions. No surprise, it's a 10-0 Florida lead as Austin Harden again will tee it up at the 35, kick it back to the Eagles. It'll be Showers and Breida. Back deep for Coach Jeff Monken. Looking to find some offensive firepower here on their third possession of the game. Harden with the approach. Here's the kick. This time a line drive knuckleball kick will angle, bounce inside the 10 and roll into the end zone. That time Breida was hoping maybe it would go out of bounds, but it goes into the back of the end zone. A touchback. It'll be first down at the 25 for Georgia Southern.
Actually, smart play by Breida. I don't blame him for doing so. In fact, he almost got hit by the ball, which would have been disastrous, to let the ball bounce out of bounds. But again, go back to that third and goal ball on the 4. We were in good position there. The linebacker came over. Darius Jones was with him, the freshman, as we mentioned. He threw it high. You thought he overthrew the man. But Patton just, I mean to tell you, he climbed the ladder. He could have slam dunked that one home. That would have been a beautiful dunk.
First down, 10 at the 25. Eagles on the field offensively for the third time today. Opening drive able to move into Gator territory. A delay of game costly. Forced the punt that blew up. Here's the reverse counter coming near side. McKinnon, 35-40. Near side up near midfield before being dropped down there. They'll mark him at the midfield stripe. Darren Kitchens makes the stop, the senior out of Homestead, Florida. But the first run of the day for Jarrett McKinnon. Great run. Sets up first down and 10 for the Eagles at the midfield line.
A healthy Jarrett McKinnon, they don't touch him. A healthy ankle on Jarrett McKinnon, and they do not touch him. But a good play by Jarrett, still favoring that ankle.
25-yard pickup, sets up first and 10 at the 50. Ellison under center. They'll motion Butler as a receiver left to right. Give Govan on the dive. Bounces off the right, moves back to his left. Able to get inside Gator territory. They'll mark him just beyond the 47-yard line. Pickup of 3, second down and 7. And Ryan, you could tell McKinnon, not quite the gazelle step he had earlier in the season, but still a threat offensively.
Yeah, outside of Jonathan Bryant, you could argue that 75% of Jarrett McKinnon still maybe the most speed that you're going to get out on the field. So you like to see number one out there. It's unfortunate because I think you're right, Terry. I think he goes untouched. He gets the corner with that, 100% ankle. But, again, 75% is probably better than anything else you got.
They'll give Govan a 2-yard pickup, make it 2nd and 8 at the Gator 48-yard line. Second time today. Eagles playing on the Gator side of the field. Govan, a little bit of room, makes it to the 45 before being pushed back there. Gain of 3. Set up a manageable 3rd down and 5 upcoming for Georgia Southern as the entire defensive front, after Govan looked like he had a hole, and that's what's so impressive about SEC and Florida Gator speed. Just when it looked like the hole had opened up, linebacking core along with some of the defensive front able to get a hand on Govan, stop him there. It'll be 3rd and 5. Eagles on the afternoon. 0 for 1 on 3rd down. Trying to get some momentum here offensively. Ball placed at the 45-yard line. Ellison under center. Again, no motion. Butler as a receiver left-right. Ellison throwing, and dangerous pass knocked down at the 40-yard line. Jabari Gorman out of Miami swats it down. They were looking for the quick seam route, and it's incomplete. Sets up 4th and 5 at the 45, and Georgia Southern slow to send out the punt unit. We'll see here as a little extracurricular activity away from the ball, actually on the near side of the field. After the incompletion, they were looking for Jarek McKinnon.
Man Ray Santa Moore stayed with his block, you should say, and he kept on keeping on, and that can be very, very frustrating for these guys that don't see that kind of blocking up front.
Well, he was up high on him, Ryan. Muschamp out there yelling at the referee, but it was his player that continued.
Cherry will punt it away this time. Fields the snap. Kick not very high, but could take a good Georgia Southern bounce inside the 10. It will, and go out of bounds around the 3-yard line. So Cherry, after a miscue early in the game, sets back the Gators inside the 4-yard line. And with 11:18 to go here in the second quarter, Florida takes back possession. Second time of the afternoon. And Georgia Southern able to peek inside Gator territory, but drive stalls. And the Gators will take back possession. We've got a timeout on the field with 11:18 to go in the first half. Florida leads 10-0 over Georgia Southern here from the Swamp in Gainesville. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football. Back with you here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville, Florida. Second quarter action. Florida leading Georgia Southern 10-0. Great punt by Luke Cherry. Puts the Gators back at their own 4-yard line as they'll start on offense for the 4th time today. Already a blocked field goal. The Gators, after another Georgia Southern turnover, able to turn that into a touchdown to take the 10-0 lead over Georgia Southern. Eagles again struggling to get yardage once they make it across midfield. They've got 46 yards of total offense on 13 plays thus far. Florida only 88 on 22 plays. And Brian, as you mentioned in the break, freshman quarterback in Morningweg backed up at the 4-yard line. Don't know how loose Coach Muschamp will be with his freshman quarterback. A chance for Georgia Southern maybe to really pin their ears back here.
That's right. This is an opportunity to gamble and see if you can't get something back. Likely to be conservative. They've been conservative all day, but he hadn't been put in this spot yet.
First down and 10 at the Gator 4-yard line. Morningweg will give it off. Running back comes off the left edge and has room up across the 10, the 15 as Mac Brown able to give them breathing room up at the 17-yard line. They'll mark it at the 18. It's a first down for Florida.
Missed tackle. We had him right there at the line of scrimmage and just missed the tackle. Tried to arm tackle him. You can't do that. Good block out there by their tackle. But you got to close the gap and make the play down there, especially on the goal line, and they missed the tackle on Carlos Cave as
Mac
well.
Brown went left. Edwin Jackson gambled going to his left. Missing on the arm tackle. First down and 10 at the 18. Morningweg under center. The give up the middle. Room up across the 25 to 30. It's Mac Brown to the 29-yard line. Another quick first down for the Florida Gators, and after being backed up at their own 4-yard line now, able to dice right through the Georgia Southern defense. Able to put together some long drives as Florida here, and again committed to running the football. At times Georgia Southern's been able to slow them down, but right now Florida making some hay on the ground. First down and 10. Ball at the 29-yard line. Morningweg offset I formation. Mac Brown dots the I. Two receivers out wide to the right. 4th down lineman for Georgia Southern. First down and 10, little play action. Morningweg comes out, throws on the bootleg, incomplete at the 34-yard line, looking for Solomon Patton. And that one on the run floats high and incomplete, sets up second down 10 at the 29. Morningweg, son of Marty Morningweg, the Jets offensive coordinator in New York, was 10 of 13 throwing against South Carolina last week in the loss, 19-14. Yet to throw an interception before today. But got one to Patton on the last drive. He's also offered up one interception. It'll be second down and 10 at the 29. Two receivers right, two to the short side of the field as Morningweg steps into the gun. Brown on a wing to his left. Give to Brown, and Brown, not much room across the 30, maybe falls forward to the 31. A pickup of 2 as Kyle Olbeck got to him first. They'll mark him at the 32-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 7. Edwin Jackson also in on the tackle for Georgia Southern. Olbeck and Jackson been busy so far here in the first half.
Gators just 2 of 5 on third down today. 101 yards on the ground, averaging 4.5 yards per play. Taylor leading it for the Gators. 58 yards on the ground, but not on this series.
Taylor still on the sideline as Mac Brown will be on a sidecar to the right side of Morningweg. On 3rd and 7 at the 32-yard line of the Gators. Morningweg looking to throw. Plants, now has pressure. Steps aside, strolling out to his right. Hit as he throws and throws it out of bounds into the Eagles sideline. It'll set up 4th down and 7. Great coverage downfield and enough pressure to force Morningweg to throw off his foot, having to throw out of bounds.
Dawson getting to the quarterback, tackled by the offensive tackle for the Gators, and then Olbeck chases him down to the sideline, hits him as he releases, and he throws it out of bounds, and the Eagles key stop here.
Johnny Townsend on to punt for the first time today. Freshman punter, 6'1", 188 pounds, averaging just under 42 yards a kick. He'll put this one in the air near his own 20-yard line. It'll be Brandon Thomas back deep for the Eagles. Rugby-style kick, angle it away from Thomas. Far side takes a bounce inside the 25, picked up by Thomas at the 20, and brought out of bounds at about the 31-yard line. Thomas showing some bravery on that one as the Gators able to get down there on that rugby-style kick. But a timeout on the field, and the Eagles have the football, trailing 10-0 to the Florida Gators here in Gainesville. Eagles have the football. When we return, it'll be 1st down and 10 at the Georgia Southern 30-yard line. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
Russ Brown back with you at the Swamp. 9:06 to play, second quarter. Florida leading Georgia Southern 10-0. Let's check the top 25 scoreboard. The number 1 team in the country, Alabama, up 21-0 on Chattanooga with 9:57 to play in the second quarter. 7th-ranked Clemson 52-6 over the Citadel with 1:54 to go in the game there. At the half, number 11 South Carolina leads Coastal Carolina 42-7. Number 13 Michigan State on the road up 30-6 over Northwestern with 2.5 minutes to go in that one. 20th ranked Oklahoma 41-24 over Kansas State as they play with 11 minutes to go in that one. And number 21 Louisville up 24-17 over Memphis with 6 minutes to go in that ball game. Chris?
Thank you, Russ. Quick moving first half of action here at the Swamp. Eagles trail 10-0. Florida possessing the football thanks to 2 costly turnovers. Winning the battle in time of possession over 13 minutes so far, with the Eagles at 7:45. Georgia Southern with the football, looking at 1st down and 10 at their own 30-yard line as Irvin Huggins will check in for the first time today. As the be-back gives some relief to Nardo Covan, who made the start. It'll be Kevin Ellison under center. He'll have Jarek McKinnon, Trey Butler in at slot back. As we wait for the officials to give the call, and there it is. 9:06 remaining here in the first half. Ellison working from the far side hash in the flex bone under center. Takes the snap. Give to Huggins up across the 30. May have made it to the 33. Pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Gives us an opportunity to introduce today's officiating crew, presented by Dr. Horace Deal. When making the right call, your vision cannot be compromised, so schedule an appointment today with Dr. Horace Deal, official team eye doctor of the Georgia Southern Eagles. Our referees out of the Southeastern Conference, our crew chief Mark Curls, umpire Johnny Hibbett, head linesman John Langlow, line judge Dirk Bell, field judge Jabir Walker, side judge Richard Brooker, and the back judge is John Wright. 2nd down 7 at the 33-yard line of their very own. Again out of the flex. Counter option. Ellison got a little room. Ellison across the 40, 45, across midfield before being cut down at the Florida 46-yard line. Jabari Gorman able to bring him down, but Ellison with a nice run. Credit the right side of that offensive line to give him a lot of running room. That time, Florida not ready for the counter, and Ellison right down, slips through. And for the third time today, the Eagles playing on the Florida side of the field. They'll mark the ball first down and 10 at the 46-yard line.
So much pressure from the front four of Florida with their linebackers. Have counter options. A good play to throw out there.
8 minutes to go here in the first half. First down and 10 at the 46. This is where the Eagles have struggled so far today. Ellison taking out the option. Ellison they'll keep. Ellison gets a good block out on the left perimeter inside the 40 and dropped it about the 36-yard line of Florida. It's enough for a Franklin first down. Maybe just a bit shy, depending on the spot. He's right there at the first down sticks. It'll be less than a yard. Second down and 1. Ball placed between the 36 and 37-yard line. Ellison showing what he can do on the ground.
Showers checking into the ball game. Jerick McKinnon coming back in as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a play action with a seam route here. You can afford to do so there.
Second down, less than a yard at the Florida 37-yard line. As deep as the Eagles have been all day. Ellison under center. Huggins in at B-back. Huggins will get the call. Huggins with the Franklin first down and then some. Down near the 31-yard line. A nice pickup of 6 yards. Hard-hitting run by Irvin Huggins, the redshirt freshman out of St. Cloud, Florida, before Ronald Powell, the junior out of California, made the tackle.
Looks like a Florida Gators down on the field. Gorman, the junior out of Miami, slow to get up, and looks like it's Gorman attending to him.
Looks like Michael Taylor.
Taylor?
Maybe the Gator that's down at the 29. They'll roll him over.
Yeah, it's Taylor who got down, and there was a real bottleneck there right over the center. I tell you, you want to watch, if you're watching and listening at the same time, watching today, if you're here or watching back home, you want to watch a matchup that Georgia Southern's winning big time right now. Is Man Ray St. Amour. They're playing zero, which they're putting somebody right over the center, which you see that a lot, especially the schools that don't see the triple option. A lot of times they'll play the two techniques, line two over right over the guard, maybe leave that center uncovered, but they played up front, straight up nose to nose with the center position, and Man Ray St. Amour is winning that battle just about every time, and it's really helping with the up the gut stuff, and you see it there. Taylor got bottlenecked and a lot of Gators backed up, but Man Ray St. Amour just getting lower, and that's what you're going to have to see to continue to fight and try to drive the ball downfield.
A lot of frustrations he has caused too, Chris.
Taylor on his own power will slowly and gingerly make his way to the near side. 7:06 to go here in the second quarter. Florida leading 10-0, but the Eagles showing some life offensively, looking at first down and 10 now at the Florida 31-yard line. The Eagles taking that opportunity, huddling up on the far side as Kevin Ellison will come back out. He's got McKinnon, Bryant, your A-backs. Irvin Huggins stays in at the B-back. Florida 4-down linemen. They'll cheat and put 8 men on the box here as Ellison takes the snap hill option near side. Giving chase and totally turned over end is Ellison. Dante Fowler grabs him from the backside and flips him over. Loss of a yard. It'll be second down 11 at the 32.
Fowler showing that speed. Kid, a sophomore out of St. Petersburg, literally grabs him and horse collars him down. No flag on the play. There's only been 2 flags thrown today, both of them against Georgia Southern. The officiating crew letting them play. Don't typically have a problem with that.
6:20, clock moving. Second quarter, second down 11. Now at the Gator 32. They'll move it to the near side hash. Eagles will send 2 receivers. Now they'll motion Butler at the snap. Ellison to keep on the midline, and Florida's right there to bring him down as he crosses inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. Maybe a 4-yard gain. It'll set up third down and 8, and there's an Eagle slow to get up at the 30-yard line. It looks like it's Garrett Fry, the junior out of Cumming, Georgia.
Hate to see that for Garrett. Got a lot of accolades last week for his academic success.
5:56 clock stops here in the second quarter as the Georgia Southern training crew out to take a look at Garrett on his back at the 30-yard line. Georgia Southern trailing 10-0 to the Florida Gators in just the third meeting all time. But defensively really holding their own. Florida with 116 yards of total offense in the game. They've been given a short field on a number of occasions and still have only been able to muster 10 points as they help up Fry. And he will slowly showing a lot of favor to that right leg. And he will be helped over to the far side, and the Eagles will have to call in reinforcements up front.
They're going to bring in Maurice Hunt Jr., a sophomore out of Lions, 277-pounder, 6'1". Fry recently named to the co-seat of the Capital One Academic All-District team.
5:56 remaining. Eagles already down big on the offensive line due to injuries this season. Tough to see Garrett Fry make his way over. Already Raphael Hardy knocked out of the ball game in the opening drive defensively. 0 for 2 on third down today. The Eagles on the season, 52%. Here's the pitch coming wide. McKinnon inside the 25, tripped up near the first down sticks, right around the 21, maybe the 22-yard line. That first down marker between the 21 and 22, depending on the spot. As Jarek leaped forward, it looks like it will be just shy, and we'll set up fourth down and less than a yard. They'll say fourth and a short 2.
Damn, that's awfully close, isn't it?
Late pitch that time by Ellison, drawing the defense in, made the pitch to McKinnon.
60%.
Eagles will go for it on fourth down as they approach the red zone here at the Gator 23-yard line. Gator fans now get in the ear of Ellison, and now Ellison, after McKinnon saw something he didn't like, yelled to his redshirt freshman quarterback, and they have to call a time. Coach Monken hot as he comes off the far sideline.
Yes, he's not a happy camper at all with this team and the offense right now, having to burn a crucial timeout here, but not wanting to squander the opportunity. Fourth, I'm going to say less than 1. It's awfully close. Again, the Eagles on the year, 9 of 15, 60% on fourth down.
Timeout on the field, 4:56. We'll take one with them. 10-0 Florida leads. The Eagles looking at fourth down and a little less than 2 yards, maybe less than a yard at the 22-yard line. We'll return in just a moment from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football. On fourth down and less than a yard, Kevin Ellison on the keeper, goes off the left edge of the offensive line, picks up the Franklin first down to the Florida 19-yard line. And the Eagles drive stays alive for the first time today. They enter the clubhouse red zone. Great job up front by Georgia Southern. Really mashed down the Florida Gators as McBurnett and Man Ray St. Amour, as Ryan said, absolutely eating Gators up today up front. And they pick up the first down. They'll mark it at the 19-yard line. Eagles with a great opportunity, their best of the afternoon. Down 10-0 to the Florida Gators. Ellison under center. Give to Huggins up the right side. Bounces off a defender at the 10. Spins down inside the 5. Finally brought down at the 3-yard line. Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Florida comes out of the pile and says they have the football, but the officials say no. Huggins was down. And we may go to replay here, but it looked like the officials said, wait a minute. They'll say Florida came up with it. Boy, that was a big-time decision and a long conversation for the officiating crew. It looked like Huggins was slung down to the ground. We'll get a replay.
Maybe.
Oh, boy, tough one for Georgia Southern. Third turnover of the game. Coach Monken in the ear of Huggins. Oh, my goodness. Costly mistake there with 4:17 to go here in the first half. Huggins keeps it off the right edge, bounces off a defender who wasn't ready for him, but Gators grabbing for the football, and Huggins lost it. And problem was he was on top of a Gator, never touched the field. And that is a good call by the officials, at least from the initial indication. He was never down. So another costly turnover, and Florida takes back possession. First down and 10 at their own 2-yard line.
Huggins on the field of a fumble is under further review.
They'll take a review at it, but I think they'll be able to quickly decide that Huggins never touched the ground. Unfortunately, he fell on the top of the Florida Gator defender, Gerard Davis.
Davis, the initial linebacker there, what happened was Huggins comes in, actually hits Davis, bounces off of him. Davis comes back and strips him as he makes the tackle.
Depending on the angle they have here for the television today, there is a chance Huggins' knee. And we'll have to take a look. Right now, the vantage point they're showing us on film does not show whether his knee was down. It will be close before the ball came out. But again, the rest of his body never touched the turf.
Again, great play by the linebacker, Davis. He clearly strips as he comes back and yanks it out of his hands. I'd be surprised if this ball's overturned.
There's a closer look we're getting a chance to see now to see if Huggins' knee is down. Boy, I tell you what, that may seal it. We may get a return. Let's wait and see. It's hard to tell when the ball eventually came out of Huggins' hands, but his knee did hit turf. And they're taking a look at this one. Ryan, I don't know what your vantage point was, but it's close.
Yeah, no, it was awful close, and reaction is what I like to look for.
The ruling on the field is confirmed. First down.
And really, when you see the replay and what is available to these officials, is the same thing that we're seeing here in the East End Zone on the HD board. You got to probably agree with them, because the ruling on it was 50-50, fumble or not, and then when you see the replay, there's really nothing that really says one way or the other.
Well, now you need the defense to step up right now after a 10-play drive for the Eagles, turned it all ball over on their own 2-yard line, 3-yard line. Second one, we need a big defensive stop here, maybe a turnover ourselves.
You can sum up the first half thus far. 3 turnovers for Georgia Southern. Again, the Gators keep it on the ground, trying to find room as Kelvin Taylor had a little bit of a seam, but closing in fast was Edwin Jackson to cut him down at the 5-yard line.
That hurts.
Pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. But not after the hole that was opened up on that left side of the offensive line. It was great for Jackson to come over to make that tackle, but 3 turnovers by Georgia Southern. And the second time today that Florida is able to take the ball and get some breathing room after starting deep in their own territory. The first came after a punt, second after the fumble. 2nd down and 7. Gators keep it on the ground this time, tripped up right at the line, but falling forward is Taylor. Kyle Obeck tripped him up, but he makes it to the 7-yard line. It'll set up 3rd down and 5 for the Florida Gators at their own 7.
2 of 6 on the day are the Gators. Technically, we've had just 2 turnovers. The punt was not technically a turnover, more of a flub where we gave them great field position, not able to do anything with it. The Eagles have fumbled the ball 3 times today, giving it up twice, averaging 5.2 yards per play. The Gators just 4.2.
3:08, clock moving, second quarter, 3rd down and 5. Morningweg under center will take the snap. Give to Taylor up the middle, and Taylor did not get the first down. He stopped at the 9-yard line. Pickup of 2. It will set up 4th down and 3 for the Florida Gators as Georgia Southern's Edwin Jackson there to bring down Taylor along with help up front defensively. And that will force the second punt of the afternoon from Johnny Townsend and the Florida Gators. And the defense right now from Georgia Southern, there is no complaints you can have as part of Eagle Nation, as they've had their back against the wall on 2 occasions, able to shut away a scoring opportunity on a blocked field goal. But right now they answer the bell once again with 2:25 to play, and Florida has to punt it away from their own end zone. Townsend gets it in the air. Middle of the field, fielded by Thomas. And Thomas trying to get to the 45 of Florida before he's dropped there, and field position in favor of Georgia Southern with 2:11 to go. They'll have the football 1st down and 10 at the Gator 45-yard line.
Linebackers are leading the charge, Eagle Nation, for this defense. Allback's got 7 tackles. Jackson's got 6. Your safety, and Matt Dobson, he's got 5. So they're coming up hard, playing the run, doing a good job shooting the gaps.
Ryan, let's overstate the obvious here. Against the SEC Florida Gators, they've got players, they've got depth. If you're Georgia Southern, you get these opportunities, especially in the first half when you're firing on all cylinders. You have to hit pay dirt.
If you were to show me just the game plays and stats and all the mistakes and be down 3 at the half, I wouldn't believe you. Georgia Southern's got to think it's a victory if they can get points on the board.
1st down 10 at the Gator 45. Ellison will pull, come around the right edge. Inside the 40, the 30 to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. 45-yard touchdown run for the redshirt freshman, Kevin Ellison. And the Eagles are on the board. It's 10-6 with 2:01 remaining in the first half.
Wow. Setting up the middle, Ryan. You talked about it with the success of the offensive line in that dime. William Banks getting back in the ball game. They fake the handoff. Ellison keeps it, doesn't give it to McKinnon, and he takes off, and it's off to the races.
Spread that defense thin, Terry, and you're seeing a quarterback, a young one that's starting to grow up. He's got a lot of reps under his belt, and he looks comfortable today.
The Gators bid on the dive to Banks. As Younghoe Koo on for the point after. It's good. It's a 10-7 ball game with 2:01 remaining here in the first half of action. Kevin Ellison, his 7th rushing touchdown on the season. And boy, did the Gators bite on the dive. You can watch the replay. See William Banks, a great fake by Ellison. Put it deep in the belly, pulled on the mesh, came around the right edge, and he was off to the races.
Dorian Bird, the senior tackle out of Westside in Macon, your right tackle. He comes and pulls, sets a seal block on the safety that springs Ellison, and there's nobody that's going to catch him.
2:01 remaining here in the first half. It's a 10-7 ball game, and defensively, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, Georgia Southern doing everything. Great game plan called by Coach Curtis and Coach Corliss up to this point, and credit the young men in blue and white giving their all out here. And now Coach Muschamp has to look up at that scoreboard with 2:01 to play, and they've been fairly conservative in today's game offensively, something Ryan touched on earlier. We'll wait and see. Plenty of time left on the clock. You hate to go in at halftime here at the Swamp if you're Coach Muschamp, even with that vote of confidence a couple of weeks ago, only up 10-7 over Georgia Southern.
4 Gators on the interior line bit on the dive. One of them a linebacker, which would have been in position to tackle Ellison. That's crucial. You want to go back and look, but you take the turnovers away. Your defense holding Florida to a field goal in that opening drive and then blocking the field goal. Looking back, that's key and crucial right now.
Solomon Patton will be back deep for the Florida Gators. Alex Hanks, Younghoe Koo will come on to kick this one away at the 35-yard line. 2:01 remaining here in the second quarter, and we've got a ball game at the Swamp in Gainesville. 10-7 Florida with the lead. Younghoe checks his line. Here's the approach and the kick on its way. Squib kick takes a bounce at the 25, picked up by an up back at the 15-yard line. Florida off to the races, off the right side, tripped up as he hits the 35. It's Trey Burton, and he'll be dropped across the 40. They'll stop him at the 39-yard line. Minute 55 to go.
Great field position for the Gators. Younghoe Koo actually on the tackle as well. Hanks, normally your kickoff man.
Fans, if you're tired of the fuel fill-up blues, try the Flash Foods Go Blue card. Get out of the blues and into saving green. Go Blue is safe, secure, and convenient. Enroll now at flashfoods.com and start saving. Sign up for your Go Blue card today at Flash Foods. We've got a minute 55 to go here at the Swamp. 10-7, Florida with the lead. They have the football. First down and 10 at the 39. Younghoe Koo with a short kick. Fielded and moved up near the 40. It'll be Morningweg out of a gun. He'll have Mack Brown on a wing to his right, 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Morningweg on the give to Mack Brown, and Mack Brown to the 40 and shut down there. Thought I heard some boo birds here at the Swamp as Blake Riley, along with Darius Jones, got to Mack Brown to stop him there. I don't think they approve of the play calling by Coach Muschamp and company.
No, I don't think so, and to tell you the truth, I don't really blame them. They got a big offensive line. I understand running behind it, but eventually you got to give your fans something. Darius Jones doing a good job of stepping up there. Gephardt forcing the running back to cut back in.
2-yard pickup makes it second down and 8 at the 41 of the Gators. Attacking right to left, a minute 19 to go here in the second quarter. Morningweg out of the gun. Drop back, screen pass. Mack Brown, he'll be slammed down at the 35-yard line. It was Josh Rowe, the senior out of Opelika, Alabama. Closes down. It'll be a big loss. 3rd and 14 back at the Gator 35-yard line.
Not a bad play call. We just did a very good job of reading it.
Timeout, Georgia Southern.
Eagles burn a timeout. We'll hold it here with a minute 3 to play. 10-7 our score. The Eagles now 159 yards of total offense on 23 plays. The Gators just 119. They took a negative play there after Josh Rowe. That young man has been through so much in his career at Georgia Southern. Couldn't be happier for a young man to make a great play there in the waning moments of the second quarter.
Remember when Josh Rowe came in, the skinny kid as a linebacker, but the reputation of him was that he could deliver a hit. He hit the weight room under Melton, came out as a beast, sat out last year. His senior campaign, he's enjoying every bit of it, and what a way to finish here at the Swamp in Gainesville.
Coming up after the first half of action, the Southern Halftime Report presented by the Georgia Lottery. Russ Brown will have your first half stats, your first half highlights, take you around scores from the Southern Conference and around the country. As we have a 10-7 Florida game. They lead by 3, 1:03 to go here in the first half. Looking at 3rd and 14 at the 35. They may go vertical here. They've been conservative most of the day. 2nd down and 7. Morningweg out of the gun. The gift to Brown. Brown gets to the 32 and cut down there by Josh Gebhardt. The Gators moving backwards. Another loss on the play will set up fourth in a cab ride, and the Gators will have to punt it away.
All back coming in as well.
Georgia Southern.
Timeout taken by Georgia Southern to conserve the clock with 55 seconds remaining.
Holback comes in as well to help finish the job on Gebhardt. The Gators are just 2 of 8 on third down today. It's going to bring up fourth down at 55 seconds. 59 seconds is enough time for the Eagles to at least get back on the scoreboard in the position they're in. If we can do a good job of this punt return, maybe we can get a Younghoe Koo field goal.
Ryan Chambers down there in the Knox sideline report. You got to believe Eagle Nation making some noise behind that Georgia Southern bench.
Yeah, it is, especially on third down. I did turn around. It was Barrett Gillum, Sports Information Director. We both kind of turned around and said, man, that is loud. How many of these people showed up for this ball game? And, you know, it's a thin Florida crowd, but they've got something to watch for right now. Florida looks slow, and you got a lot of young guys that are getting playing time late in the year. And the silver lining for Georgia Southern, a lot of the youth, because of injuries, is playing at a faster game speed.
Eagles burn their final timeout with 59 seconds. They put 4 seconds on the clock as Townsend to punt it away from the 20. Gets this one a mile high. Thomas will watch it sail out of bounds far side. They're going to mark it up across the 25, coming up across the 30. And our side judge is up across the 35 to the 41-yard line. That's where the Eagles take over with 53 seconds remaining here in the first half.
I liked him keep moving like that. It's kind of like a game with a little piece keeps moving by itself on the board. What was that, Jumanji? I like that. Keep going.
Reminded me of the Price is Right game.
There you go.
Marching up the mountain. Can't come to think of the name of that. 41-yard line. The Eagles have 53 seconds. They have burned all of their timeouts, but it took just 45 yards for Kevin Ellison to quiet the crowd here on the last possession to make it a 10-7 ball game. And the Eagles come out on offense. William Banks in at B-back. He was there on that scoring play. Ellison under center. He'll have Bryant and McKinnon, your A-backs, working from the far side hash, attacking left to right. Ellison waiting on the snap. Here it comes. He'll pull. Pitch to McKinnon right side. Ford is there as he crosses the 45 up to the 46-yard line. But a pickup of 5 yards. But the clock will continue to roll. It'll be 2nd down and 5 at the 46. We're down to 40 seconds remaining here in the first half.
Hate to keep stating about McKinnon's ankle, but he is playing tough. He is favoring that left ankle. Zach comes into the Walls game. Zach Walker out of Johnson County High School.
He'll set out as a wide receiver to the left. 27 seconds here, and the Eagles having all kinds of trouble lining up. They have burned too much time here. Down to 22 seconds. Now they get lined up on 2nd down and 5 at the 46. Ellison under center takes the snap. Looking to throw, comes out, has time, hit as he delivers, and it's incomplete. Looked like there was a flag and pressure. They were looking for McKinnon on the post, and it looked like his hands got tied at the very last moment, but no flags. It stops the clock with 10 seconds, but the Eagles burned about 21 seconds before getting that snap off, again with no timeouts.
Goes back to the experience that Ellison will gain as he continues to play. McKinnon open. Looked like the throw might have been a little bit shy, but it wasn't. Thought we were going to get a flag. Waiting for the replay to see if we should have. But it doesn't matter at this point. 3rd down at about 5. 10 seconds to go. If I can see that correctly, 10 seconds to go until halftime.
So this may be the final play here on 3rd and 5 from the Eagle 46-yard line. Ellison under center. Banks your B-back. They'll motion McKinnon. They'll counter to Bryant right to left, and Bryant has Gators all around him as he makes it to the 49 after a 3-yard gain, and that will be the end of the first half. So the Eagles head to the locker room. Florida goes to the locker room. Questions linger for Coach Muschamp and company as they lead by 3, 10-7 after 1 half of play here at the Swamp. Before we go to break, we'll go down on the field. Ryan Chambers will have the opportunity to talk with Eagle head coach Jeff Monken. Ryan?
Coach, you got a one-possession ball game. You get the ball to start the second half. What did you see here in the first?
I'm disappointed we fumbled the ball. Some inopportune times. They got their first touchdown on a fumble, and we had the ball on a 2-yard line with a fumble. That's a big difference in the game. It's a 14-point swing. Defense has been playing really well. I'm proud of those guys. We missed some tackles early, and they drove the ball. Great job on the blocked kick. We just got to play. We can't make those mistakes against a really talented team like Florida.
Appreciate it, Coach. Guys.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ryan. We're at halftime here at the Swamp in Gainesville. Surprising score, sending tones across the Southeastern Conference. Florida leads 10-7 over Georgia Southern. Coming up next, it's the Southern Halftime Report. Russ Brown will take you through it all when we return to Gainesville, Florida in just a moment. Our score at the break, Florida 10, Georgia Southern 7 from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
Welcome back to the Southern Halftime Report, presented by the Georgia Lottery. Celebrating 20 years. Today could be the day.
Russ Brown back with you from the Swamp. Georgia Southern trailing Florida 10-7 at the half. Let's take you through the first half highlights now. The Gators would take the opening possession, reel off 13 plays, covering 63 yards, chewing up 6.5 minutes off the clock. And then Francisco Velez connected on a 27-yard field goal to give the Gators a 3-0 lead. Georgia Southern would drive it on the ensuing possession before coughing up a punt snap. And the Gators take over, drive down, get deep into Georgia Southern territory. The defense gets the stop, forces the Gators to try a field goal. That field goal was blocked, and Georgia Southern would take over at their own 20-yard line, only to cough it up again. And the Gators able to capitalize on a 5-play, 14-yard drive as quarterback Skylar Morningweg found Solomon Patton on a 3-yard touchdown pass. The extra point by Velez was good. That made the score 10-0. Georgia Southern would get another good drive going, pin Florida back deep in their own territory, force the Gators to punt, set up with good field position again, drive down inside the red zone, only to cough it up one more time. But the defense for Georgia Southern again gets the stop, sets the Eagles up with the ball 1st and 10 on the Florida 45-yard line, and then Kevin Ellison takes it in from there.
First down 10 at the Gator 45. Ellison will pull, come around the right edge. Inside the 40, the 30, to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Put an Eagles 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. 45-yard touchdown run for the redshirt freshman, Kevin Ellison.
Younghoe Koo's extra point was good. That made the score 10-7. As Georgia Southern's defense would force one more punt, but the Eagles' drive would stall as time ran out in the first half. Georgia Southern will get the ball to start the second half. Looking at some of the first half numbers for the Eagles, 167 yards of total offense, all of that coming on the ground, as Kevin Ellison has 8 carries for 85 yards and a touchdown. Jarek McKinnon, 3 carries, 37 yards. Nardo Govan, 7 carries for 27. And Jonathan Bryant, he's got 4 carries for 22 yards. Through the air, Ellison 0 for 2 on the day. Luke Cherry's only punt traveled 41 yards, and it did pin the Gators back deep in their own territory inside the 20-yard line. As for Florida offensively, 23 rushes for 111 yards for the Gators, just 6 yards through the air, as Morningweg was 4 of 10. He did throw the touchdown pass to Patton. Kelvin Taylor, your leading rusher for the Gators, 13 carries, 65 yards. Mac Brown, 8 carries, 32 yards. And receiving for the Gators, Velez Showers with 2 catches for 9 yards. Mentioned Patton on the 3-yard touchdown reception, and Mac Brown had 1 catch, but it only netted negative 6 yards. Now time to check the Southern Conference scoreboard. Number 1, Alabama leads Chattanooga 28-0 as they play at the half in that one. Elon out to an early 14-0 lead over Samford with just 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 2 finals to tell you about. Clemson knocks off the Citadel. The final in that one was 52-6. And Furman gets the win over Wofford at home. The final score in that one, 27-14. Checking some of the scores from around the country in the top 25. Florida State and Idaho just underway, no score in that one. Oregon, Arizona also just underway, no score there. Ohio State out to a 70-0 lead over Indiana with 12:41 to play in the first. Wisconsin and Minnesota just underway, no score in that one. Some finals from earlier in the day. Number 13, Michigan State knocks off Northwestern 30-6. Number 21, Louisville 24, Memphis 17. As we mentioned, number 7, Clemson knocks off the Citadel 52-6. Oklahoma, the 20th ranked team in the country, knocks off Kansas State 41-31 is your final in that one. And all the other top 25 action to come later in the day. A good first half for the Eagles, especially on the defensive side of the football, as they are giving this Georgia Southern team a chance to come in here into the Swamp and pull the upset. Offensively, the Eagles have got to take better care of the football in the second half to give themselves a chance. They've shown they can move the ball against a very good Florida defense. That's got to give you some confidence. And Kevin Ellison, the redshirt freshman quarterback, with that 45-yard touchdown scamper, you know, he was a mile high emotionally after that run, feeling like he can come in here and play with this SEC team. And the early moments of the second half are going to be very important for this Georgia Southern team. Get some confidence, put together a drive, and the longer you can keep this thing close and give yourselves a chance, the more that doubt starts to creep into this Florida team. And keep in mind, for Florida, it's a big game for the Gators. They need 2 wins to become bowl eligible. They need a win here today against Georgia Southern, and then they need to knock off in-state rival Florida State. That would put them at 6-6. And by the way, the Gators' bowl streak, one of the longest in the country, the 3rd longest streak in the country of consecutive years going to a bowl game, that is in jeopardy here today. And if Georgia Southern can pull the upset, it wouldn't just be the Eagles' first win against an FBS opponent. It would also end the nation's 3rd longest bowl streak. The second half is on the way. Colin Lacey will have the university segment next, and then Chris Blair, Terry Harvard, and Ryan Chambers have the second half play-by-play from the Swamp. Again, your score, Georgia Southern trailing Florida 10-7, and we're back with more right after this on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
The Southern Halftime Report, presented by the Georgia Lottery. Remember, today could be the day.
Colin Lacey back here on the Southern Halftime Report. Last week, the university held a groundbreaking ceremony on a $5.8 million shooting sports education center. I sat down with the Vice President for Student Affairs, Dr. Teresa Thompson, about what this facility means for Georgia Southern University.
Well, it will provide us a world-class facility to develop skills that can be utilized for a lifetime. Shooting sports is one of the fastest-growing sports in America. It's also a sport that you can continue throughout your life and share with your family of most ages. This facility will provide our students great opportunities to compete on a state, national, and international level, while also having opportunities to take in-depth safety classes for using firearms and bows.
Dr. Thompson says the mission of the shooting center is not only for the rifle and archery teams, but also education.
Well, the mission is to educate hunters and archers to be responsible shooting sports enthusiasts. That includes training to promote safe firearms and bow handling, and to provide our students with yet another great recreational outlet. We have over 1 million sport shooters in our state, so we obviously have many of those enthusiasts right here on our campus. It was our students who started the archery club that really inspired us to look for greater opportunities in this area, and we were very fortunate to partner with the Department of Natural Resources for this grant to build a world-class facility.
The goal for this facility is prepare an Eagle for the Olympics.
Well, obviously that is something that is very exciting to think about and dream about, that possibility, and we're grateful for our partnership with the Department of Natural Resources and the Easton Foundation that will help us with the high caliber of Olympic training needed to achieve this goal. In addition, what a great opportunity for our students and community to have the opportunity to be a part of such a lofty dream.
This facility will not only help athletic teams, but also work as a classroom for students.
Well, actually, studies show that if students are healthy, they do better in school. But in addition, with our own retention studies for Georgia Southern students, we know that if they are involved in recreational activities, they are retained and graduate at increased levels. So recreational activities have a big impact on a student's life.
To find out more about the shooting sports education facility, go to georgiasouthern.edu. Thank you to Dr. Thompson for taking some time with us. On the other side of the break, we'll have second half action between the Gators and Eagles from the Swamp in Gainesville. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern Football on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
Less than 20 seconds till boot meets ball in the second half. Live from the Swamp, the Eagles shocking the Gators. University of Florida trailing just 10-7. The Gators 111 yards rushing, 117 total. The Eagles 167 yards of total offense. The Eagles have come to play. Turnovers have plagued them in the first half, unfortunately. But the Gators are going to kick off to the Eagles. And with that, time for the play-by-play. I'm going to hand it off to the voice, Chris Blair.
Thank you, Terry. Eagle Nation, we having fun yet? Second half kickoff presented by Heritage Bank of the South. 20 locations across the state of Georgia. 2 convenient locations in Statesboro. Do business with people you know. Heritage Bank of the South, there for you then, here for you now. Find out more by logging on to eheritagebank.com. Florida won the toss. They wanted to take the football, so they will kick it off to Georgia Southern. Austin Harden will do the duties. It'll be Showers and Breida back deep for Georgia Southern. As Terry mentioned, Eagles 167 yards of total offense. Kevin Ellison, 8 carries, 89 yards, had a 45-yard touchdown to really tighten this ball game. And so far, the Georgia Southern defense has been the story. Here's the kick by Harden. Will be fielded about 3 yards deep. And the Eagles decide to take a knee. Matt Breida will do so. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25-yard line as Georgia Southern comes out to start the third quarter of action. Don't forget, when you choose to earn your degree from Georgia Southern University, you join a community of more than 20,000 students that have made Georgia Southern one of the nation's top educational institutions for nursing, business, education, research, and more. Choose Southern today at georgiasouthern.edu. Got to wonder what was talked about in that Florida locker room with Coach Muschamp and company, especially on the defensive side. Offensively, very vanilla so far for the Gators. A couple of opportunities going by the wayside to get points, including the blocked field goal. 15 minutes up on the board. First down and 10 at the 25-yard line as Kevin Ellison will take the snap. He'll pull from Banks, give to McKinnon. 30, 35, 40. Cuts far side, 50, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Middle of the field. McKinnon brought down at the Florida 9-yard line. Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Opening play of the third quarter, and Jarek McKinnon, 75% on that ankle. Just 10 yards shy of in for the score. First down, goal to goal at the 9.
Again, Jarek McKinnon, we've talked about his ankle. Ryan said it best. A 75% Jarek McKinnon is still faster than most of the players on the team. And right there, he showed it with a nice stiff arm to show how his strength as well.
66 yards on the carry. First down, goal to go at the 9. The give to Banks. Banks up the middle on the dive, trying to make his way to the 6-yard line. See if forward progress gives it to him, and it does. 3-yard pickup. Second down, goal to go from the 6. Wow, shot out of a cannon, to say the least. That's something we've said about Jarek McKinnon his entire career. Had a chance, Terry, to see his parents. Of course, his older brother played here for the Florida Gators. And Jarek showing what he's got on a big stage. Couldn't be more proud of that young man out of Marietta, Georgia. Puts the Eagles in fine fashion right out of the gate. 13:52 to go here in the third quarter. Eagles knocking on the door in the clubhouse red zone. Second down, goal to go from the Gators 6. Ellison under center. William Banks the B-back. They'll motion Jonathan Bryant. The give to Banks. He'll leapfrog over a couple of defenders inside the 5. Seem to mark him down at the 4. A 2-yard pickup. It'll be third down, goal to go from the 4-yard line. And we've got a quiet swamp here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville as the Georgia Southern Eagles punch the Gators right square in the mouth on the opening play here in the third quarter. 66 yards for Jarek McKinnon.
Well, it's going to be all for naught if we can't get in the end zone. May need our speed on the outside. The interior blocked it up. You know the Gators got to think that we're going to go on the outside. I almost wish we'd do that jet toss.
Just inside the near side hash. Third down, goal to go from the 4. Ellison will keep. Ellison trying to make it to the goal line. Spinning in, and they'll say he's down at the 1-foot line. Almost spun into the end zone by the Gators. It will be fourth down, goal to go from the 1. Here is a decision for Coach Jeff Monken and company on the road against Florida. Ellison just inches away from breaking the plane.
Oh, he literally is a football away from the white stripe there. Gators making substitutions. The Eagles are as well. Banks is going to be in there with McKinnon and Ellison.
Eagles 1 of 2 on fourth down efficiency today. The give to Ellison, trying to go straight up. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. Ellison able to leap over the top of the Gator defense. And the Eagles have the lead in Gainesville, 13-10. Ellison with his second touchdown of the game. Kevin Ellison, his 8th rushing touchdown of the season.
He did it. A quarterback sneak just like he did last time over the left side. This time, though, he jumps high and just leaves with the football and gets it over the line. Exactly what it needed to do. Dangerous, yes, but it was a touchdown.
13-10. Georgia Southern leads over Florida. Younghoe Koo on for the point after. Matt Dobson to hold. Here's the snap set. Kick on its way. Kick is up. And kick is good. Georgia Southern leads 14-10 over Florida. We'll return to the swamp in Gainesville in just a moment. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
Back to the action from Nelligan Sports. This is the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
As we continue from Gainesville, Florida, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification so great stations across the state of Georgia can identify themselves. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Back inside the Verizon broadcast booth here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville, Florida. Georgia Southern leading Florida 14-10. 12:24 remaining here in the third quarter. The Eagles take the opening kickoff. Opening play from scrimmage. Jerick McKinnon, 66 yards, puts the Eagles at the Florida Gator 10-yard line. Eventually, Kevin Allison punches it in over the top to give the Eagles their first lead of the day, Terry.
Oh, my goodness, is all I can say. Great. You know, you come out of the second half, this is exactly what you hope to do, that we hope to do all season long. We made it happen just then. It just took 5 plays, thanks to Jerick McKinnon's 66-yard gallop down the field. 75% of Jerick McKinnon out running the Gators until he gets down to about the 9-yard line. 2 dives to Banks. 3rd and goal, doesn't get in. Ellison just leaps over, puts the ball across the line of scrimmage to the touchdown, and that's all he needed for the Eagles to take a 14-10 lead over the Gators here at the Swamp in the third quarter. The Domino's Pizza Drive Delivery, presented by Domino's Pizza, proud sponsor of Georgia Southern Athletics. The Georgia Southern Domino's is open really late, so call them at 912-681-4326 in Statesboro. Or, as always, you can go to Domino's.com.
Georgia Southern now 242 yards of total offense on 31 plays. 242 on the ground. Kevin Ellison and Jerick McKinnon getting it done against the Florida Gators, having trouble against the Eagle triple option. Alex Hanks will be back in to kick it away here with 12:24 to go in the third quarter. It'll be Solomon Patton. The lone touchdown for the Gators coming to Patton. He'll be back deep to receive this kick as we're just about set to get back to action. Don't forget, fans, each Georgia Southern first down presented by Franklin Toyota Scion, proud supporter of Georgia Southern Athletics. Check out their full line of Toyotas. Visit them on the bypass next to the Holiday Inn or online at franklintoyota.com. Hanks will tee it up at the 35-yard line. Checks his line to the left, checks his line to the right. Slow start. Here's the approach and the kick. Puts a foot in this one, high and deep. 5 yards deep in the end zone. Bobbled by Patton, and he'll have to take a knee. Wanted to bring it out, but almost left home without it. It'll be first down and 10 at the 25 for the Florida Gators.
Great kickoff by Hanks. We've really seen him excel in this area this year. Good hang time, puts it 4 or 5 yards deep, makes him think about it. Fumbles the ball, couldn't possibly take it out at that point. Again, need no letdown, Ryan, from our defense at this point.
$12:23 to go. Gator offense on the field. It's been Skyler Morningweg. He'll set up wide to the right. They'll have a direct snap coming. Florida Gators out of the gun. Kelvin Taylor. Taylor running to the near side up across the 25. Got to the 26. But a gang of Eagles bring him down. Great pursuit. Kyle Olbeck along with Blake Riley in the vicinity and help from Matt Dobson. 2-yard gain sets up second down and 8 for the Florida Gators. Second time we've seen that Wildcat set for Mack Brown and Kelvin Taylor in the game today for Coach Muschamp. As Skyler Morningweg so far in the game, Gators have kept it on the ground. Florida 4 of 10 passing. 11:46 to go. They'll motion a receiver. Morningweg back in at the shotgun. Showers on a back wing to the left side, but they throw across the middle, and they hit Ahmad Fullwood, the freshman out of Jacksonville. He's up across the 30 to the 32-yard line. It was Valdon Cooper there to make the tackle, and it will set up third down and 3 at the 32-yard line of the Florida Gators.
Allback doing a good job of coming back in protection. The receiver just showed the quarterback his numbers, and you have to wonder, I know they have a big offensive line. They ought to be able to run the ball. They're not having the success that they would like. Seeing what Georgia Southern has faced defensively from passing games, you would think they'd go to that more. The Gators are 2 of 8 on third down.
11:04 to go, third quarter, third down and 3. Gators keep it on the ground. It'll be Taylor trying to make his way to the 35-yard line, able to do so with second and third effort. And he will be right there at the first down sticks to pick up the first down for the Florida Gators. Gives them a sigh of relief with 10:56 remaining here in the third quarter. First down and 10 at the 35. Last check from Norfolk, Virginia. Georgia Southern men's basketball in action against Old Dominion. Halftime score, the Monarchs 47, the Eagles 33. Second game of the Cancun Challenge happening stateside before they head to Cancun coming up tomorrow morning. First down 10 at the 35. Again, the Gators keep it on the ground. It'll be Taylor. Nickney moved to the near side up to the 40 before being dropped there. A gain of 5. It was Edwin Jackson The Eagles, great pursuit, Ryan, in the offensive backfield. They're in position. You got to credit Florida to getting away from expected tackles, but still a lot of surge up front defensively.
Yeah, they're going with more of the single set back. They're going a little bit more max protect. We knew with a young quarterback there'd be some max protect, but away from the fullback as he checks back in. But Taylor's a good running back, but there is pursuit in the backfield.
2nd down, 5 at the 40. I formation. Taylor will dot the I. They'll send a receiver out wide to the right. Morningweg under center. Here's the snap. Give to Taylor. Trying to bounce it out right side. Nowhere to go. Tried to cut back left in the backside. Tackle by Justice Ajike. Back at the 39-yard line. A loss of a yard. Justice Ajike getting it done. The junior out of Covington, Georgia. Taylor tried to go right. Nothing there. Cut back left. And then he was met by big number 91.
Carlos Cave coming in, linebacker. He checks back out, but they do a 4-man front. Take Carlos Cave, put him on the line of scrimmage. They did a very good job of stopping it on the left-hand side.
9:25 to go, 3rd quarter. 3rd and 6 at the 39-yard line. Florida 3 of 9 on 3rd down today. Morningweg out of a gun. He'll have Taylor on a wing to his left. Trip receivers to the right. One lone receiver to left side. Morningweg fires, caught at the 42 and dropped immediately by Quentin Dunbar as Darius Safford there to drop him after only about a 3-yard gain at the 42-yard line. It will set up 4th down and 2, a long 2 at the 43, and Florida elects to bring out Johnny Townsend to punt it away.
Yeah, we came with a 3-man rush, and then with Allback on a blitz there, he got upsided. Stafford did a very good job in protection and stuffed him afterwards. The punter for Florida is going to stand on his own 28-yard line on Safford, and then we're standing on our own 20.
So back deep is Brandon Thomas at the 20-yard line. Townsend will let this fly from about the 32 as he puts it in the air, a mile high, spiraling kick. Thomas waiting for it, fields it at the 21. Coming near side, gets through initial surge and up across the 30 to the 31-yard line. That's where Georgia Southern takes over, leading 14-10 with 8:23 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Timeout on the field. We'll take one with them. The Eagles lead in Gainesville over the Gators, 14-10 from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
On the air, online, and on your phone. Listen live online at gseagles.com.
8:23 to go in the 3rd quarter. Russ Brown back with you at the Swamp. Georgia Southern leading Florida 14-10. Let's look at your top 25 scoreboard. 11th ranked South Carolina 69, Coastal Carolina 7. Number 1 Alabama 35, Chattanooga nothing. Number 2 Florida State out to a 7-0 lead over Idaho. Chris?
Thank you, Russ. 14-10 Georgia Southern leads. 2nd possession of the 2nd half. The first one, 5 plays. 75 yards, started with a 66-yard scamper by Jarek McKinnon before Kevin Ellison leaps over the line to get the score. Eagles up 14-10. As the Eagles broke from the far side huddle, still in the media timeout. Coach Monken keeping a couple of Eagles across the way. Zach Walker and Showers. Jarek McKinnon walking to the near side. First down and 10 at the 31-yard lines, where the Eagles will take over after forcing a punt. The defense today has played phenomenal. Just 134 yards so far for the Florida Gator offense.
Eagle fans, I do not believe have sat down the entire game. Great turnout here today. A lot of them running around Gainesville last night, flying in today, all over the country, from Texas, Virginia, upstate New York. They're all here today.
First down and 10 at the 31 as Ellison works in the flex bone. William Banks, the B-back. He'll take the snap to give to Banks. Off the left edge, Room bounces off a tackler, spins up across the 41, picks up a Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Great run by William Banks. Darren Kitchens on the tackle for the Florida Gators, but the Eagles will move the chains and inch closer to midfield here with 8:13, clock moving, 3rd quarter. Fans trying to get into this one here. Not a capacity crowd by any stretch. But Gator fans trying to pump up the defense here with 7:57 to go in the 3rd quarter. First down, 10 at the 41. Ball at the 41-yard line. Fake on the toss. Ellison wanting to throw. Hit as he lets it go, and it's overthrown. Incomplete down at the 25, looking for B.J. Johnson. Floated that one high, and Ellison tried to stay in the pocket as long as he could before the Gators tattooed him right in the numbers.
Yeah, the receiver hit a little bit, but it was not a catchable ball. Overthrown, good call, or no call by the official there. Good play action fake, I thought. Ellison deep in the pocket. stands strong, takes a vicious hit. Good blocking by Banks.
Looking at 2nd down 10 at the 41-yard line of their very own, attacking left to right. 7:46 to go. Clock stopped here in the 3rd quarter. Option near side. Ellison has to cut inside the corner on the right. Up across the 45 and shut down at the 46-yard line. Neron Ball and Dante Fowler on the tackle for the Gators. Sets it up 3rd and 5. Very manageable on 3rd down, where the Eagles so far today just 0 for 5. Looking for a big 3rd down conversion here with just 5 yards. They need to make it to the Gator 49-yard line.
Govan checking into the ball game. Banks coming out. Thought the pitch man McKinnon was open there. Ellison electing to hold on to it. Again, this is an extremely important 3rd down, so we can hold on to the ball and not give it back to the Gators.
7:09, clock moving, 3rd quarter. Ellison under center, Govan in it, B-back. Quick toss, McKinnon right side, cuts it in the angle up across the 50. Just shy of the 1st down sticks. Needed to get to the 49 of the Gators. It'll be 4th down and about a yard as the spot placed right on the midfield stripe with 6:51 to go in the 3rd quarter.
I think we're going to go for it, guys. 2 of 3 on 4th down, going for it this year or today. 60% on the year, and nope, changed their mind. We're going to come out and punt, bring out, looks like Luke Cherry coming out to punt as he stands on the 35-yard line. Gators no doubt going to expect a fake here, but I would not have been surprised had we gone for it.
Purifoy will be back deep for the Gators inside the 15-yard line. Snap to Cherry, kick it away. This one a mile high. Fair catch called for. Now Purifoy will get out of the way, takes an eagle bounce inside the 5 and down at the 5-yard line. And that's where the Gators start off as Matt Dobson quickly down the field. Great punt by Cherry after a miscue early in the game. First punt attempt was muffed. Set up the Gators in fine fashion, although they would have a field goal blocked in that ensuing possession. But now, 2nd and 3rd time today, rather, that the Gators start well inside their own 5-yard line.
Hey, Ryan, I think that particular decision to punt the ball comes down to how well Coach Monken's defense has done today.
I was just thinking the same thing, Harbaugh. That's a spot on the field, a spot in the game, and then Coach Monken, I would roll. It's better than 50-50 that Georgia Southern goes for it. But because Southern really has the momentum right now and the defense is really playing well, Florida's having a hard time moving the football, that shows a little bit of trust in that this isn't because if you feel like that you've got to gamble, then you go for it, right? If that's the only way you're going to win this football game. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like, you know what, play it safe, punt it. Let's see if Florida can move the football. Right now they can't.
6:16 to go in the 3rd quarter. 14-10 Georgia Southern with a 4-point lead after being down 10-0. Field goal by Florida to start the scoring on their opening drive. Had a field goal blocked. Got good field position, able to get a touchdown. And the Eagles now widening or closing the gap on time of possession. Florida 20 minutes, 24 seconds. The Eagles 18 minutes and 20 seconds. And a big defensive opportunity here with 6:16 to play, and the ball placed between the 5 and 6-yard line of the Florida Gators. Freedom's pregame flight at Paulson Stadium, presented each week at home games by Queensboro National Bank and Trust. Come see for yourself why people say the Q works for me. Much more than a slogan, it's a commitment to their customers. Queensboro National Bank and Trust, proud supporter of Georgia Southern University. Timeout on the field as we wait for Florida to get gathered offensively.
Florida Gators passing 6 of 12 today, just 14 yards. Last week against the Gators, I thought they did a pretty good job. He was 10 of 13 against South Carolina. He threw the ball. He was very accurate, short passes on the mark. You saw what kind of receivers they have when he scored the touchdown over here. I'm a little surprised that Florida has not broken out the air game against Georgia Southern. As we know, we've had problems with that this year against Samford and against Furman and against App State, but we haven't seen it today. Personally, I hope we don't.
Without a doubt, Lavelle Westbrook's unable to go today due to a concussion, and it's been fouled on Cooper and Darius Safford out there at corner. Here's the 1st down play on the run. They'll give it off to Kelvin Taylor. Makes his way to the 9-yard line, a pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 as the Gators continue to keep it on the ground. And Kyle Olbeck continues to rack up tackles for Georgia Southern so far in the afternoon. He has been impressive. That will be his 8th tackle of the game. He and Edwin Jackson have been absolute headhunters on the field here at the Swamp.
Both leading tacklers for the Eagles today, and Riley right behind him with 4 with Dobson.
5:45, 3rd quarter. Gators break from the huddle, taking their own sweet time, looking at 2nd down and 7. Eagles 4 down linemen, offset eye for the Gators. Again, Taylor with a handoff, hit in the backfield, but spins away, but eventually can't get going, and Darius Safford on the corner blitz comes in to make the stop. That'll be a loss of a yard at the 8-yard line. It will set up 3rd down and 8. Great play call by the Georgia Southern defense. Taylor ran into Safford, spun away, headed to the left side, and Safford, quick feet, got on him, brought him down.
I mean, but back on Taylor, though, for a minute. How many times have you seen him break that initial hit? That's a sign of a great running back. This guy has the potential to be a great running back for the Florida Gators.
Taylor was 76 yards rushing so far today. It's a 3rd down and 8 at the 8-yard line. Morningweg out of a gun in the end zone. Looks, comes back to his right. Pass batted down at the 5-yard line. Almost taken down by Josh Gebhardt, the left defensive end. But it's batted down, sets up 4th down and 8 at the Gator 8-yard line. The defense again answers the call.
Gebhardt from the defensive end position, Ryan, backs up, sees the pass, the angle where he was thrown, and batted it down.
Brandon Thomas will be back deep. Stands at the Eagle 48-yard line. Johnny Townsend, 2 yards from the boundary in the back of his own end zone.
Potential for great field position here.
4:47 to go. Townsend has had some high kicks. He'll rugby style this one to keep it away from Thomas. Gets a good foot in this one. Backpedals Thomas to the 40 far side. Great block. And there goes Thomas up across midfield. Gets to the Gator 49-yard line before he's dropped there. It was a great job by the Eagles avoiding the block in the back to give Thomas some running room. And the Eagles playing with a short field once again with 4:34 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Georgia Southern making the move from FCS to FBS in transition this year. The final game of 2013, giving Florida all they want here at home, leading 14-10 over the Gators.
Florida fans wanted a block in the back, waiting to see a replay to see if there was. But for the most part, the officials have let these two teams play today. Only 2 hankies on the turf today. Both of them against against Georgia Southern. 2 penalties for 11 yards. Florida has not had a penalty.
1st down, 10 at the 49 of Florida. Give to Banks on the dive. Trying to make his way to the 45 of the Gators, and he'll be just shy of that. Pick up a 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Again, Eagles staying on schedule. On the dive, Will Muschamp on the TV tonight now, just rubbing his brow. Just can't believe the Eagles are picking up 4 and 5 yards on 1st down as there's a Gator slow to get up. It's Jacobs, and he's up on his own power and trying to stay into the game and tossing his towel is out of frustration. The Gators give up 4 yards on the dive. It'll be 2nd down 6 now at the Florida 45-yard line. 3:53, clock moving, 3rd quarter. 14-10, Georgia Southern with the lead. Ellison under center in the flex. Banks your B-back. Bryant McKinnon your slot backs. The motion McKinnon, option near side. Ellison, late pitch to McKinnon. He's brought down as he worked inside the 45 to the 44-yard line. And there's another Gator slow to get up at about the 43. It appears it is Jabari Gorman.
And also Jerick McKinnon, Eagle fans, I hate to tell you this, takes a hit, and that ankle, don't think it's going to hold up for him, as he has to get helped up off the field. And what a great senior, what a great Eagle he has been. Played every position on the field except for kicker and punter. He's had interception of the defensive back. He's all-star quarterback, B-back. He's done it all, and now we're seeing this great senior in the all-white with the blue. The numbers being helped off the field, a field that his brother Lester Norwood plays as the Gator. As Eagle fans give him a standing ovation.
Florida, much like Georgia Southern, suffering injuries throughout this season. 10 key players for Florida out, including Jeff Driscoll, the junior quarterback who went out early in the season. Florida has been through 3 so far, and McKinnon really got pulled back after he went down and had his left leg fall behind him. Didn't look good on the replay, and he's being helped by the training crew to the far side. A tough shot for the Eagles here with 3:32 to play. Having a huge day running the football and has thrown some incredible blocks. 108 yards on the ground for Jerick McKinnon. Ellison sucked the defense in, made the late pitch, but good safety coverage out on the corner. They were able to get McKinnon down. And a timeout on the field as the Gators also helping one of theirs back to the near sideline. The Eagles looking at 3rd down and 5 now at the Gator 44-yard line. They have been 0 for 6 today on 3rd down. 7 times needs to be a charm here. 3:30 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ellison will be under center with McKinnon out. They'll bring in Trey Butler. He and Jonathan Bryant along with William Banks in the backfield. Here's the pitch. Butler got a great block from Bryant. He's got the 1st down and then some. Breaks a tackle at the 35 far side. Ball comes out, but they'll say he's down at the Florida 30-yard line. What a block by Jonathan Bryant as Trey Butler is slow to get up on the boundary far side.
Butler took a vicious hit at the end. Sideline official, we're going to get an official timeout to take a look at it. And thankfully the man in the white hat says Georgia Southern's ball because he fumbled right at the end. That's what had me nervous. The sideline judge, man, looked like there was a fumble. And again, as we watch Butler going towards the sideline, takes a hit and his leg buckles underneath of it. Very similar to what happened to Jerick McKinnon. And goodness gracious, we need him too.
Working on the left calf muscle of Trey Butler down on the field. Play halted with 3:12 to go in the 3rd quarter, but Georgia Southern in business here. Taking this drive. Great return by Brandon Thomas up to the 49-yard line. Now the Eagles huddle up far side, as do the Gators. As Trey Butler, you can see talking to the training crew, trying to convince them he's okay. Wants to stay in this game. The Eagles down Jerick McKinnon. Butler comes in replace at slot back. Now he goes down. Can possibly see Devin Scott back into the lineup.
Bryant, Devin Scott, typically your better blocker on the perimeter, but Bryant does a very good job, and so does our outside tackle on the left-hand side, and that Trevor McBurnett and then Maurice Hunt did a very good job of sealing that off. 16-yard pickup by Butler.
1st down 10 now at the Gator 28-yard line. Eagles up 14-10. 3:07 to go, 3rd quarter. Ellison on the snap, gives it off to Banks inside the 25, muscles his way down to the 23-yard line. We'll see where they spot the football. Wow, big pickup. So it looks like a 5-yard gain. We'll set up 2nd down and 5 at the Gator 23-yard line. And William Banks, one of those Eagles that has been plagued by injury this season. But you talk about a gutsy young man. William Banks is certainly one of those. A senior out of Augusta, Georgia.
Averaging almost 5 yards per carry today.
2.5 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. 2nd down 5 at the Gator 23 in the flex bone. Middle of the field. Ellison will pull, come right side, spin off one Gator defender, gets pushed down to the Florida 15-yard line. Franklin 1st down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Kevin Ellison continues to get it done on the ground. Great second effort. Shedding the arm tackle, spinning and picking up the Franklin 1st down. He will now have over 100 yards rushing on the afternoon.
Lower body strength for Ellison. His legs keep moving. Hard to bring him down. That's exactly what we need. 2:08 to go in this 3rd quarter. The Eagles leading 14-10, knocking on the Gators' door with the ball spotted on the 15th. This is the 6th play of the drive, Chris.
2 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. The Eagles will send 2 receivers out wide to the right. Work in the flex bone. Banks your B-back. They'll motion Devin Scott. Quick toss to Scott. Scott to the 10, to the 5, met at the 6, and dropped there. But it's a Franklin 1st down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. By the nose of the football, it'll be 1st down, goal to go at the Florida 5-yard line. Devin Scott coming in after McKinnon and Trey Butler go out. It was Jalen Watkins, the senior out of Cape Coral, Florida, to save the score for Georgia Southern. But Devin Scott, quick running on the right edge, sets up the Eagles in fine fashion. 1st down, goal to go at the 5. The Florida defense trying to find something here. The last time they gave up a score to the Eagles. Working from the near side hash. Ellison under center. 1st down, goal to go from the 5. Takes out, runs the option right side. Late pitch comes to Scott. He's cut down as he made it to the 3. Near side on the pitch, and Ellison again waiting late. Gerard Davis on the stop for the Gators. They'll set up 2nd down, goal to goal just inside the Florida 4.
Good play by Davis for Florida, showing his speed in position. Scott checks out of the ball game. Is that Jerick McKinnon coming back on the field?
It will be J-Mac joining the huddle. Gets a high five from William Banks. Wow. And gets a high five from the rest of his offensive line. 2nd down, goal to go. They'll mark it just outside the Florida 3. 41 seconds remain in the 3rd quarter. Ellison under center. Motions McKinnon, give to Banks. Banks off the right edge, into the end zone, put an Eagles 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. It's 20-10 with 32 seconds remaining here in the third quarter of action at the Swamp in Gainesville.
Another senior, Banks, right up the gut. Great blocking, good lead block. Tackle does a good job. Man Ray does a good job. Blows out the Florida defense, and we get in. Wow.
32 seconds remain in the third quarter. Younghoe Koo on for the point after to make it an 11-point Georgia Southern lead. Snap, set, kick is down, kick is up, and kick is no good. Hit the goalpost. Score remains 20-10 as Younghoe Koo just nailed the upright. It doesn't fall through, and the score remains 20-10. Georgia Southern with the lead. 32 seconds remain here in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout, return to the Swamp in just a moment. Eagles lead over the Gators 20-10 from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
Listen live and tweet the podcast crew at GA Southern Radio.
Georgia Southern football proudly presented by Zaxby's in your neighborhood Zaxby's restaurant. Zaxby's, indescribably good for over 20 years. Welcome back inside the Verizon broadcast booth here at the Swamp, Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. 32 seconds remain in the third quarter, and the Eagles lead 20-10. After a 3-yard touchdown from William Banks, his 6th on the season. And the Eagles extend the lead. The point after hit the right upright. No good, but it's a 20-10 Georgia Southern lead. Alex Hanks puts it up on the tee, and the ball falls off. But Terry, boy, great job defensively today by the Eagles. Can't say that enough. They've held the Gators to 136 yards total offense. Special teams had some miscues early, that missed punt opportunity. But after that, special teams have pinned the Gators back, and they've been unable to really move the football.
And we need Hanks to do it again, sticking about 4 or 5 yards deep so that he can't return the ball. Nice high kick floating to the left-hand side. Going to be fieldable around the 10.
Patton takes it at the 10, has a lane right side, misses on one, down the far sideline, one man to beat. Forced out of bounds at the 35-yard line of Georgia Southern.
That's exactly what we talked about, and what was the scary part with Patton being so good as a kickoff return man. You can't put all that on Hanks, though. That was a high kick. We got to get down there and cover it. We didn't do that. Good blocking, though, by Florida.
Did a great job setting up the wall on the high but short kick. Javante Martin, the savior for Georgia Southern, forces him out at the 37-yard line of Georgia Southern with 24 seconds remaining here in the third quarter.
Domino's Pizza Drive Delivery presented by Domino's Pizza. 8 plays, 49 yards, 8 up over 4 minutes to the clock. William Banks gets in there, scores a 7-6 touchdown.
First down 10 now at the 37 of Georgia Southern. Morningweg takes the snap, gives to Mac Brown, trying to find room off the left edge inside the 35 down to about the 31-yard line. Good pickup on first down as Florida tries to get something going offensively. They have been virtually quiet since their lone score, working with a short field back in the first half. And that will be the final play of the third quarter. We go to the fourth and final 15 minutes of the 2013 season. Eagles holding a 20-10 lead over the Florida Gators here in Gainesville. Fourth quarter coming up from Nelligan Sports on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Georgia Southern football proudly presented by Georgia Farm Bureau and your Georgia Farm Bureau agent since 1959. serving the interest and insurance needs of Georgia residents and Georgia residents only. In other words, they're from your street, not Wall Street. Georgia Farm Bureau, proud supporter of Georgia Southern University. We begin the fourth quarter here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. 15 minutes up on the board. Eagles lead 20-10. Great kick return by Solomon Patton sets up the Gators in fine fashion. Drive starting at the 37-yard line. They're looking at 2nd down and 6 now at the Eagle 33. And defensively today, only 140 yards mustered by the Florida Gator offense. Georgia Southern's defense have really swarmed the football from start to finish, Terry.
And again, I hope they continue to do on their same game plan for Florida if they don't go to the air attack. So far, we're getting pressure on him when he tries to. He's dumping it out. Special teams, that hurt us just then. I thought Hanks did a good job kicking it off. Hung it up there high and landed on the 10. You'd like it deeper, but you can't do that to a good kickoff return man in Patton. Look for Florida to start trying to pick something up across the middle.
Gators come out to start the fourth quarter. 2nd down, 6 at the 33 of the Eagles. Morningweg will work under center with an I formation. 2 receivers to the right. This time they'll try the fullback for the first time today, Hunter Joyer. The junior out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, trying to squirt and find some room off the left edge. Gets down to the 30-yard line. Pickup of 3. It'll be 3rd and 3.
Tell you what I love to see just then, Safford going down the sideline with their receiver, Quentin Dunbar, step for step, and Dunbar was not leaving him by a chance.
Gators huddle up. They'll break the huddle with 14:33 to go in the fourth quarter. Working from the far side hash. A lot of changing as Skylar Morningweg will line up as a receiver far side. It will be Mack Brown to take the direct snap, running downhill right side, has some blockers, gets inside the 25 before being slung out of bounds at the 23-yard line, but it's enough for a first down for the Florida Gators. Antonio Glover able to force him wide.
Edwin Jackson on it as well, and you had Gephardt chasing down the senior from the backside, trying to pull him down, just couldn't catch up to him. Able to move the chains. The Florida Gators knocking on the red zone. The ball's going to be spotted at the 23.
14:03, clock moving. Fourth quarter, first down 10 now at the Eagle 23. Again, Florida lines up. Now they'll switch formations. They'll put a big offensive lineman out. Brown and the 3 receivers set to the left. Morningweg looking left all the way across the middle. Slant pattern caught at the 15. Rambling down to the 10-yard line is Solomon Patton. And he'll pick up yet another Florida first down just outside the 10-yard line.
Dobson getting up with a limp, took a vicious hit. Big offensive lineman Trenton Brown out of Albany, 6'8", 383, 363, not eligible anyway, more so as a distraction to the defense, and it worked as they came across the middle with a middle screen.
First down, goal to go at the 10. Trey Burton will check in. He was lined up to take the direct snap, but a timeout taken by Georgia Southern with 13:29 to play. We'll take one with them. 20-10, Georgia Southern leads Florida. Gators knocking on the door at the Eagle 10-yard line. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football. Back in Gainesville, 13:29 to go here in the ball game. Georgia Southern leading Florida 20-10. Let's go down on the field. The Knox Pest Control sideline report. Ryan, they just showed Beth Munkin, former Florida Gator cheerleader, but she's got her Georgia Southern blue on today.
Yeah, and she's been down. There's a lot of people pacing down here. I know there's a lot of pacing up there beside you right now. There's a huge contingency. Southern Pride, obviously, as you hear behind me, and a lot of dignitaries for Georgia Southern as we have a 10-point lead here in the fourth quarter. And I invite you to go check out Twitter right now. And if Put in Eagle 6 isn't trending, I'd be surprised at GA Southern Radio, which, by the way, you can send all your questions and comments for myself and Coach Victor Brawl. We will have your fifth quarter and your post-game, your Ford locker room wrap-up. And if it holds, it could be quite a post-game, Ford post-game. We got a long way to go.
13:29 to play, Harvo. 20-10, Eagles lead. The Gators on a great kick return by Solomon. Started at the 37-yard line. Using the pass a little more. Nothing vertical, but using the pass to get down to the Eagle 10-yard line. The Georgia Southern defense has been phenomenal, to say the least, today. And it's a chance for them to bow up one more time.
You know, you look back and Georgia Southern has turned the ball over twice. The Gators have only gotten really 7 points off of that.
getting set to return to action. First down goal to go from the 10. It'll be Trey Burton to take the direct snap. He'll take the snap, hand it off to Showers, going left side. Georgia Southern is right there with him, and to drop him at the 6-yard line. Antonio Glover staying at home. Fourth time today they tried the Wildcat without Morningweg. This time Georgia Southern doing a good job. They didn't use one of the big backs. They handed it off from Burton.
And that's what
Showers.
That's what they used him for last week against South Carolina. He threw one pass, which was kind of sickening when he threw it. But they put him, other than that, he just ran with the ball. And as now you got Morningweg going to go back into a wideout position.
He'll line up as a wideout. Again, a direct snap coming to the Gators on second down goal to go from the 6. It'll be Mac Brown on the direct snap. He's hit at the line, pushed forwards to the 5, and Edwin Jackson lays the blow for Georgia Southern. It'll be third down goal to go from the Georgia Southern 5.
The idea that Florida Gators are having to resort to this particular play so often against Georgia Southern tells what kind of struggles their offense have had today as Burton checks back into the ball game. The Eagles making substitutions as well. Third down, goal to go. The Gators just 4 of 12 on third down. Would not be surprised if they go for it, even if they don't get it.
This time Morningweg will step back into the gun. Third down goal to go from the 5. He's got Mac Brown on a wing to his left. Georgia Southern cheating up on the line. Morningweg looking to throw. Short stuff and short hopped at the goal line. Incomplete. Nobody there. In fact, Georgia Southern, the only player in the vicinity, was Darius Jones.
Yeah, you can't call a pass interference on that because there was no receiver in the vicinity. Now they're going to have to kick a field goal and get within 7 here. He literally, let me tell you how bad this pass was. He short hopped the short hop. That's how bad it was.
12:07 to go. Francisco Velez on for the field goal. This one about a 23-yarder right down Broadway. High snap, but it's fielded. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So Florida back on the board. They cut the lead to 7, 20-13 with 12:02 to go here in the fourth quarter. We'll take a timeout. Eagles get the ball when we return. They hold a 7-point lead over the Florida Gators. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football. Fans, remember Walker Pharmacy. Free in-town delivery, online refill options, even text alerts, letting you know when your prescription is ready. It's your town, your pharmacy, your choice. My pharmacy as well, Walker Pharmacy. 3 locations to serve you, the official pharmacy of Georgia Southern Athletics. 12:02 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Gators have to settle for a field goal after getting great field position starting at their own 37-yard line, or rather Georgia Southern's 37-yard line. But again, Georgia Southern's defense, I've said it 4 times today, they answered the call.
They have answered the call. May have bent a little bit, but they didn't break. Great kickoff return by the Gators. Got them to the Georgia Southern 37-yard line. It took them 8 plays, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 32 yards is all they were able to pick up using trickery. Instead of running behind their big old offensive line, having to use trickery, and they end up with just a field goal to close the gap to 20-13.
Hey, guys.
Domino's Pizza Drive Delivery. Let me throw it down to Ryan to the sideline. Ryan?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you there. I was just going to point out, I just mentioned earlier about Twitter. Hell Southern is now trending on Twitter. And you see some of the Florida students pointing that out as well as I walk by them. It is quiet down here.
Ryan, you can step on me all you want, but as long as you don't take my Domino's Pizza from me, we won't have a problem. Domino's Pizza Drive Delivery, presented by Domino's Pizza, proud sponsor of Georgia Southern Athletics in Statesboro. You can call them at 912-681-4326, or always you can go to Domino's.com. Chris?
Austin Harden to tee it up at the 35, kicking this one left to right. It'll be Showers and Breida. Back deep for the Eagles. Here's the kick. It's going to be fieldable down around the 1-yard line by Breida. Far side hash up across the 10, 15. Slam down there at the 15-yard line. That's where Georgia Southern takes over. 11:57 to go in this game. And the Eagles up 20-13.
Gosh, we got to work on that kickoff return for Georgia Southern. As they're showing the replay of Kevin Ellison's long run on the video screen and on the TV. It's a good highlight. I wouldn't mind seeing another one right now, except for this time I'd like to go 85 yards, Chris.
310 yards of total offense today for Georgia Southern with their triple option attack. The Eagles have attempted just 3 passes today, while the Gators are 7 of 15 throwing the football. It'll be first down and 10 at the 15. Banks in at B-back with 11:57 to go. Gator crowd now trying to make some noise. Ellison takes the snap to give to Banks. Coming off the left edge, up across the 15. Dropped at about the 18-yard line before Jabari Gorman got to him for the Gators. 3-yard pickup. Stop him at about the 18-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Clock rolling, 11:38 and counting.
Govan can learn from Banks on that. The difference is Banks got hit at the line of scrimmage. The little 5'11", was able to fall forward and pick up a few yards.
2nd and 7 at the 18. Ball middle of the field, attacking right to left. Ellison under center. Motion McKinnon. This time the give off the right edge. Eagles cross the 20. Get up near the 23-yard line. Before being stopped there with 11:08 to go.
Looks like they're going to spot at the 23-yard line. Chris, going to bring up 3rd down. The Eagles just 1 of 7 on the day. Of course, the last 3rd down they got was crucial with Bryant throwing a vicious block.
3rd down and 2. William Banks on that carry. A little slow after getting up, but he heads back into the huddle after picking up 4 yards. Now the Gator fans again on 3rd down. Try to get in the ear of Kevin Ellison. Ellison under center. Counter option right side. Ellison sidesteps a defender to the 25. Pushed up to the 30-yard line. Franklin 1st down for the Georgia Southern Eagles on the legs of redshirt freshman Kevin Ellison.
Good to see Fry back in there at offensive line as well, throwing good blocks, enabling Ellison to find a back seam there for him to cut back through. As we see the snap there, a little delayed option, fakes the pitch, able to juke the outside linebacker again. Great block thrown by the left guard, Trevor McBurnett.
10:21, clock moving. 1st down 10 now at the Eagle 30-yard line. Far side hash in the flex. Banks, McKinnon, and Jonathan Bryant behind Kevin Ellison, who takes the snap to give to Banks up the middle. Banks moves the pile up to the 35. Before the middle linebacker Ronald Powell's able to bring him down, but a good 5-yard pickup sets up 2nd down and 5, and William Banks starting to hit his stride at B-back.
Certainly is. What a sight back there, too. Now you got Govan at fullback, but you had Banks at a traditional fullback. To his right was Bryant. To his left was Jerick McKinnon. Not a formation we see a lot of at Georgia Southern as Govan checks back into the ball game.
9:40. Banks will check out. As Terry mentioned, Govan back in at B-back. Ball placed 35-yard line just inside the far side hash. Ellison motions McKinnon. Right to left, the give to Govan off the right edge, breaks a tackle at the 40, stays upright, makes it to midfield. He picks up yet another Franklin 1st down for the Georgia Southern Eagles, and the Georgia Southern offense dicing through the Gator defense here late in the 4th quarter with 9:25 to play.
I think Govan's finally realized that he's 6'3" and 250 pounds.
I think you're right.
You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those, you know what, I am 250. You know, and that guy is 190 as a safety. I think I can take him.
Makes it to the 49-yard line of the Gators. More importantly, clock continues to roll. Don't expect the Eagles to put it in the air unless they absolutely have to. Leading 20-13 over Florida. 1st down and 10 at the Gator 49. Ellison, far side hash, takes the snap. Give to Govan. Hit immediately, but again, able to move the crowd just shy of the 45-yard line. As the Gators trying to stop them at the line and at the point of attack. And Georgia Southern just firing off the football up front on the offensive line.
We're coming up on our 7th play that started on our own 15-yard line. We need to keep pushing the ball down the field, get in field goal position, eat up the clock, and if we got a shot in the end zone, take it. But more importantly, we need to keep the Gators at 2 scores away.
2nd down 6 at the Gator 45-yard line. Far side hash with 8:23 and counting 4th quarter. Eagles up 20-13. Banks back in at B-back. Steps up to talk to Ellison. Now Ellison climbs under Man Ray St. Amour. Ellison having to keep almost a busted play. He'll get down to the 41 before being stopped there. A gain of 4. It'll set up 3rd and 2 for the Georgia Southern Eagles at the 41-yard line of the Gators. And that one, little miscommunication. That last minute, Banks was trying to give some instructions to Ellison. Play clock dwindling down. He jumped up under center and looked to be a little confused on where his backs were in space. And great improv job by Kevin Ellison to pick up positive yards.
Yeah, the positive thing is that he got positive yards. He didn't go backwards on that. Big 3rd down. Come on.
3rd and 2 at the Gator 41. They will stack the box. 9 players in the box for the Gators. Quick toss, McKinnon cut down at the 41. Great open field tackle by Gerard Davis. And it will set up 4th and a little more than a yard here for the Eagles with 7:21 to play.
Going to bring up 4th down and 2. The Eagles today, 2 of 3 on 4th down. Going to have to think about this one. You really want to punt it back, or do you think you can pick up 2 yards? The Eagles have been averaging 7.1 yards per play. The Gators just 3.4, but as Chris said, they literally brought 9 up in the box, dared the Eagles to throw, and guess what, Eagle Nation? We're going for it. Jump off sides, Gators. Jump off.
4th down, a little less than 2. Banks your B-back. 4th down, Eagles, 2 of 3. They hit Banks. Throw off his helmet as he made it to the 40, but shy of the first down. And the Gators will take over on a turnover on downs just inside the 41. That time, just great explosive play by Marcus May, the backup defensive end out of Melbourne, Florida. Got to William Banks, held on for dear life. We've got a timeout on the field. 6:45 to go in the ball game. Eagles try to go for it on 4th down. They come up empty. They lead 20-13. We'll return to Gainesville in just a moment from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
On the air, online, and on your phone. Listen live online at gseagles.com.
Fans, if you're tired of the fuel fill-up blues, try the Flash Foods Go Blue card. Get out of the blues and into saving green. Go Blue is safe, secure, and convenient. Enroll now at flashfoods.com and start saving. Sign up for your Go Blue card today from Flash Foods. 6:45 remains in this contest. Georgia Southern leading 20-13 over the Florida Gators in the season finale for 2013. The Eagles 354 yards, all on the ground today, total offense. The Gators at 168. They've gotten 141 on the ground. They have thrown for just 27 yards, but they have the ball back in their hands. Looking at 1st down and 10 at the Gator 41-yard line.
Some can question that particular call by Jeff Monk is, why don't you punt it? You're at midfield. Your defense is doing well. I can understand that particular thought process, but when you're averaging almost 7 yards per play, and Florida has really not been able to stop you for a 2-yard loss or a loss at all, you think you can pick that up. I get it, and the crucial thing is you really didn't want to give Florida the ball back, and you thought you could pick it up. We've done a good job. Good blocking, but Florida had 3 guys penetrate early, did a good job. The referees on this particular call letting everybody play today, which is fine, but they literally ripped off William Banks' helmet.
Dante Fowler busted up the gap. He got to William Banks first and blew up that play on 4th down and a little less than 2. Now the Gators back in control of the football. 1st down, 10 at the 41. Handoff. Going to be Taylor coming around the right edge. He's got room across midfield, eventually thrown out of bounds by Ballon Cooper into the near side boundary after picking up a 1st down for the Florida Gators. They'll mark him at the 46 of Georgia Southern.
Give me a turnover, Gators. Come on now. Georgia Southern, you had your chance at 2 interceptions, maybe 3 today. Make one count and get one. Get a fumble.
Georgia Southern 2 costly turnovers early in the first quarter. As Terry mentioned, the Gators have been clean thus far. 6:19 to go in the ball game. 1st down and 10 at the Eagle 46. Again, the toss coming to Taylor. Slips through a shoestring tackle, but out of bounds, ran out of room at the 45. Only about a yard gain as Kyle Olbeck reached out, got him at the ankles. And Taylor had to stutter step and ran out of real estate. It'll be a 1-yard gain. 2nd down 9 at the 45. Getting out of bounds. Now the clock begins to roll at 6:08 and counting here in the 4th quarter. Eagles up 20-13 in the season finale of 2013. 3rd meeting all time between Florida and Georgia Southern on the gridiron. 5:58 to go, under 6 minutes to play. Morningweg under center. Single back in Taylor. They've got 2 receivers off the line to the left side, 1 lone receiver to the right. Play action. Morningweg under pressure. Gets hit as he throws, and it is caught down around the 17-yard line. And a touchdown for Florida. Makes it 20-19. The point after could tie things up. There's a flag in the backfield, but that one's probably going to be a late hit on the quarterback, although it was bang, bang.
Yeah, I think he went up high is probably the call.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. Touchdown.
Solomon Patton, his 2nd touchdown of the day, just got loose down the middle of the field, and Morningweg stood in tall in the pocket and let it go. Block it. Georgia Southern already 1 block on a field goal attempt earlier for Francisco Velez. Here's the point after to tie things up with 5:41 to play. Waiting on the snap. Here it comes. Set is down, and the kick is up. And the kick is good, and we're tied at 20 all. 20-20. The Gators go vertical for the first time today, and Morningweg, crushed as he throws, hits Solomon Patton on the run, down around the 15-yard line, untouched into the end zone. And we got a tie ball game with 5:41 remaining. We'll take a timeout. We'll return in just a moment from Nelligan Sports. This is Georgia Southern football.
Listen live and tweet the broadcast crew at GA Southern Radio.
5:41 remains in this game, and the tables turn quickly. 20-20 our score. Morningweg connects with Patton to pick up the score and tie the game up after the Velez point after is good. Looks like Florida setting up for possibly an onside kick here with 5:41 remaining. As Austin Harden just 2 yards off the ball. Nope, he'll go ahead and punch through this one.
Take a knee.
Kick is fielded 5 yards deep, and Contrella Showers wisely takes the knee. And the Eagles, with the touchback, will start first down and 10 at their own 25-yard line with 5:41 remaining in this game. Georgia Southern, 354 yards total offense, all of that on the ground today. The Eagles 0 of 3 passing the football. The Gators now up to 227 yards after the big pass play. As Morningweg 8 of 16 passing today for 73 yards, but none bigger than the touchdown pass to Solomon Patton here with 5:41 to go.
I would say the last 2 years, this is the most important drive in Georgia Southern history right here. For this particular season, 2013, this is huge.
5:41 to go, first down and 10 at the 25-yard line. Now the swamp in the ear of Ellison. Ellison will pull, pitch to McKinnon far side. Gators right there to get him. As he gets to the 27, just shy of the 28-yard line, just about a 3-yard pickup. Cody Riggs, the junior out of Fort Lauderdale, along with several Gators over in the vicinity. And with the clock moving, 5:22, it'll be second down 7 at the Eagle 28-yard line.
No blocking on the perimeter by Bryant. The Gators got the kickoff from their own from the 50-yard line due to a penalty, the third flag thrown on the day, all three against Georgia Southern.
Eagles break from the huddle. 11 on the play clock. 5:03 in the game clock. In the flex, Ellison with Banks, McKinnon, and Jonathan Bryant. Two receivers off the edge to the right side. They'll option right side. Ellison keeping, cuts back in across the 30. Put down at about the 34-yard line. Makes third down manageable here with 4:46 clock moving as Dante Fowler again on the tackle. The Eagles just 2 of 9 on third down this afternoon as there is an Eagle slow to get up. Right where the ball is placed at the 34.
Going to bring up third down and 2 for the Eagles. We're 2 of 9 on the day. Another offensive lineman on the ground.
Trevor McBurnett.
Oh, he's had a great day today. It looks like Darian Foreman, the sophomore out of Ellenwood, Georgia, is going to come in. 295-pound offensive lineman, 6'4", matches up size-wise against the Gators, Ryan, but he certainly not with the experience.
Yeah, the unit has been very good, the offensive line for Georgia Southern today. We've talked about the particular matchup when they've been playing that 2 and playing straight up over the center. McBurnett's part of that unit that has really put a lot of groundwork in today in that rushing game. Man Ray Santamore, some of those names that have played outstanding. It was going to take that front line to be able to bear down all 4 quarters to be able to keep this offensive grinding. But the 4:40 mark, it looks like you're right. Darian Foreman will come in and will take over on the left side.
Trevor McBurnett, the good news, he ran off to the far sideline. Looks to be okay, but has to check out for this play. 4:40 to go. 3rd down and 2. Huge 3rd down. The Eagles 2 of 9 on the afternoon. Ellison will line up under center. Again, the Gators putting everybody in the box. Banks will be your B-back. The Eagles need 2 yards. And we got movement. May have been a timeout. Thankfully it was. Georgia Southern burns the timeout before the right side of that offensive line jumped off. So they'll live to fight another day with 4:40 to go. Georgia Southern 362 yards of rushing offense today. The first time Florida has given up over 300 yards since the 2002 season.
Wow. Muschamp brought into the University of Florida as a defensive genius, was the coach in waiting at the University of Texas. And Florida fans around waiting for something to happen in year 3. Of course, the Gators have been faced with a tremendous amount of injuries this year, something the Eagle fans, Ryan, know quite a bit about.
Yeah, it's been a lot of opinions down here in Gainesville, the football program, and a lot of guys saying that Muschamp has really been relegated to a coach waiting at this point. But, you keep it 440 on the ground, 430 on the ground. Southern picks up this first down, is able to get points. It's not going to be pretty for that step tonight.
Give me 3 yards. Come on.
4:30 to go in the ball game. Eagles burn the timeout. Looking at 3rd and 2 at their own 33-yard line. Today, Kevin Ellison, 15 carries, 118 yards. Jarrett McKinnon, 8 carries, 111. Ellison with 2 rushing touchdowns. William Banks has been the go-to back here in the second half. He's got 41 yards on 10 carries. Here it comes. 3rd down and 2 at the 33. Near side hash. Snap to Ellison. Give to Banks. He's open up across the 35, the 40. He's across midfield, 40, 35, 30 down the near side hash. Carried down to the Florida 14-yard line. Franklin first down for the Georgia Southern Eagles. Vernon Hargreaves had to save the score for the Florida Gator defense, and the air just got sucked out of the swamp here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium.
Oh my! Florida field just got quiet. Wow, way to go, Banks. The defense that stops people up the middle. Banks a little 5'10", if he's lucky. Scampers up there, cuts back Ryan. Great blocking, and he's off to the races.
And did you see 2 hands, 2 arms?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, they were going for the strip, and we've seen it a couple times. And old tough Willie Banks putting 2 on the ball.
That could be the biggest run of his entire career at Georgia Southern.
Nice cross buck right to left to get the open lane. First down 10 at the Gator 14-yard line. The Eagles once again in the Gator clubhouse red zone as the give off to Govan off the right side. Got back maybe to about the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 10 at the 14. Clock down to 3 minutes, 34 seconds remaining. And Florida fans mostly on their seat. Those that are standing up have their fingers and fingernails in their mouth. Georgia Southern, as Terry mentioned earlier, Eagle Nation across the way. They've been on their feet all afternoon long. Play clock down to 15 as late substitutions come in. Alan Lee checks out. Contreras Showers back in as a wideout. 2nd down 10 at the Gator 14-yard line. Govan, your B-back. McKinnon and Bryant, your slot back. Ball middle of the field. Here's the snap. Quick toss. McKinnon right side. Great block. Gets him to the 10, to the 5. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. Flags down in the end zone. Maybe celebration as there's more flags. But right now the scoreboard says 26-20 Georgia Southern. Jarrett McKinnon, his first rushing touchdown of the season. His 12th, or rather first of the day, his 12th of the season. And Younghoe Koo and company on the field for a point after.
I don't know what these flags were on. They were thrown late in the end zone. Great blocking by his own Gator player against each other. It's going to be, Jarrett McKinnon right at the end.
He gave the Babe Ruth home run swing.
He did, folks. When he crossed 8 yards deep in the end zone, he did swing and hit a home run. And that's one celebration I haven't seen yet.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 1, offense. The 15-yard penalty being forced on the kickoff. The touchdown is good.
That's a big penalty against the Eagles that McKinnon would love to have back, and you're going to give Florida Gators great field position. Younghoe Koo, we need you to stick this between the old uprights here.
Last time hit the right upright on the other end of the field. 2:57 to play, a 26-20 Georgia Southern lead. Snap, set, kick is down, kick is up. Got this one up in the air, and he missed it wide right. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. With 2:57 to play, the door remains open for the Florida Gators, who will have 15 yards added after this return, and it's going to be up to Alex Hanks, should he be the man to kick it away to get this thing deep.
Jerick McKinnon taking the quick toss from Ellison around the right side. Great blocking. Gators running into each other. And again, Jerick McKinnon doing the home run swing as he crossed the line of scrimmage. And then Younghoe Koo coming in and just pushed it right and almost to the point of, I hate to get inside a kicker's head, but I think at this particular point, it's kind of like a golfer. When you're out there and you see water and you go, I can't hit it in the water, I can't hit it in the water. What do? You hit it in the water. I think that particular time he's out there to kick thinking, I can't miss it, versus thinking I need to make it.
429 yards, total offense today. All of that on the ground for Georgia Southern. Probably closing in on a record given up by the University of Florida. There's 2:57 to go in this game. But Florida with the window of opportunity here. They will get the kickoff. They will also get 15 yards added to the end of the run after the unsportsmanlike. It's a 26-20 Georgia Southern lead, but what a great quick toss, great blocking on the edge, and Jerick McKinnon untouched into the end zone. And with 2:57 to play, it may be up to special teams and defense here for Georgia Southern. Gators on the day, 227 yards. They went vertical on their last possession to get the score from Morningweg to Solomon Patton. Patton last time had a chance on a kick return, able to put one nicely together. He will stand at the 15-yard line. Alex Hanks will kick this away. Actually, will kick it from the 20 after the infraction on the kickoff, not after the return. I stand corrected. So he will kick it from the 20, and that puts Patton at the 15.
Last two personal fouls gone against the Eagles, affected the kickoffs. Only 4 flags thrown all day today, all 4 against the Georgia Southern Eagles. And now Hanks kicking off from the 20. Very, very strategic kickoff here, so they don't have a great run back.
Here's the approach by Hanks with 2:57 to play. Kick is short. Fielded by an up back at the 41-yard line far side. Looking for a wall, nothing there. Gets to the midfield stripe. Trey Burton able to get to the Eagle 49-yard line. That's where Florida will have it with 2:52 to play in the game. We got a flag down after the play. We'll see what it's all about when our referee gets everything settled. Mark Curls.
No doubt against us. You know, that particular play, I'm almost in favor of just kicking it out of bounds and let them have it on the 40. I mean, you know.
Waiting on the call from Curls.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 42 receiving team.
Goodness.
15-yard penalty from the end of the run, 1st and 10.
So the Gators give us 15 yards back on unsportsmanlike, their first penalty of the afternoon. It comes at the 2:52 mark here in the fourth quarter. It will set the Gators back to their own 36-yard line with 2:52 to play.
Wow, that's huge right there. That is unbelievably huge, and you got to think that Florida is going to try to run the ball just enough to open up the passing game again and try to pick the Eagles off across the middle.
First down, 10 at the 36. 2:52 to play. Eagles lead Florida 26-20. Morningweg sets up in the gun. Motion Trey Burton. Now he'll step back out as a receiver right side. Morningweg with time. Now backpedals in the pocket. In trouble. Dumps it off. Short stuff. Going to be Taylor, and Taylor's going nowhere. Maybe a 3-yard gain up near the 38-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8. A 2-yard pickup. It was Jonathan Battle right there to bring him down. But Morningweg in a lot of trouble in that pocket. Looked like he would have time. Blake Riley was right there in his grill. Clock moving 2:26. 2nd down 8 at the Gator 38-yard line. Morningweg again looking to throw. Crossing pattern across the middle. Caught at the 39. Shoestring tackle as Ahmad Fullwood made the catch, but Tay Hicklin trips him up as he crosses the 45-yard line. And it's shy by a yard. Only a 7-yard pickup. It'll be 3rd down and 1 with 2:03 to play, and now Florida wants to use one of their timeouts left remaining.
Good play by Georgia Southern to keep the man in front of you. Good defense on that particular. The penalty that we just learned may have been a punch thrown by the University of Florida player, which is what thrown the flag. And so that's huge for Georgia Southern to back them up. But again, I think good defense, Chris and Ryan, and that we kept them in front of us.
2:03 to go. 26-20. While we have a moment, let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification. So great stations across the state of Georgia can identify themselves from Nelligan Sports on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Back inside the Verizon broadcast booth, presented by Verizon, the official wireless provider to Georgia Southern Athletics. Here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville, 26-20 our score. Georgia Southern with the lead, 2:03 to play. Chris Blair, Terry Harvin, Ryan Chambers, Russ Brown, Colin Lacey, and Christy Maxwell. Happy to have you along with us on this Saturday afternoon. 3rd down and 1 at the 45-yard line. Gators with the ball. They need to get to the 46. Taylor going left. Had to cut back inside, but he's got the first down up near the 48-yard line. Fresh set of downs, under 2 minutes to play. And they'll stop the clock momentarily as they move the chains. Boy, it looked like Georgia Southern was going to force Taylor back to his left, but there was no one in the vicinity. He's able to wisely pick up the first down before being hit. Morningweg looking to throw in the pocket, stretches it to the right, looking for Taylor near side at the 45. The Eagles have him dead to rights, bring him down at the 47-yard line. Nowhere to go as Tay Hicklin, great job on the near side, staying in space, and they bring down Taylor, who looked real tentative after making the catch. We've got 90 seconds to go here in this ball game.
Give me a turnover. Give me a turnover.
Loss of a yard, 2nd down and 11. At the 47-yard line, Morningweg looking to throw, has all day, throws across the middle, catch made at the 36-yard line by Quentin Dunbar, the junior out of Miami, gets into Eagle territory. Edwin Jackson was there, but not in time. And with 1:13 to play, the Gators have life inside the Eagle 40-yard line. They'll mark it at the 35. They quickly line up, ready to go. Send 3 receivers out wide to the left. 1 lone receiver near side. 1:09, clock moving. Morningweg out of a gun. Got Taylor on a sidecar left side. Snap to Morningweg. Again with time. Steps up in the pocket. He'll run. Gets loose, and shoestring tackle brings him down at the 30-yard line. Edwin Jackson able to make the stop. There's a flag down on the far side at about the 38-yard line. We'll see what it's all about. It may be against the Florida Gators. We'll wait and see. As it stands, there's a 7-yard pickup. We'll see if it's coming back.
Illegal formation. Number 76, offense, was not on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, 2nd down.
That's on the side. Georgia Southern sideline, reminding them that happened. That's what you do on the sideline. Sometimes you got to tell the officials and help them with their flag.
55 seconds remain. Just off the line. Just rised up on the left side of that offensive line. But Coach Monken, in the ear of the officials, got the call. 52 seconds and counting, clock moving. 1st and 15, now back at the Georgia Southern 40-yard line. Gators snap to Morningweg, throw across the middle, catch is made, defender falls down inside the 35, the 30, getting the first down at the 25-yard line. Quentin Dunbar putting on the Superman cape for the Florida Gators. Edwin Jackson able to bring him down, but a fresh set of downs at the 24-yard line of Georgia Southern. 39 seconds remain. Now the clock begins to move as the chains get in place. Florida ready to snap. Morningweg takes the shotgun snap. Pressure. Has to drop it off. Taylor, incomplete at the 25-yard line, far side. Threw it over his head. Stops the clock with 25 seconds.
Thank God he did, because he was wide open, Eagle Nation. And wide open down the sideline. 25 seconds to go on this clock. Here's the 8th play of the drive. Ball spotted almost at the 25-yard line. He should have had that catch.
Timeout taken by Florida with 25 seconds remaining. Looking at 2nd down and 10 at the Eagle 24-yard line. Georgia Southern leading 26-20. Eagles have put up 429 yards of offense today, all on the ground. The Gators with 272. They've thrown for 115. If you're Georgia Southern defensively, Terry, you're worried about the passing game. There's 25 seconds remaining. 2nd down and 10. Morningweg has a great receiver, leading receiver for the Gators, Solomon Patton. He's had 2 touchdowns today. You've got a chance to try downfield. You wonder if Coach Muschamp wants to do it early or holds that in his pocket down the stretch here. But nonetheless, if you're the Eagles, you want to keep everything in front of you here on these final plays in the 4th quarter.
Oh, you got to figure you got to go pick on the safeties or maybe down the line there. 25 seconds, you got to score. All you need is a touchdown. You got the extra point because Georgia Southern gave them that gift. Florida is in shock here. The fans staying around to see what's going to happen. Eagle Nation is on their feet. We need a big play right now. 2nd down and 10, ball on the 24-yard line, Chris, with 25 seconds left. Man, if there's a turnover to be had, my God, give it to us now.
Morningweg has had success throwing underneath to his speedy receivers. 25 seconds remain. 26-20. Georgia Southern with the lead. Second down, 10 at the Eagle 24. Morningweg in the gun. Taylor on a wing to his right. Two receivers off to the right side. Morningweg looking right. Throws. Catch made at the 20. And hit and drop. Breaking one defender and staying on his feet somehow is Solomon Patton. Looked like he was going to be crushed down, but somehow stays upright near side. His helmet comes off. He'll have to check out for a play. They're down around the 15. They'll mark it at the 16-yard line. Timeout is taken.
Yeah, I believe Florida took a timeout because he didn't get out of bounds.
14 seconds remain.
Safford hit him initially. Hicklin hit him after that. Jackson hits him. Everybody's hitting him. He won't go down. Good fight for that receiver trying to get out of bounds. Ryan has the attitude down here, Eagle Nation, on their feet.
They're very concerned about you. I'm serious. I've had 5 or 6 people come and grab me and say, "Terry, okay? Is he talking up there? What's he doing?" I think he's okay. I think he's on the edge of the seat. I'm sure it's loud. We've talked about how good of a crowd it is. There's a lot of folks that the contingency has made this group, made this travel, and Southern Pride has been pretty loud down here. They're encouraging the noise.
14 seconds remain. 3rd and 2 with the ball placed at the 16-yard line. Solomon Patton took 4 hits before he was dropped at the 16. You've got probably 2 plays left in you here, but Morningweg on this drive has went to the air. They've been successful with the underneath routes. And he'll line up in a gun. They'll send 2 receivers out wide to the left, 2 to the right side. Taylor will be the single back on the left side of Morningweg. 3rd and 2 at the 16-yard line. Florida looks to be setting up to go to the end zone here. And before everyone gets lined up and snapped, there's an official time. The officials will converge at the 19-yard line. Talk it over here. We'll see what it's all about. Referee Mike Curls meeting with his field judge. Morningwood takes the time to run over. Check on the near sideline as now the Boo Birds come out. Not sure what it's all about unless they're discussing the clock possibly. The crowd here at Florida not happy with this delay with 14 seconds remaining, and now they will call over the Florida Gators, and we'll see what it's all about here, maybe, as Coach Muschamp wants an explanation.
I tell you this, the stadium's probably, when you put them all together, maybe 3, 4, 60% full. I'll give Gator fans this. They have stayed. You know, this is about what it was at kickoff, and not many have left at this particular point, waiting to hear this exclamation.
Number 83's helmet came off on the previous play. He must remain out of the game for 1 play.
Exactly. I thought that was a penalty if you tried to stay in. I really did. I thought that was a penalty if you tried to stay in as unsportsmanlike.
Officials getting confused after Florida burns that timeout, but Patton has to come out after his helmet came off. 3rd and 2 at the 16. 14 seconds to play. Snap to Morningweg, going for the touchdown. It's incomplete, back right corner of the end zone. No flags. It will be 4th and 2. They were looking for Dunbar. Matt Dobson comes over from the safety position. Great speed by Dobson to get there in time to break up the pass. There's 8 seconds remaining here. They were looking for Dunbar, who really has rose to the occasion here in the second half, and a collision right at the point of contact for Dobson on Dunbar.
He lofted that ball too high, gave Dobson the time to come over. Dobson came over, former quarterback himself, playing center field, went over and knocked it out. Here it is, guys.
Barring a penalty that is. 8 seconds remain. 4th down and 2 at the 16-yard line. Snap to Morningweg. Looking right, moving, looking, throwing, catch is made, and it's over, incomplete. Georgia Southern will win this one. The Eagles drain the swamp. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, Eagle Nation. Remember this day, November 23rd, 2013. Georgia Southern just beat Florida 26-20. Hey now! It's all over with at the Swamp. Georgia Southern wins over Florida, their first FBS win, and Eagle Nation celebrates across the way. They are now 1-20 all time against FBS competition, and the Georgia Southern offense and defense team up today to get it done. 429 yards of total offense. They hold the Gators to 279. What a ball game here in Gainesville. And the Eagles finish 2013 with the win over Florida, 26-20.
As Ryan Chambers would say, there's going to be a party tonight in Gainesville, Florida. I'll take it a step further. In Statesboro, Georgia, you're going to be rocking out, making Georgia, all over Georgia, throughout Eagle Nation. Ryan, there's going to be a party tonight.
There is, it's quite a spectacle down here. You guys want to hear from Dr. Kill? You want to hear from Dr. Kill?
You got it.
President Kill, tell me about it.
I can't talk right now. I don't have any voice left. I've never been so proud of anybody in my entire life. The name of this team, they have fought the whole year on all kind of odds, and they proved to the world that we are the real thing.
I imagine when we have 30 more scholarships, what we can do.
Well, you know, that's next year, but we're going to sure give it a hell of a try. I'll tell you what. I'm proud of these guys.
Thank you, sir.
Gosh darn, I love our president, Chris.
26-20, the final score. Darius Safford breaks up the pass near the goal line to secure the win. As Coach Will Muschamp and his Gators head into the locker room, their heads held low. 26-20, Georgia Southern gets the win. Much more to come here from Gainesville. Eagle Nation celebrate. Final score, Georgia Southern 26, Florida 20. We'll have the Ford locker room wrap-up coming your way next on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
You've been listening to exciting live coverage of Georgia Southern football from the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Stay tuned. Next, it's the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, driven by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, Drive 1. This is the Georgia Southern Radio Network. For the full game recap, it's time for the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
Back here at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Gainesville, Florida, Georgia Southern winning 26-20 over the Florida Gators to cap off 2013. Eagles over with Southern pride and Eagle Nation singing the alma mater. An excited group of Eagles, as they should be, to finish out the year putting down Florida 26-20 in a grudge match today, where the Eagles had 429 yards of total offense, the most Florida had given up since 2002. We'll have to check and see how many they've given up all time, but they had not given up 300 yards since 2002. The Eagles were 0 for 3 passing. They didn't need the passing game today. The Eagle defense, what a job on the field today, holding the Florida Gators to 279 yards of total offense. An impressive victory for Coach Jeff Monken, who was down there singing with his team and Eagle Nation. You can see an emotional time for Coach Monken, as it should be. What a day for Eagle Nation. Terry Harmon, incredible day. I know it was homecoming for you growing up not far from here in Keystone Heights, Florida. Spent many a day right here at the Swamp, coming back and seeing these Eagles put this game together and hold on when it looked like it was going to slip away. They put the exclamation point on it defensively, break up the pass at the goal line, and get a great, impressive win.
As Coach Russell said back in 1986, my very first game here at Florida Field, reach deep down inside, turn it up a notch, GATA, and don't stop. These Eagles didn't stop today. They didn't give up. Florida got up a little bit on them. The defense hung tight, gave up 3 points, blocked an extra point. Special teams, we had some mistakes. We fumbled the ball, but they didn't give up. They didn't give up. They didn't give up. These Eagle fans didn't give up on Coach Monken and this Georgia Southern team during this transition. And what a way, Chris, to say goodbye to the FCS. And hello, Sunbelt FBS, with this fantastic victory. Yes, emotional day for me, too.
Let's go down on the field. Ryan Chambers, it's quite a celebration for Eagle players and fans and coaches. Just a great Saturday afternoon.
I'm down here with Athletic Director Tom Kleinline. Have you talked to them about getting another game yet?
Yeah, it's going to be a little trouble scheduling some games, but what a great win for Eagle Nation. What a great way to start our new entrance into the Sun Belt. And I'm just happy for our entire stadium, our entire university population, all of Eagle Nation that came to the game today. And great to see Dr. Kill jump up on the wall and salute our fans. It was awesome.
I mentioned to Dr. Kill, just think what we can do with 30 more scholarships, huh?
It's unbelievable. I mean, kids played hard. Jeff did a great job. And I think what this shows you is, the impact of having motivation. You know, we knew when we made the move up, it was going to be a challenge to motivate our kids throughout the year. But these kids came in motivated this week, and they showed it, and they played hard, and it was great.
It's going to be a lot of fun tonight in Statesboro. Can you imagine what that town looks like right now?
Oh, that town's going to be awesome. I want everybody in Statesboro to be out at Hanner tonight when we get back. Plan on being back there at about 10 o'clock tonight because we're going to have one heck of a celebration. And I hope this leads our volleyball team to victory as they compete for the Southern Conference Championship tomorrow.
A lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Tom Kleinlein, Gasper.
Thank you, Ryan. You can tell it's celebratory here in Gainesville, Florida, and Georgia Southern will finish up the season. I don't know that there's been a bigger win. It will be argued for some time, but a win over the SEC to finish out the 2013 season may be the biggest win for Georgia Southern all time, even stacking up against 6 national titles. With all the adversity this year for this team, all of the injuries, all of the ups and downs of 2013, to finish with a win on the road against the Gators out of the SEC, very impressive. The Eagles will finish the year 7-4. They finished 4-4 in the conference, but they put down the Florida Gators, who are now 4-7. They were 3-5 in SEC play, and now the Gators try to regroup and get ready for the Florida State Seminoles next week. Good luck with that one. We've got much more to come as we celebrate here. We've got the Ford locker room wrap-up continuing. Ryan Chambers down there will have a chance to talk to Eagle players. He'll get a word with Coach Jeff Monken, who I know is going to be on top of the world with this win here today. This wraps up our season covering Georgia Southern football. It has been a great season, and it doesn't get any better than this Saturday afternoon, as we want to thank all of you who joined us each and every week. Thanks to the stations along the network line supporting Georgia Southern University and Georgia Southern football. It all comes to an end in a celebration in Gainesville. Georgia Southern winning 26-20 over the Florida Gators. This broadcast has been authorized under rights granted by Georgia Southern University to Nelligan Sports Marketing. The accounts and descriptions of this broadcast may not be retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Nelligan Sports. So for the last time this season, for my broadcast partners Terry Harvin, Ryan Chambers, Russ Brown, Frank Solkowski, our engineer Colin Lacey, and our great straws stirring the drink back at Network Controls, Miss Christy Maxwell, this is Chris Blair reminding you that the Eagles put down the Gators today 26-20. Much more coming up. Stay tuned for the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, interviews, game stats, scores, and much more. Final score again from Gainesville. Georgia Southern 26, Florida 20. From Nelligan Sports, this is Georgia Southern football.
Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
Russ Brown and Terry Harvin with you in an emotional booth here in the Swamp. Georgia Southern has come in and knocked off Florida 26-20. The first win for the Eagles over an FBS program, and the final game for the Eagles as an FCS program. What a way for this senior class to go out in 2013 when they got the news of the move up to the Sun Belt after 3 straight appearances in the semifinals. They knew they would not be eligible for postseason play with the playoffs and conference championship out of the picture. There was one game sitting at the end of the season on the schedule, and it was against these Florida Gators. And they came in beat up, battered, bruised, and found a way, Terry, to reach deep down inside and turn it up and get a huge win over the Florida Gators. And by the way, ended the 3rd longest bowl streak in college football, as the Gators, now 4-7, will not be going bowling this year.
And I have a feeling they'll be making some other changes on their personnel very soon after today's win by Georgia Southern. And the Eagles come into their first bowl game 6-4. Bowl eligible. We play a bowl game against the University of Florida called the Swamp Bowl, and we end our drought of 0-20 against FBS schools. And what a better way of ending that drought during your transition year as you're making the move to the FBS, your very last game ever as a Division I AA FBS school, as the Southern Pride marches out of the swamp tunnel to Georgia Southern faithful standing on their feet, and Eagle players still on the field taking pictures, praising our fans for coming out here and supporting the Eagles. Russ, and yes, it's an emotional day for me too.
And you know, from the Georgia-Florida line north to the North Georgia mountains, all points in between. I've heard from some friends in a parking lot in Athens getting ready to go watch a ball game. They were listening to us on the radio. They're fired up. This is one that will resonate throughout the college football world. The numbers: Georgia Southern 429 yards rushing on the day. That was it. That was all the offense. 429 yards rushing against this Florida defense. The Gators did manage 279 yards of offense, but it all came down to one final play. It was 4th and 2 for the Gators. There was 8 seconds left, and Skyler Morningwig could not find a receiver in the end zone. Great play by Darius Safford to knock it down, and the rest, my friend, is history.
Florida Gators came into this ball game playing not to lose, and by doing that, they lost. They came into the game playing not to lose, and they lost. The Eagles, 429 yards on the ground, 0 goose egg, no passing yards whatsoever. We only tried it 3 times. Apparently we didn't need to. Average 7.5 yards per play. What a huge run by Jerick McKinnon. One that'll go down the history books. What a huge run by William Banks. For a senior, that'll go down the history books, and hopefully we're going to see a lot more huge runs by Kevin Ellison at quarterback for the Eagles.
And Jerick McKinnon and William Banks in particular, 2 seniors, battered, bruised, beat up. Jerick looks about 60% out there. William, he gutted it out in the second half, but the embodiment of what Georgia Southern football is all about from those 2 seniors.
Again, though, Jerick McKinnon at 60 or 75% outran 10 of the Florida Gators on one play, and then on the final play to score the touchdown, he outran them all on the corner, and then as they got through the goal line, he hit it out of the park. And what a great way to say goodbye as a senior to Georgia Southern, playing against a team that his brother played for, Lester Norwood. Russell, it's been a hoot. We came into this game, and you had that feeling something was going on. You were hopeful, but you didn't know. You think, well, I just don't want to get embarrassed. I want to play well. And then all of a sudden you see it going. You go, hey, you know what? We're in this thing. We're in this thing. So,
and you got the feeling in the first half, Terry, as Georgia Southern with some costly turnovers, a bobbled snap on a punt, setting the Gators up with good field position, just continuing to make little mistakes. But the defense hung with it all day long. They didn't let the Gators capitalize on those turnovers. And you knew in the second half, if Georgia Southern could just take care of the football, they'd have a very good chance to win this football game, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we weren't beautiful on third down conversions, just 3 of 10. We're over 50% on the year, but today we're below our average. We did some things that you say you can't do and win. It happened. We turned the ball over. And I think Ryan's getting ready for some interviews, maybe with Coach Monken, and I want to say goodbye with this. What a fantastic way to end the season, and a great way for me, as been back here in 1986, to be able to leave Gainesville, Florida, and say goodbye to him another way.
Absolutely. Let's throw it down now to Ryan Chambers, as he is in the midst of Eagle Nation, still here in the Swamp. Players still on the field. Ryan, what a scene.
They might have confiscated our frequency, Russ.
Yeah, we'll stand by for that.
There he is.
No, we got Jerick up in the crowd right now. He's just gone into the stands.
Well, Ryan, you're right there. I mean,
you guys want Coach Monken?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk.
You want to go and take Coach Monken real quick, Coach? What a night!
It was unbelievable. I'm so proud of this team, this staff. What a crowd! I mean, it's just awesome to come over here and celebrate with Eagle Nation, with all these fans, families, the band. Just an unbelievable feeling for all of us. I'm just so proud of this team, this senior class, and the way this team battled today. Just a tremendous effort.
What does it say about these guys that nobody wants to leave the field right now?
You know? It's a big win, and you know, you gotta enjoy a win like this. You know, stay out here and enjoy it and soak it in. It doesn't happen every day. And this is what playing college football is all about. And being a part of a team is all about, is overcoming adversity when people are doubting that you can do it. Because, you know, the fact is there's probably a lot more people thought they would win than thought we would win. But this team knew they were going to win. We approached it all week like that. This morning, halftime, never any panic. I'm so proud of this staff and this team. I'm glad they stayed out here to celebrate and enjoy it with these fans and their families.
Talk about the 2 drives, the final drive first on defense, what you guys were kind of thinking as far as what Florida was going to come out and do, and what you saw defensively from Georgia Southern the final drive.
We assumed they were going to have to throw the ball some. They still had their timeouts left. They tried to run it some. They're a good run team. You know, they ended up, when they got down there and they burned those timeouts, we knew they had to throw it. And we talked about corner routes, and they threw one over there, and Dobson made a great play. And, you know, just keeping them out of the end zone. It's 26-20, and obviously they scored. That extra point was going to win the football game for them if they could execute it. So we needed to keep them out of the end zone and keep it from coming down to that.
And talk about the final drive from Georgia Southern that gives you the lead, the big run from Jarek. And we said on radio, Coach, 50%, 75%, whatever Jarek is, 75% of Jarek McKinnon is probably better than anybody else in the country. And, boy, he came up big today.
He did. He made some great runs. And that last run right there that he made, they were in the same defense the last time on third down when we went forward on fourth and didn't make it. We would have scored the last time. And Brent and I talked about it, and we said just hold it and save it. Brent, about doing it. He goes, we know, Coach, we're going to do it. We're going to hold it. We're going to call it at the right time. And he did. And it just so happened they lined up with an extra guy outside and then realized that they were taking their corner over. He ran over there just about the time we snapped the ball. And Dorian got his block. And the slot got his block. And that was a great run. And just a great job blocking and knocking those guys down in the perimeter.
You got some young guys out there on both sides of football that showed some real composure. Talk about we talk about the seniors, but a lot of youth out there that played big ball for you guys today.
Our guys played just really loose in terms of not feeling any pressure. And there wasn't any. Like I said, the only people expecting to win the game were the guys in that locker room in there. And there's some Eagle fans here. A bunch of them showed up. And there's some Eagles that believe. But we're in a stadium. I don't know how many this place seats. But I promise everybody wearing blue and orange, they didn't think we were going to win. And so we didn't have any pressure from them to win the game. All we had to do was go out and execute and play good fundamental football. We did that for most of the day. We made some mistakes. And probably that's the thing I'm most proud of, is that we overcame some errors, some blunders, and we're still able to win the game. And hey, I want to say thank you to all these fans that were here today. This was just unbelievable. I know they can't hear me. They're still standing here celebrating, but I know there's a bunch of people back here in Statesboro and Bullitt County, all over the state of Georgia, Atlanta, Savannah, our home, state of Georgia, that believed in this team, and just the support they've shown all year, and just unbelievable. What a great place. I'm so proud to be at Georgia Southern, and just so proud we're able to represent this great university like we did today.
I'm going to let you go and enjoy it as everyone's finally starting to make their way back into the locker room, but I expect you may see few folks as you arrive back in Statesboro tonight.
I hope so. I know these kids would be just thrilled to see some Eagle fans there, and just what a great place Georgia Southern is. It's like no place else. I mean, it's the fans, the support, the love that our community has for this program, the belief they have in us, because I know the expectation back in Statesboro, go down to Gainesville and win. And I'm proud we were able to deliver, and it's one of the great things about Georgia Southern.
Not a lot.
They expect to win, and so do we.
Not a lot of university presidents go into the crowd after a win like that.
Dr. Keel's just fantastic. Greatest president in the entire United States. There is nobody else like that guy as president of the university. We're so fortunate to have him here, and we're just all so fortunate to be at Georgia Southern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coach. I'm going to let you go enjoy it. Guys.
All right, thanks, Ryan. And as you can imagine, just a scene down there as fans still lingering. Jarek McKinnon, Jeff Monken getting some high fives, and Dr. Gill, how about that, going into the crowd for the celebration. What a great moment, Terry.
It is a great moment. I wish I was down there with him. I'm glad Ryan's enjoying the moment. I'll be down there shortly to do the TV show, and I'll have to say, Russ, probably be a pretty good TV show.
Yeah, I imagine.
I'm going to enjoy doing this one,
Should be a lot of fun. Well, I'll tell you what, we got to step aside.
Well,
you go ahead and get set up and go enjoy, Terry.
I'll see you in 2014.
We'll see you in Raleigh, North Carolina.
That's a date.
Hey, let's go beat NC State. I can get used to this.
Why not?
We're going to still plenty to come here on the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up. We'll have highlights for you, interviews with players. And also, don't forget, Ryan Chambers and Coach Vic Cabral will be in the booth taking your questions via Twitter. I know it's filling up. Keep them coming at GA Southern Radio. Again, that's at GA Southern Radio. Again, your final score, Georgia Southern comes to the Swamp and knocks off the Gators 26-20. We're back with more right after this on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
Russ Brown back with you from the Swamp. Georgia Southern wins it 26-20 over the Florida Gators. And what a day for Georgia Southern University, a day that we will remember for a very long time. Looking at some of the final numbers, the Eagles 54 carries as a team for 429 yards rushing. Jerick McKinnon getting the start at A-back today in his final game as an Eagle, 9 carries, 125 yards, and a big touchdown to put the Eagles up 26-20. Kevin Ellison, the freshman, getting the start at quarterback, 15 carries, 118 yards, 2 touchdowns. William Banks, what a gutsy performance from Banks as he stepped into the B-back role primarily in the second half. He had 11 carries for 94 yards and a touch. Nardo Govan started it. The young freshman held his own here in the Swamp as he had 10 carries for 46 yards. Jonathan Bryant, 4 carries, 22 yards. Irvin Huggins, 1 carry for 17 yards. Trey Butler, 1 carry for 16. Devin Scott, 2 for 12. And Luke Cherry had to bobble a snap, so he will get hit with a 21-yard loss. And if you really think about that play and tack it on, you're talking about 440 yards rushing for Georgia Southern against what is a very good Florida defense. Florida has had a ton of problems this year, primarily due to injuries. The offense has been stagnant at time, but one thing that has been consistent about this Gator team is they have a very good defense. And this Georgia Southern offense came into the Swamp today and just ran all over them. Looking at the final numbers for the Florida Gators, Kelvin Taylor, 22 carries for 92 yards. Mac Brown, 11 carries for 44 yards. Receiving, Patton had 4 carries for 69 yards, including 2 touchdowns. What a great performance from him. Solomon Patton, a great kick returner, had a big kickoff return that set the Eagles up with some pretty good field position as well. Quentin Dunbar, 3 receptions for 37 yards. He was the primary target on that final drive as the Gators came marching down the field in the final moments of this one, trying to find the end zone and come out of here with a 27-26 win. But it was all for naught as the Eagle defense rises up and makes the stop on 4th and 2 with 8 seconds remaining in the game. What a victory for this Georgia Southern team. We've still got player interviews to come. We'll have our game highlights for you as well. And don't forget, get your questions and comments in via Twitter at GA Southern Radio, as Ryan Chambers and Coach Vic Cabral will step into the booth to take those questions. And I can imagine that is going to be one heck of a party. I'm sure there's already a big one going on in Statesboro. Thank you for sticking with us. And we're back with more right after this on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
Russ Brown back with you here from the Swamp, where Georgia Southern knocked off the Florida Gators by a final score of 26-20. Let's take you through the game highlights now. The Gators took the opening kickoff. They put together a 13-play drive, covered 63 yards, chewed up 6.5 minutes off the clock. And then Francisco Velez connected on a 27-yard field goal to give the Gators a 3-0 lead. The Florida offense back to work now in the second quarter, a short 5-play, 14-yard drive. And that is when Skylar Morningwig found Solomon Patton on a 3-yard touchdown pass. The Velez extra point was good, and the Gators had a 10-0 lead. The Georgia Southern offense would start to go to work from there. They get set up with very good field position. 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line, and Kevin Ellison takes it in for the first score of the day.
First down 10 at the Gator 45. Ellison will pull, come around the right edge. Inside the 40, the 30, to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Put an Eagles 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. 45-yard touchdown run for the redshirt freshman, Kevin Ellison.
Younghoe Koo's extra point was good. That made the score 10-7, and that would be your score at the half. Moving into the second half now, the Eagles take the opening kickoff of the second half and put together a 5-play, 75-yard drive, and it was capped off again, this time Kevin Ellison from 1 yard out.
Eagles 1 of 2 on 4th down efficiency today. The give to Ellison, trying to go straight up. Put an Eagles 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. Ellison able to leap over the top of the Gator defense, and the Eagles have the lead in Gainesville, 13-10.
And that would give the Eagles a lead they would never relinquish. Younghoe Koo hits the extra point. That made it 14-10. Georgia Southern's keeping it going on the offensive side, this time an 8-play, 49-yard drive. And it was William Banks, the senior, taking it in from 3 yards out.
They'll mark it just outside the Florida 3. 41 seconds remain in the third quarter. Ellison under center. Motions, McKinnon, give to Banks. Banks off the right edge, into the end zone. Put an Eagles 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. It's 20-10 with 32 seconds remaining here in the third quarter of action at the Swamp in Gainesville.
Younghoe Koo's extra point would bounce off the right upright, a big development in this game, and the Eagles would take a 20-10 lead into the fourth quarter, and that's when the Florida offense got to work an 8-play, 32-yard drive. Once again, it was Francisco Velez with a 22-yard field goal. That cut it to 20-13. And then Skylar Morningwig found Solomon Patton on a 46-yard touchdown pass to cap off a 3-play, 59-yard drive. The Velez extra point was good, and that tied the game at 20 apiece. Georgia Southern gets the ball back with just 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, and they would go on a 5-play, 75-yard drive. And Jarek McKinnon, the senior, takes the pitch from 14 yards out.
Second down, 10 at the Gator 14-yard line. Govan, your B-back. McKinnon and Bryant, your slot back. Ball middle of the field. Here's the snap. Quick toss. McKinnon right side. Great block. Gets him to the 10, to the 5. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern.
Younghoe Koo's extra point was no good. That made the score 26-20, and you started to get the feeling the Eagles could pull it off. Florida would get one last crack at it with 3 minutes on the clock. They would drive down the field, and it came down to this 4th and 2 with 8 seconds left.
Here it is, guys. Barring a penalty, that is. 8 seconds remain. 4th down and 2 at the 16-yard line. Snap to Morningweg. Looking right, moving, looking, throwing, catch is made, and it's over and complete. Georgia Southern will win this one. The Eagles drain the swamp. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, Eagle Nation. Remember this day, November 23rd, 2013. Georgia Southern just beat Florida 26-20. Hey now!
Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
Russ Brown back with you from the swamp. Georgia Southern wins it 26-20 over the University of Florida. Ryan Chambers is standing by. We're going to get to player interviews as soon as we can, but Coach Monken just now addressing the team, and you can imagine quite a scene down there in that Georgia Southern locker room, Ryan, and the whole Peach State's buzzing after that victory.
It is. It's buzzing. It's buzzing, all right. You know, it occurred to me, I'm sitting there, and this is honestly taking you through. I'm not stretching you, but I'm sitting there watching that final 40 seconds, and I'm thinking, so many teams, so many 1AA, and even when you get into the lower levels of the Sun Belt and the conference, so many schools come close. We saw Lafayette come in here and do it late and not be able to come out of here with a win. It's easy to get close when you have a lot of talent like Georgia Southern, but to finish it off is the hardest part. I think that final play, that's the hardest part. And they did it, and they did it with a team that I don't know, outside of us last night talking, we're sitting around, saying, I don't know if this game's going to be close. I mean, people say Vegas had it 28 points. I was like, that's crazy. This game's not going to be a blowout. This game's close. Southern, even injured and even depleted, has talent, and it's getting better. I mean, Russell, you've seen it the last couple of weeks. This team's gotten better.
Yeah.
Every single week, and they started to click. Hats off to McKinnon. We talked about that, but hats off to Kevin Ellison.
Absolutely.
I mean, you talk about a kid that played way out of his mind today. I mean, he was poised. I mean, there was a few empty seats, I think, from the Standard in the University of Florida. But, I mean, this place was loud, very loud. This is an SEC school. And hats off to a freshman to come out here and to play really relatively mistake-free. I'll be interested to see what some of the coaching staff says about the tape next week, to see what they saw as far as assignments, and which is very interesting when you run this style of offense, that you can see a lot of things the next day that didn't necessarily stand out when you're watching it live. But, the debate will begin immediately. Where does this win rank? And that's going to be the first. It's already. I've had it asked twice, just going down the tunnel in conversation. Is this bigger than a national championship? And my answer is, you tell me. What does it feel like? Does it feel like it's bigger than a national championship?
Oh, man.
Because I tell you what, you check Twitter, and they didn't have Twitter back in 1989. But Georgia Southern University is the story. It's the sports story of the world right now. You tell me.
Yeah,
it sure feels big. I guess there's an argument, maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's an argument, but and I might not be the one to be able to put that in proper context. But sure feels like it. I don't know that I've seen anything like it. I mean, the reaction on the sidelines, it is one of the most beautiful things I've ever been able to take a part of, and it was something to see.
Absolutely. You talk about Kevin Ellison, the redshirt freshman. He got the scoring started with that 45-yard touchdown run, Ryan. And you talk about the offense. I think maybe it was primarily because of the injuries. These guys getting their chemistry, getting their timing down, starting to gel. We saw that the last few weeks. But with an athlete like Kevin Ellison, once the reads and the and the checks of the line and those sorts of things become secondary in nature, you can kind of let the athleticism take over. And, you know, I knew he was fast, but I didn't know he was that
He's
fast.
deceptively fast. Funny thing about Ellison is he's not a guy that's going to blow you away down the field, but he has a very quick first step. You know, and if you can get quick out that first step, you don't have to blow anybody way down because you've already 2 steps beyond. But it's a whale of a ball game by Ellison. A whale of a ball game by that kid for sure. And as I'm kind of peeking my head, Russell, down the tunnel here to see if we get any reaction. As players are starting to file out here, we're going to do this on live radio, Russell. So bear with me.
This should be fun.
Yes. This is what you get paid the big bucks for.
Ryan Chambers heading up the tunnel now.
We're going to – he's still on his feet. Hold on one second. Let's see if I can get the players come out yet?
Yeah.
They have come out yet?
Yeah, they're coming out now. They're going to the visitor interview.
Okay, so so some players have come. As I'm going to get Barrett Gillen. Barrett says he doesn't know. We're trying to find out here in a moment. Hold on. This again, live radio. Players coming? No, players. Okay, bring anybody, Barrett. Anyway, they have taken some of the players in. As you can imagine, there's a lot of press being down in Gainesville. So they are conducting the post-game interviews right now. Those have just begun. But some of the players have gone in, but we'll have a couple more if we get an opportunity here. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, a victory like this, Ryan, to beat an FBS opponent, to beat an SEC school, as the night goes on and the highlight shows start to play, you're going to hear the name Georgia Southern mentioned a lot on television throughout this country. And that's why the Eagles are moving up to the next level, to have the opportunity. I know we played at Alabama and Georgia the last couple of years, but if you look at the schedule next year, you're playing another FBS program in BCS program rather in NC State. We'll go to Georgia Tech. We'll play Navy. And it's an opportunity when you can knock off a team like Florida. I know they're not having a great season, but it's the University of Florida. I mean, that name's got some pedigree to it. So a win like this puts this university on the forefront, on the national radar. And what a great win for the Georgia Southern Eagles as some of the players now starting to come out of the locker room. Right?
Matt Dobson, back in your home state. I imagine it had to be special for you.
Oh, this is awesome, man. I grew up watching these guys, and being from here, everybody, all 3 of the big teams, Miami, Florida, Florida State, and to get to come down here back in my home state, had a lot of family here. It's just an awesome feeling. I'm just so proud of our guys tonight on defense, on offense, special teams. Great team win. We never give up. It was just an awesome win.
What does it say about this program in that locker room and that group of guys that nobody wanted to come off that field tonight?
Oh, it just means a huge win for us. For the seniors, couldn't go to the playoffs this year. Been to 3 straight semifinals. These seniors did a great job. We're just so proud of them. We want to celebrate with them guys one last time.
Take me through the final play. What did you see? You might have a little bit more opportunity to really break it down tomorrow, but what did you see? What was the thinking in the huddle? What did you think you were going to see, and how did you see the play unfold?
We knew we just needed one more play, and the fans were chanting one more time, and we dropped back, and I don't even remember what the play was, honestly. I know they threw it down here to the goal line, and Valdon Cooper and Antonio Glover made a great play, broke the ball up, and we just went crazy. It was an awesome play by those 2 guys, and just a huge win for us.
Talk about the coverage. Jonathan Bryant coming up. We'll talk with him in a moment. Talk about the coverage. It's something that here on radio we've talked about has gotten better and better each and every week. There was a couple big plays down here in the end zone. You had a pass breakup. The defense is really kind of starting to bow its neck in the last couple of weeks of the season.
Coaches have done a great job. I'm so proud of our coaches. There was a lot of doubt. And our coaches have done a great job. Put us in position to make plays, and then we just got to execute. That's what we weren't doing at the beginning of the year, giving up the big plays. And that's what we didn't do tonight, was give up the big plays. And down there in the end zone, we knew that play was coming, the corner route that we broke up down there on 3rd down. The coaches, we watched a lot of film, so we knew that play was coming, and we were ready for it. And made a play. It was just a big play for us, and then on 4th down, another big play. So coaches have done a great job. I can't thank them enough for putting us in situations to do that.
I'm assuming that you came to some games here growing up.
I did.
This is a pretty good contingency from Georgia Southern, the fans that showed up today. This is not your typical NAA fan base showing up.
Our Eagle Nation, they're the best fan base in the country. We had a great crowd tonight. They were loud and got us fired up and ready to go. And I'm just so proud of them and proud of this team. So growing up, I did coach some games here, and just means so much to beat them here in their place.
Congratulations, Evan. We'll look forward to seeing you.
Thank y'all.
There's JB coming up, Jonathan Bryant, Jarrett McKinnon. JB, we'll start with you. Pretty nice way to go out, huh?
Yeah, it was real good, man. I love this win, man. I still can't believe it happened. I keep looking up at the scoreboard now. It's just unbelievable, man.
One of the things I'd mentioned to Coach Monken that I thought was funny, especially for you seniors, I had a feeling you guys weren't ever going to leave the field tonight after the ball. I mean, you feel like that? Like you have to soak it in because as an athlete in this program, division at this level, you may not get the opportunity to get back out there with cleats, and you're going to be an old working stiff like me one day.
Yeah, I had to stay out there, man. I had to soak it all in and just take everything in that was going on, man. Because, you just like you said, we might not get a chance to play again. I just wanted to remember this moment, and it's unbelievable.
What does it mean for the senior class?
It's very big for the senior class. We didn't have the season that we expected, and then, when they hit us with the not being able to go to the playoffs and things like that, we were pretty hurt. But, this tops it all off, Being able to beat Florida, it makes it all worth it.
It's amazing in a season that's had its ups and downs and has been disappointing, I know, for you guys and the standard you set, that you come in 6-4, and after a win tonight, the argument begins, is this the greatest win in the history of this football program? And that's an argument that's starting tonight on Twitter. 7-4, and arguably you have now become part of the greatest season in Georgia's side. How strange is what an up and down season this thing was.
It is, man. It's been an up and down season, but like I said, this is an unbelievable win, man. I just love soaking it all in, just enjoying it, and just being a part of it. I love this team and everything that we've been through. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I love these boys, man.
Talk a little bit about Jarek over here.
Man, I love Jerry McKinnon too, man. He's just an unbelievable player. Makes all the plays. I got to the point when I fumbled, it was a little bit, heartbreaking, but I told him to go to the run side, and I'll block for him, and it all worked out, man. He did some unbelievable runs and made some great plays.
Can you talk a little bit about Kevin Ellison too? Being a young guy, there's a lot of composure for a young guy in a crowd like this.
Kevin came in and just did a great job, man. Like everything that Coach asked him to do, he's been doing it. He made some mistakes. First year being just get thrown in there. And it's gonna be some mistakes. But Kevin did a great job, just coming out here and making all the runs and the reads that he did. To be able to do that in his first year is just unbelievable. So hats off to Kevin.
I hope maybe you've heard from another fellow Eagle over in Dallas, maybe one of your fellow Cairo guys that might have already heard about this one. Hopefully he was listening tonight.
Yeah, J.J. Wilcox, yeah, man, that's my brother. He stay up on everything, man. I love him and I love everything that he did. Like it's all unbelievable, man. I love everything that's going on right now. It's just crazy, man.
It's hard to put in words, isn't it?
It's very hard to put in words, man. A lot of things going through my mind right now. Like I said, I'm still looking up at the scoreboard.
You haven't taken your eyes off the scoreboard this entire time.
I love this, man. This is a great win. This is the right way to go out.
And you'll be on the sidelines, hopefully cheering our first home game next year as an alumnus. As I said, as a working stiff, if you don't get an opportunity to keep on going.
Hopefully I get the opportunity. But, I will be supporting them. I'll forever support Georgia Southern.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you.
That's Jonathan Bryant. I'll move over here to Jarek McKinnon, who's getting some advice from Terry Harvin. And I don't know if I'd be listening to so much of that, but he's going to try to start punting. He probably could. Do you have a name for the cell? We'll talk about the play, but give me the celebration first. The swing. It looked like it was up and good.
That's something I seen Alfred Morris do. So yeah, shout out to Alfred Morris for that.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I just really enjoyed, coming out here the last game of the season. Playing with a great group of seniors, that I've been here with for the past 4 years, and younger guys, watching them grow, watching their experience level grow, and just being an older brother and somebody that they can look up to, and just really enjoy this last final moment, playing with my teammates.
Can you take me through the play that you scored on, the final offensive play, what the call was, what the thinking was, what the huddle was like, and how it broke for Georgia Southern?
It was just an automatic design toss, and I lined up, and they're kind of short over there, so I was just thinking, if we could just get them arc and get them reach and get them sealed with the tackle in the right slot, we got a chance at breaking it. Dorian Bird and JB, they both came off and got leverage and cut them. I got the pitch. Once I see JB cut the outside linebacker, I just turned it on, saw nothing but daylight. So, they made that play. I had the ball, but, they opened everything up, and give the credit to them.
That was a good drive altogether. there confidence that this is it? We're going down and sticking it in and ending this thing?
Definitely. The last drive we got stalled out. Got turnover, and they came back and answered and scored and tied it up. And so, we were just saying we got to get first down after first down. The clock's going to run a little bit. And I was telling Kevin, we get first downs, take your time. We got the game in our hands. It's tied up. We're driving the ball. Just take control of the game. And I know he did a great job at that. Did a great job of making plays. Did a great job of executing tonight. And definitely rose as a young leader amongst the team. And that last drive, we just all looked at each other and said, this is it for the season. We ain't got no playoffs, no games after this. So everybody laid on the line. Whatever the outcome is, we can live with it. Fortunately enough, we came out with the win.
I was going to ask you how the ankle was. It's amazing how it works out. I talked to Brandy as I usually do, and I know you see me over there trying to get updates. And I'd come over, and I hadn't had a hard time to relay it in. And we were just about to go down the sidelines, and I was going to say, he's 50-50. They don't know if he's going back in. And there goes one right out on the field. And I said, well, forget that. I guess he's back in the ballgame. How do you feel, and how hard would it have been for this coaching staff to keep you on the sidelines those last two drives?
When it happened, it got rolled up pretty good. Got caught up, felt kind of awkward on it, and it's really been bothering me for the season. When it happened, it went numb. I tried to get up and walk it off, limp it off. I fell down a couple times. Paul and Brandy came and got me, and in my head I was just like, this can't be happening right now. Not my last game. And at first I was like, I don't know if I could do it. I looked up at the clock, about 12 minutes left. I told Miss Brandy I'll be all right. I got 12 minutes left. Last game of my career, last time playing with, a great group of guys. So I said, no matter what, at the end of the day, they got to carry me off the field. And so, I got back out there and I just gave all I had left.
You been up to talk to your brother?
Yeah, I talked to him after the game in the stands, and it's really.
Was he wearing Georgia Southern?
Yeah, he was wearing Georgia Southern, so that's good to know. He didn't go back with his alumni team, but at the end of the day, Florida's a great team. It's a prestigious school, and they have had many great wins here, many great championships. Respect them for all that. But it's a great win for Georgia Southern tonight, and we'll celebrate it well.
What's next for Jarrett McKinnon?
Hopefully somebody can pick me up on their team. That's what I'm kind of hoping on right now. But I'm gonna finish out this semester and try to get something worked out next semester where I can take classes and hopefully go train somewhere nice and get ready for the next level.
What does this mean for you and your career to end it like this?
I say it means a lot, and I think it sums up a lot too. Over the 4 years that I've been here, I've been able to play with a lot of great guys. Over 5 All-Americans. A lot of SoCon players, SoCon first-team athletes. Out of all the achievements, I'm very thankful and very fortunate for each and every one that I've been able to accomplish. But, out of all of them, I'd probably say this victory right here was the best. Just as a team effort, the hearts out. And, I have to say this is number one.
Finally, what do you think this does for the university, its athletic program, knowing where this football program goes next year?
Well, moving up to the Sun Belt, so there's a lot of big things coming our way, and this is only going to take it another level. It's only going to advance the school. More students going to come in, more athletes going to come in. The football, as far as football is concerned, it's going to skyrocket. So, definitely expect a lot of big things from Georgia Southern University football in the next however many years.
Congratulations. We'll look forward to seeing you on Sundays next year. And from everybody, thank you for everything you've done, man. You've been a real joy to watch.
I appreciate everything everybody's done for me. I bleed blue and white. Gator, True Blue, all that. I'm really just fortunate to be able to come and play at such a prestigious college. Be able to not only advance my athletic career, but advance, from high school to college. I thank all the coaches for giving me that chance. Nothing prouder than to say that I'm an alumni of Georgia Southern.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jarrett McKinnon.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Again, your final score from the Swamp this evening. Georgia Southern knocks off Florida 26-20. The Eagles finished the season at 7-4, 4-4 in Southern Conference play, and now it's on to the Sun Belt. Let's get a final check of the Southern Conference scoreboard. 3 games have gone final. Clemson knocked off the Citadel 52-6. Furman knocks off Wofford 27-14. And Alabama, no problems with Chattanooga as the Tide roll in that one 49-0. 2 games in progress. Appalachian State leads Western Carolina in a big rivalry matchup. That score 48-14 as they play with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. And a score that's going to perk some people up. We're going to raise some eyebrows. The Elon Phoenix on the road in Birmingham, leading Samford by a score of 29-7. Looking at the top 25 games in action right now, Florida State all over Idaho, 56-7. Arizona leading 5th-ranked Oregon, 35-9 as they play with 12.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of that one. Number 3, Ohio State, no problem with Indiana as they lead the Hoosiers 42-0. 22nd-ranked LSU out to a 21-10 lead over Texas A&M, the 12th-ranked team in the country. There's 9 minutes to go in the third quarter of that one. 19th-ranked Wisconsin up 20-7 over 25th-ranked Minnesota with 14:55 to play in the fourth quarter. And number 9, Stanford leading Cal 42-13 as they play with 14:24 to go in the third quarter. The 15th-ranked team in the country is Fresno State, and they lead New Mexico 42-7. Finals from the top 25 from today. 13th-ranked Michigan State knocks off Northwestern 30-6. 21st-ranked Louisville knocks off Memphis 24-17. 20th-ranked Oklahoma knocks off Kansas State 41-20. Number 11, South Carolina, no problems with Coastal Carolina as the Gamecocks pull away in that one 70-10. And all your top 25 action to come later today. Let's look at some of the final numbers on the day. Again, Georgia Southern well over 400 yards rushing on the day. They were led by Kevin Ellison. He had 15 carries for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. Your leading rusher was senior Jarek McKinnon, 9 carries, 125 yards. William Banks, 11 for 94 and a touchdown. Nardo Govan, 10 carries, 46 yards. Jonathan Bryan, 4 carries, 22 yards. Irvin Huggins with 1 carry for 17 yards. Trey Butler, a carry for 16 yards. And Devin Scott, 2 carries for 12 yards. Again, your final score, Georgia Southern knocks off Florida 26-20. Stay tuned as Ryan Chambers makes his way up to the booth along with Coach Vic Cabral. They'll take your questions and comments on the Twitter. You can get those in now at GA Southern Radio. Again, the Twitter handle is at GA Southern Radio. Ryan and Coach are next after this on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further. Ryan Chambers and Eagle Assistant Coach Vic Cabral take your questions and comments via Twitter at GA Southern Radio and the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
So now here it is, guys. Barring a penalty that is, 8 seconds remain. 4th down and 2 at the 16-yard line. Snap to Morningweg. Looking right, moving, looking, throwing, catch is made, and it's over and complete. Georgia Southern will win this one. The Eagles drain the swamp. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, Eagle Nation. Remember this day, November 23rd, 2013. Georgia Southern just beat Florida 26-20. Hey now!
Own the tailgate, a brand new Ford vehicle that delivers outstanding fuel economy, smart technology, and exceptional quality. Learn more at shopfordnow.com. Go further. You heard it there. Georgia Southern comes to the swamp and knocks off the Gators 26-20. Russ Brown back with you on the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up as Ryan Chambers has made the long walk from the tunnel down on the field up here to our broadcast position at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. He and Coach Vic Cabral will be taking your questions and comments via Twitter at GA Southern Radio. Again, that's at GA Southern Radio. So get those in now as Ryan joining us in the booth. A great day on the ground for Georgia Southern. For the Eagles, 57 plays for 429 yards, all of that on the ground. And they hold the Gators to just 279 yards of total offense.
Did I just hear Chris say that CNN's on the other line?
Yeah, CNN's on the yeah, we got the Vol Networks picked us up. CNN's calling Chris Blair. It is a scene here at the Swamp, Ryan.
There are a few happy people in Athens tonight.
Yeah, no, that was I started to get some text from tailgates. I can't repeat what was sent, but they're fired up. They're happy.
This was something, man. I mean, now you start the argument. I mean, as we were talking about before we went into the locker room report, the argument begins. Is this the greatest day in Georgia Southern athletics? I just don't know how you'd say otherwise. You're playing one of the greatest programs in all of football. And if you do it this year, if you can do it this year, you can do anything next year.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. And you know, when the season, as we were getting started, knowing that there was no postseason potential, you looked at the game against Florida at the end of the season, and, I mean, it's the national championship. Let's not kid ourselves. That's the national championship. And they came in here, Georgia Southern, and got the job done. You know, the first half was sloppy for the offense. There were bobbled snaps. There were fumbles. The Gators couldn't take advantage because of the great job the defense did. But I told Terry Harvin at the half, I said, if you go back to our matchups against the SEC in previous years, Alabama, they had Trenton Richardson and Eddie Lacy. They were able to just turn around, hand those two young men the ball, and they were able to pull away in the end. Last year, Georgia Southern kept it close with Georgia for a while, but eventually Aaron Murray and those receivers got it going, and the Bulldogs were able to pull away for the victory. But in that first half, I think this Georgia Southern defense gave you reason to believe that the Eagles could pull the upset, because at times the Florida offense could do nothing.
It was a combination of two things. First, Darius Safford has played really well the last couple of weeks. Coverage is getting better. You lose your best cover corner in Westbrooks, but you get Valdon Cooper back, who's a good player in his own right. So you got two good corners back there that are playing the best ball they've probably been played all year. You got a team that up until the very end didn't want to go deep, and you're thin at safety, and you're great in run with the safeties, but the pass coverage in the back, especially in the safeties, has been a weakness at times, although we have played better the last couple of weeks. The combination of playing well in the last couple of weeks, getting better and better, and playing a team that for whatever reason did not want to go over the top. I don't know why. I can't figure it out, but they didn't want to, except for the one touchdown they threw. Other than that, they didn't want to throw it over there. I was on the elevator with the local newspaper guys, and you can pretty well guess what that conversation was like, and you're looking at your watch going, uh-oh, what time is this shoe going to fall? Because it just didn't make a lot of sense. Georgia Southern did not play very good football at times in the first half and came to Gainesville and won. It's almost hard to wrap your mind around. And I was talking to somebody in Atlanta on the phone as we were waiting in the postgame. He said, "Man, this is incredible. You guys must have played your mind." I said, "No,
not really.
Southern didn't play. There are times, but I mean, you fumble going in, you muff a punt." You give Florida every opportunity to run away and hide in the first half, and it didn't. And we knew, and I can show you the text when we're 10-7 at the 2-minute mark in the second quarter. I'm sending out text. We're down 10-7, and guess what? We're going to win this football game, because if Florida, if they can't put their foot on the throat now, they're never going to, because we're not this bad. We're not going to play this bad in the second half.
No.
You knew that Georgia Southern was going to come out and play much better in the second half, and as soon as you saw Jarrett take off on that first play, you know that this may be a special day for Georgia Southern. It certainly became one.
Well, when you looked at the matchup and what the Gators try to do offensively, obviously they want to get behind that running game with Kelvin Taylor and Mack Brown. Those two young men combined for 33 carries today. That's their MO. That's what they do on offense. And Georgia Southern has fared well defensively against rushing teams. The game, especially against the Citadel, jumps out when the Eagles held a triple option team to less than 200 yards rushing, and most of that came on one play. And so you look at the matchup and you think to yourself, yeah, Georgia Southern matches up well against the style of play Florida has, but the athlete Florida has will probably be the difference. And I am shocked, as you are, that we didn't see more of a vertical passing attack early in the game and try to get some of that speed. A young man like Solomon Patton, and they were able to hit him on a big pass play later in the game. But I'm surprised we didn't see more of that earlier in the game, trying to loosen up the Georgia Southern run defense, which was very good.
They're trying to take our stat monitors. We may be in here all night, by the way. You may want to come back in about an hour, son. 26-20. I like just to see. I just want to see the score as long as I can.
It wasn't on the scoreboard very long. They
No, it wasn't.
Pretty quick.
No, I think I'm gonna hold on to this, Chief, for a little while longer. I don't care. 26-20. Look at the numbers. 429 rushes. I heard the Florida IMG folks say, if Florida comes out and doesn't make mistakes on defense, that there's no way that you would think that Georgia Southern could run for their average, which I think is about 350, right? It's hard to wrap your mind around this, because Florida at times looked like they weren't over pursuing, and it looked like the run fits were okay, and it looked like maybe they have an idea, and then other times, I mean, it was just a whiff.
Well, you look
and
at
Southern had an opportunity to find holes in the running game. William Banks, boy, did you pick a time to come back and play in this ball game, and it was a big part of the offense, William Banks, and being able to grind those yards out in the second half.
He had 11 carries for 94 yards, most of that coming in the second half. And a banged-up William Banks, 5'11", 200 pounds, soaking wet at B-back, running up the middle of this Florida defense was shocking.
I thought about it. I almost said this on the air. If you're Florida, I don't know if you're a player, the coach on the sidelines, but particularly if you're the fan in the stands, when you saw William Banks start the second half, and that 200 pounds, is there any way this kid is going to beat us on the field? And he did. He did because he was tougher. Because Jerick McKinnon got reinstalled after a high ankle sprain, and about 70% of Jerick McKinnon's self, an All-American quarterback, one of the greatest college football players in the country, a quarterback, got reinserted as an A-back in a triple-option offense because Russell, he's one of the best blockers on the team. It's hard to explain that to people. You put him back in because the kid blocks better than most people in the country. He's an All-American quarterback. There's not a lot of programs that can do this. They can take William Banks and turn him in. I mean, you're sitting in the stands going, there's no way this kid can beat us. And he did. He did. He's one of the best players on the field. And your All-American quarterback is in there because he can block.
And Nardo Govan, in the first half of the B-back, the freshman, he's a little bit different than William Banks. He's about 6'3", 250, but he had 10 carries for 46 yards. And I'm looking at the B-backs. That's 21 carries for 140 yards against Florida. How did they do that?
I don't know. It's just the damnest thing I've ever seen. You want to, but I tell you what, I hope you brought your comfy shoes.
Oh yeah,
aren't you comfortable shoes?
I might not even need shoes.
There may be 9 people in the city of Gainesville. Oh man, what a day! What a day! 26-20, and Terry, God bless him. I don't know if I don't know if I've ever seen Terry like that. He was on top of the world, which this is always sad time because it's the last game.
Right.
And no one takes it harder than Terry Harvin, but what a game. And if I can just describe a few things, Dr. Kill goes in the stands. I don't know. Did I bring that up yet?
Yeah,
President of the university went in the stands, which is awesome. Jerick went in the stands. I got a picture of that. That went out on Twitter. There are people, the seniors just falling out on the field after that final play. As I said, it was truly one of the most beautiful moments that I've ever. I'm so fortunate to get an opportunity to see stuff like that. It was one of the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful moments that I have ever seen, and it almost just stops you from being able to say anything. Which I am never speechless. But by the 26-20 final, Georgia Southern continuing to celebrate here from the Swamp. How many segments, Colin, do we have? Two segments as we start the four.
Come here, you big galoot.
Coach Victor Cabral joining us now. You can tweet us at Georgia or at GA Southern Radio, which I think blew up hours ago. Hashtag Hail Southern trending on Twitter, I think twice now tonight, as Georgia Southern becomes the storyline of the college football world as you come to the Swamp and you get it done. Coach
unreal.
Coach Victor Cabral, a proud Georgia Southern alumnus, a legend in his own time playing, and now the defensive line coach for your Eagles.
Unbelievable.
Congrats.
As my dad would say, holy burn. That was incredible.
Take me through it. Take me through the final play.
It really hadn't even sunk in yet. I don't even remember. I'm like Will Ferrell in Old School. I'm literally blacked out right now. All right.
I hope you brought your comfy shoes.
Well, I'll tell you, it I don't know. There was a certain look that our guys had. I mean, just this whole game. They did not flinch. We knew they were going to get a big play. They ended up getting that one on the pass and towards the end, that fourth quarter. But, our guys battled in there on defense. Kyle Olbeck played possessed. I mean, everyone. So many guys did. Safford, unbelievable.
I mentioned that earlier. This was the perfect storm. You got a corner in Safford that's playing better and better.
Yep.
Valdon Cooper,
He
a guy that
up.
you trust. You have two corners. You have a team that was just, for whatever reason, was very hesitant to try to go over the top downfield, and you got a team that has stopped the run better and better each week. This was almost the perfect storm very early in this ball game that you saw down 3 going to half, but you know what? You could kind of see how this could play out going Georgia Southern's way.
Well, they had 6 yards passing in the first half, and you take away everything. You take everything away. You had a freshman playing his first or starting his second game. An offensive line that hasn't had the same rotation all year. We knew the running backs were very good players. They're loaded. I mean, it's University of Florida. But you know what? We've got a pretty good football team. Florida played. You watch them on film and you're like, holy smokes! I mean, there's literally speed that is unmatched, and we had to do a good job just hanging in there and staying on our identity. And offense did a great job. Had a couple turnovers, but it's a team. Dang win. It's the greatest sport ever created, and it's because of games like this that all the hard work, the ups, the downs, the discipline. Oh, what a relief!
Well,
unbelievable.
We got over 100 questions, right?
Send them. Let's go. Rapid fire.
Right. Congratulations are coming in from all over the place. Citadel Radio, congrats to Georgia Southern Radio for an amazing call and amazing win. Going to be a party for those guys, 26-20 in Gainesville tonight. Alex Page, congrats on a hard-fought win. This deserves the helmet sticker on ESPN.
No doubt.
There's stuff that I can't read. This is something. Talk a little bit about the opportunity in the second half to take control physically in this ball game. You go down Raphael Hardy. That's a huge loss for this team.
So first or second series?
Yeah, second series, and he's a guy that's played pretty well against the run. You asked Dawson to get out there. Guys played pretty well against the pass, but still learning some of that technique. He stepped up tonight.
He did. I'm going to tell you who else. Lenny Richardson.
Lenny Richardson stepped up tonight.
He was a guy who played at Georgia Southern. He signed with Georgia Southern. Then he went to Troy. Then went to the military. Came back as a walk-on and has worked his tail off. And no one plays perfect, but he has constantly gotten better every single week. And true freshmen, Bernard Dawson, Hardy, Jay Ellison, all playing well. Justice Ajike came off an injury 2 weeks ago. Came in and did a great job. So proud of Blake Riley and Josh Gephardt, just the legacy. I mean, you think about it, that group of seniors just took a team that, let's be honest, 5 and 6, not what we were accustomed to, with the fifth-year seniors, and we go semifinal, and a victory in the swamp to end their career, and a diploma. Hail Southern.
The argument begins. Is this the greatest win for this ever for this football program?
That's for people to debate. I got my own opinions on that.
But there's an argument, right?
If you ask me, yeah. I mean, it's the biggest win that I've ever been a part of. It's the biggest one I've ever been a part of. It's just, this is the SEC. They've got 3 national championships. They've got Heisman Trophy winners. This is University of Florida. This is a huge win.
Yeah. No,
this is a huge win.
I think it is the biggest win, and the argument began already. Is this the biggest win? And then the argument begins. Is this the greatest season in Georgia Southern football history?
No, it's not the greatest season. What was our final record? 7 and what? How many games we win?
7-4.
7-4. It is what it is. We're still 7-4, not the best season in the world, but you dang in it with a huge exclamation point. It's just that I'm speechless.
No, Jonathan Bryan. I want to tell you, Jonathan Bryan, the post game. I'm doing interviewing him out here in the East End Zone, and I can't. It's hard to when you kept looking. He was looking up the entire time. I was wondering what are you looking at? It's a scoreboard. I laughed. He goes, I can't stop looking at that.
It's unreal.
26-20.
I'd like to sit here and tell her, and say, hey, and we prepared every week. It don't matter who we're playing. You prepare your butt off, no matter who you're playing. But you get going this game, and we talked about it at halftime. You get ready to play the hardest half that we've ever had in this season. I mean, we knew Florida was going to come out. Were we down at halftime?
Yeah, 10-7.
We're down.
Didn't feel like it, though, did you?
No, and we knew that they were going to come out swinging, and our offense did a great job. Coach Davis and that
Taylor kid running back's going to be a pretty good player.
Who?
The running back Taylor for Florida.
Oh,
he's going to be a pretty good player.
They're all going to be pretty good now.
He's going to be a good player.
I designate teams like this in Alabama FMAs, Future Millionaires of America. There's a lot of guys that will be walking across that stage and shaking the commissioner's hand in a few months. But you know what? You don't play the game on paper. You don't play the game on those stars and all that stuff. You play the game between the sidelines, and you just let it rip, man. And so proud of these guys and what they've been able to accomplish.
Congratulations, 26-20. There's so much on Twitter right now that we're getting. A lot of obviously the Hail Southern trending. A lot of folks tweeting at us at that ball game. got over a lot of the Southern Conference radio guys. Seth Harp from ESPN 102.1. At Matt Rio 1 was active tonight on Twitter. Congratulating us on a great call and asking if we're still boys. I feel like we're boys.
Did y'all ever have that thumb war contest?
Feel like we're boys. No. He's got the guy can stood up. But, when it comes to trading competition, I get stood up a lot.
You'll rise to the occasion.
A lot of folks say a lot of things, but when it comes time to step your game up.
Matt Rio's got a heck of a grip. And just getting a bunch of text messages from former players. Rex Knott is down in South Florida. Just great job. I can't say exactly what he said. Paul Collins, Matt Rio, Eric McIntyre, T.J. Anderson.
At Cy Jones 21, you say Gator, we say Gata. It's amazing.
That's the definition. I know Eric's looking down and proud as can be.
That's something. That is something. Again, 26-20 Georgia Southern on this winning Saturday night from the Swamp. They knock off the Florida Gators, and it is going to be a tough night for that football program for sure. But for Georgia Southern, it is one heck of a celebration as they grit it out, gut it out, and absolutely throw a huge knockout punch to the Gators here in the second half. Time now to announce tonight's Subway Sub of the Game. Taste the Tuscana a la Subway restaurant. Come be part of the Tuscan Chicken Melt Renaissance experience. A flavor into $6 foot-long fresh fit salad today. Molto delicioso for a limited time at your participating Subway locations. You have something before we go to that?
Yeah, I was just going through the Sub of the Game, and I'm sure Jonathan Bryant, he started, right?
Yes.
One thing that you don't see out there, just the selflessness of just our guys, he would put himself play side most of the day, if not the whole day, meaning he was wanting to go out there and block people. And you saw on the perimeter guys getting flipped.
Yeah.
And that's as explosive as a player he is. He said, put me on the play side. I mean, just instances like that going in there. That's what it takes to win football games, no matter if you're playing. Don't matter who you're playing.
I knew this was going to be a gut check all the way to the end? When Man Ray St. Moore on a play that started about the 50, put a kid's nose in the grass down at the 25-yard line about 3 seconds after the play was over. I mean, they blocked all the way down. You talk about going down the field on these blocks. Very, very special night for Georgia Southern. Subway Sub of the Game. It's hard not to say William Banks, who comes back out. 11 of 94. He has the big run, and good Lord, Willie, he put both hands on it.
Squeeze.
Hold on to that sucker as you get down. It set up the game winner for Jarek McKinnon. Hard not to say, tough William Banks. Hard not to say a couple of your defensive ends that stepped up after Hardee went down today.
Yeah, I thought so too. It was just.
So who do you think?
I don't know.
Give it to everybody.
Colin, what's up? Who? We're going Willie Banks.
Congratulations.
As we call him in the Brotherhood, Tick.
Congratulations, tough William Banks. 11 carries, 94 yards, one score. The big play that
52-yard run, right?
Yeah. There in the fourth quarter that set up the game winner from Jarek McKinnon, who turned Statesboro on its head. Can you imagine what the reaction must have been in the restaurants, in the bars?
I know. Well, my
Statesboro.
Uncle Dutch, he's out there in Twitterverse, huge, fan. He's down in South Florida right now, down in Naples, and they got a place called Bo Campers. Well, I'm pretty sure played here.
Bo Camper?
Bo Camper, I don't know, some offensive. Anyway, he goes, it was packed out over there. Guys were taking their Florida jerseys off, stomping up the crowd. We just did that, right?
Yeah, we did in a PBS shirt. I see, by the way.
It's post game, man. I'm chilling. I got no socks on. I'm going South Florida style.
Hope you brought your checkbook.
I got some jorts in the car.
You brought your checkbook tonight.
It's so funny you talk about jorts and stuff. I had a pair of white ones, blue ones. My wife, bless her heart, and she hated it. She made me change that. But I used to rock the knee high, the calf high sock, white shoes. Florida through and through.
I can see it.
It's so great to be up here and have our guys play their butts off. But, no, my wife couldn't make it up here today, but she's been hanging out with our little boy, Zach. And
how's he doing?
Fantastic.
Good.
He's a troop. He's tough. He's class of 2031. Sign him up.
2 stars? 3 stars?
If he's got his mama's genetics.
5 stars?
Yeah, no.
Hopefully he leans on that way.
No doubt.
26-20. Congratulations, Coach. I'll let you
Eagle Nation,
get to it.
What a tremendous year. Ups and downs, trials and tribulations. about right for Georgia Southern football, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it feels about the way you expect these things to go. It'll take years off your life.
It'll add some years to it,
It'll add
too.
some years, some happiness, but it takes some years off your life. By the way, the president of your university went crowd surfing at the end of this game.
I don't blame him.
He went into the crowd.
I was about to put him up on my shoulders like just carry him off like Rudy. He's unreal. He's just a great president, and so just a huge fan and supports us. And T. Carr, athletic director, just what a great job by everybody and our whole entire staff. And hey, can we do this next weekend?
Yeah, we'll get together and do something.
I think that'd be good.
We could do some sort of stream.
Larry, you're in, right?
Yeah,
he's in.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I'll let you get at it.
Love
Enjoy
you
it.
guys.
I
Love
know
Eagle
I love
Nation.
you, and I appreciate you everything you've done this year with us. I would soak it in. You being from the state of Florida, you had the opportunity to take your university and play it on the big stage, our university on the big stage. I'd enjoy it, buddy, because I don't think you're going to have the opportunity to play at this place again. This might be your only chance, because I got a feeling we ain't going to be invited back here for some time.
Next opponent, NC State, right?
There you go.
Let's
And
get
Raleigh.
ready, boys. Buy your season tickets. 1-800-GSU wins.
There
Love
you go.
guys.
Coach Vic Cabral at Coach_Cab. I imagine you will hear some good things and read some good things from that gentleman in the next 24 hours. He will probably give you some good insights at Ryan_Chambers. I've got some jokes and some funny stuff to say as well. At GA Southern Radio. By the way, Sports Center tonight, you can catch the final winning call, as you've caught it all over the country. The Vol Network breaking in across Tennessee to play the call. Already out to CNN and some other places, as this one is the headliner of the college football world tonight, as Georgia Southern comes out on top in this winning Saturday night, 26-20 over the Florida Gators. We continue from the swamp after this. More of the Ford Locker Room wrap-up comes your way as we continue from here. Gainesville, brought to you by Nelligan Sports. Georgia Southern football is on the Georgia Southern Radio Network.
Ryan Chambers and Eagle assistant coach Vic Cabral. Take your questions and comments via Twitter at GA Southern Radio and the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Welcome back to the Ford Locker Room Wrap-Up, presented by Ford and your Georgia neighborhood Ford dealers. Ford, go further.
14-yard line. Sopan, your B-back. McKinnon and Bryant, your slot back. Ball middle of the field. Here's the snap. Quick toss. McKinnon right side. Great block. Gets him to the 10, to the 5. Put an Eagle 6 on it. Touchdown, Georgia Southern.
Out here it is, guys.
Barring a penalty, that is. 8 seconds remain. 4th down and 2 at the 16-yard line. Snap to Morningweg. Looking right. Moving. Looking, throwing, catch is made, and it's over, incomplete. Georgia Southern will win this one. The Eagles drain the swamp. Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year, Eagle Nation. Remember this day, November 23rd, 2013. Georgia Southern just beat Florida 26-20. Hey now!
Well, this winning Saturday night, Georgia Southern 26 and the Florida Gators 20. The Eagles will improve to 7-4. A football chapter and book closed back in 1941 under Coach B.L. Crook Smith after a 2-8 season, and then once again resurrected by an old ball coach, a Baldwin, back in the early 80s. Reopened chapter in 1982 as an NAIA, a season that would finish 7-3-1 and open the gates to Central Florida, a win that came 16-9 back September 11th, 1982. And tonight, that chapter of Georgia Southern football lore is closed. November 23rd, as you heard Chris Blair say, 2013, and slammed shut with the very first FBS win in Georgia Southern history. And it comes here tonight in Gainesville. Georgia Southern 26, the Florida Gators 20. We've had a great time this year. Great coverage from this entire broadcasting crew. It's lucky to be a part of it, and we've enjoyed bringing you coverage each and every week. We thank you for being with us. We will resume coverage Georgia Southern basketball. Chris Blair will hop on a plane and take off somewhere tomorrow morning, and Georgia Southern will take part in the Cancun Challenge. We invite you to stick around on these some of these very stations as Coach Byington and Georgia Southern men basketball continues, and through the baseball season with head coach Rodney Hennon and Georgia Southern baseball before we reconvene in Raleigh, North Carolina in 2014 as Georgia Southern and FBS Georgia Southern, a member of the Sun Belt, will take on NC State in Raleigh, that to begin the 2014 season. Well, that'll wrap up coverage of Georgia Southern football here in 2013, one of maybe the greatest wins of all time tonight here in Gainesville as Georgia Southern knocks off the Gators 26-20. For the entire broadcast team, for everybody involved, this is Brian Chambers. And until 2014, so long, everybody.
Georgia Southern football on the Georgia Southern Radio Network. Presented in part by Cambridge at Southern, off-campus living that is a Southern tradition. By BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. By the University Store, you shop, we give. By Bud Light, here we go. By the Georgia Lottery, celebrating 20 years. Today could be the day. By Verizon, official wireless provider of Georgia Southern Athletics. By 111 South, your campus neighborhood. And by Georgia Power, official power supplier to Eagle fans everywhere. This has been an exclusive copyrighted presentation from Milligan Sports and the Georgia Southern Radio Network.